Solovyov in Tsarist Russia in 1796. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 451, Princess Charlotte and the Queen's Troubles. When Clausewitz heard this, he was actually very disappointed with His Majesty the King. But as a Prussian soldier, loyalty is still very important. He escaped from being a prisoner of war and went through hardships all the way to Memel. He was indeed very courageous, so the King of Prussia also planned to give him some position, such as aide-de-camp. But such a more feasible strategy, for the last city still in the hands of the Prussians, would limit the army's mobility to a small area, which is indeed not wise. After all, I have sworn allegiance. Thank you for your invitation. I knew it would be like this, but it doesn't matter. You know, there are often foreigners in the Russian army, and even many of our people are of German descent. If you want to come, I welcome you at any time. And I don't want to be the chief of staff or the director of munitions in the future. I came out with troops. Clausewitz didn't mind being a staff officer. After all, this has always been his job, and it has formed a path dependence. As for foreigners in the Russian army, it is indeed not a rare thing, and they may even be promoted faster than their own people. Do you still want to lead an army independently in the future, or even become the commander-in-chief? That's right. In Russia, there is no future in being an adjutant. More than one prestigious veteran has said so. No wonder. You once studied under Field Marshal Suvorov. Russia's traditional staff system is not very perfect. If you come to Russia, you will experience this strange phenomenon even more. In addition, we really lack professional staff here. Someone as skilled as you is unwilling to take this position. I can understand. If you win military honors, it will be more conspicuous as the chief officer. This time in Poland, except for the battle in Eylau where he was unwilling to leave, the battle has always been carried out according to his strategic plan. If he were the commander-in-chief, he might have suppressed the matter. Langevin was a Frenchman after all. Sometimes he could make up his mind, but he also had to take into account the factions of the German and local officers, and could not lean towards one faction. Yes. You still have to go back to Jelgava. I think we can meet again, if there is a chance. Indeed, I still suggest that you come here. You should know that in Russia, officers of the same level have higher salaries, and if you decide to settle here and bring your fiancée to get married, our emperor will provide you with housing. Solovyov was talking about housing. In fact, even the manor could be used. The Tsar of the old Luo family was willing to spend money when he was throwing money. When he returned to Jelgava, the trouble he faced was probably that Maria always came to seek medical treatment with her son. Bringing a child here would not be considered to have an ambiguous relationship. Solovyov was not an all-rounder. His knowledge of medicine was just that. He only mastered the use of several traditional medicinal materials. It just so happens that these methods are more useful in pediatrics and gynecology, which confirms that he is a friend of women. It's just that Maria is so close to him. It's not good if someone sees it. He doesn't want to face this kind of trouble when he is about to get married, especially when he is close to her. Although Maria is not fat and can't even be said to be very plump, but when she is so close to him, her body that is suitable for childbirth is really irresistible. Malashenka, this is not appropriate. After all, we are good friends, and I brought the child to you to see, and I also trust you to help him take care of his body. But Paul is still so young. Although I'm good at coaxing children, your baby is too young. When you were on duty in the palace, you coaxed a girl of this age a lot. Maria is indeed straightforward enough, and she is the biggest nemesis. Well, girls always like it, if there are male servants, to take care of them. What you said makes some sense. We sisters all like to have handsome servants around us. However, only Ekaterina was openly flirting with someone. Maria's two sisters lived a happy life and were in harmony. But this girl, it's hard to say. Obviously, for her, if the child is sick, it would be more painful than the sky falling. If the child has any accident, it will be a big blow to the young mother. But recently the child is in good health and there is no need to worry too much. It's just that he is weaker than an average healthy child, so he needs to be more careful. That makes sense, but it seems that letting the maids hold the baby is not a good idea. What about you? If I hadn't come here from Weimar, Carol wouldn't have let me take care of the child too much. Children are naturally connected to their mothers. Do you remember when you were in the Winter Palace? Wait, there seems to be someone outside. There was indeed some movement. Solovyov told Mariah about his parenting experience. He had been a clumsy and stupid father, and he had more opportunities to take care of his younger brothers and sisters at home than to take care of his own daughter. It should be taken into account that the children born to Sylvia and Paulina are all in France, and Alexander recognized the 2 children born to Louisa after all. As for when he continued to talk, he also involved some practical problems, but he used this doll to demonstrate. If the child, Your Highness, pinching the child's feet like this is good for the body's circulation. I don't understand medical skills in those healthcare methods, so you tell me this way. Okay, it's good for the heart, lungs and liver, like this represents the kidneys. When talking about the kidneys, the door was pushed open, and it was Queen Louise's daughter, the lovely Princess Charlotte. She is much prettier than the little princess who intruded in Velázquez's painting, and she is also very good at dressing herself up with light makeup. Your Highness, you are here. Mr. Baron, what are you and Sister Mariah doing? Just teaching Your Highness how to take care of the baby's body. I can't do it directly. The baby is sleeping, so I use a rag doll to demonstrate. Then, can my rag doll also be used? Of course, but Your Highness is a Prussian princess, and she will definitely get married in the future. Then she will definitely have a baby like Sister Mariah. There are precocious children in every era. Charlotte is the eldest daughter in the family. The education received by her 2 older brothers. She obviously knows how to take responsibility. Such children are indeed more likable. But that is still a long time ago, Your Highness. You still have to grow up healthy and safe. Only in the future can you have a satisfactory groom, maybe even our Russian Prince Charming. Mariah was surprised when she heard Solovyov say this. Charlotte's age is just right for Nikolai and Mikhail, but the 2 brothers and this girl are still too young to get married. This guy is so straightforward, he is really not afraid of causing trouble. Of course, neither of them noticed that Charlotte came with her sister Alexandrina, who just turned 4, and was not tall, and was completely blocked behind the crib. She was also holding a baby, and was still talking about Prince Charming. Fortunately, there were only 2 children and the maid accompanying Charlotte, who was obviously a master at pretending to be confused, so nothing would happen. Solovyov liked Charlotte, probably because she was a little precocious in this exile life, and understood the truth of the world earlier than the stupid son of the landlord in Petersburg and his students, especially now that it was so difficult. Even as a royal family, they still had to live a life of displacement, and only when they went abroad could they settle down. For example, Solovyov actually had a pocket watch in his arms, and the portrait inside was Nikolai's. He had brought it correctly today, and he couldn't bring the one with Louisa's portrait around Mariah, so he took it and showed Charlotte the heroic figure of the Grand Duke of Russia. This is His Royal Highness Nikolai Pavlovich, the Emperor's younger brother. When I was in the palace, I was tutoring His Royal Highness, and that's how I got this pocket watch. Charlotte blushed after seeing it. Well, Nikolai was very handsome when he was a child, not the image of the bald uncle in the history books. Moreover, he became bald later than his 3 brothers, and his hair was still thick during his childhood and adolescence until middle age. Even his facial features looked very soft, and he looked more like a girl than his eldest brother Alexander when he was a child. In the portrait, if the painter's skills were excellent, it would look even softer. As for the princess's direct reaction, Solovyov probably knew that little girls also like handsome boys of similar age. In addition, starting from Nicholas, the Russian Tsars began the cycle of baldness. This cycle probably has not been interrupted by the mentor and the steel uncle. Miss Cap, you show this to the child. It's a bit. Mariah didn't realize that Charlotte would be her sister-in-law in the future. Although Solovyov's help to his brother in finding a wife sounds absurd, as the prince's teacher, he can indeed help and look for foreign princesses in his work. She said it by mistake, but she always took care of Solovyov's attitude in front of outsiders. Moreover, although Charlotte is not very smart and sometimes stupid, she has a good memory. In addition to her own lifelong event, she is more worried about her mother's health. Indeed, Queen Louise's health has not been very good recently, especially after leaving Berlin. What's wrong, Charlotte? What are you worried about? Maria still saw the trouble on the child's face, so she asked here. Nothing. If you have something on your mind, you can tell your sister, Charlotte. The Queen Mother has not been feeling well recently. She always holds her hands to her chest, like this. Charlotte also made a gesture of holding her heart with both hands. If the silly boy Nicholas was called over, even if he was not talking to him about a wife, he would probably feel tempted. After all, this boy is very knowledgeable. He knows that his master has not married, but he always runs to the salons of French women outside. Her Majesty's chest is uncomfortable, probably because of the heart and lungs. Yes, the Queen Mother always feels uncomfortable and has been resting in the room recently. Speaking of which, Queen Louise's physical condition is indeed not very good. Solovyov still wants to tell Charlotte what to do, but Maria said at this time, since it is related to the health of Her Majesty the Queen, I think there is a doctor here. This Baron still knows how to take care of his body. Why don't you let him go with you? Charlotte, what do you think? Facts have also proved that there is always someone who likes to sell out teammates. However, to see Queen Louise, he still had to go to her suite. Solovyov's first reaction was not to go, but Maria had already pushed him out, so he had no choice but to go. Charlotte was very happy. After all, Sister Maria was willing to find someone to help. That's right. After all, they will be a family in the future. The Queen was indeed very unwell, and her face was not looking good, but the color of her lips was normal. But when taking her pulse, it can be felt that she was still quite weak. Your Highness, you should not worry about the current situation. Sometimes, you have to believe in God's arrangements. Baron, you are a very talented young general. If you were in the era of King Frederick the Great, you would probably become his pen pal. This is the case with your frequent correspondence with Archduke Carol. I believe you are a rational person, not the kind of religious person who is willing to be a humble servant of God. At this point, Queen Louise began to cough again. It's just your problem. Although it's here, the cause of the disease lies in the current situation. Yes, I know from the court attendants that you have advised my husband. I love him deeply, but at this time, his behavior. But you should also be at ease and have a good rest. If possible, you can try to use Salvia miltiahiza and some of the following herbs to recuperate. However, this cannot be called treatment. After all, I'm not a professional doctor. And there is donkey hide gelatin. Solovyov was still quite careful when writing down the prescription. As for the Queen's physical condition, she also needs to be massaged. It's just that touching the Queen's feet is somewhat disrespectful, but it still needs to be said. Your Majesty, I think there is one more thing, that is, I need to massage your feet. It doesn't matter, you are also kind enough to treat me. Although you can't cure my husband's problem, I'm still willing to listen to you as a doctor. Speaking of which, if she were the monarch of Prussia, she might be more reliable. She was even very sensible. She just let the attendants help her take off her shoes and socks, and just lay on the bed. Your Highness, that's probably it. Massaging these few spots is good for the heart. Chapter 452, the latest victim of the Imperial Village secret scroll. Solovyov's technique is good, which he learned from Larissa. To serve her comfortably, you also need to take care of her body. In addition to prescribing medicine, you also need to be in the right position. Anyway, it's no problem for him to massage Queen Louise's feet now, but this queen is from Prussia. If she needs someone to take care of her for a long time, she still needs a caring person. However, looking at Princess Charlotte, who is eager to try this job, naturally cannot be let her do it. However, it's not that there is nothing else she can do. Thank you, Baron. It seems that you rely on this. You should. However, the Queen swallowed back what she was about to say. She is good in every way, but her health is not good, and she is too gossipy. Even Alexander, a foreign monarch who has a good relationship with them, has to make up stories. Of course, it was also because Constantine himself made too much fun, and there was no testing agency in this era that could prove this kind of relationship, except that the relationship between mother and child has always been certain. However, Solovyov was quite funny, and he then took up the conversation. Your Highness, I'm indeed favored by ladies, not only because I can take care of people. Do you feel better? It's just that my feet hurt a little. You were too rough. If it was a dislocation or fracture, it would probably hurt more at that moment. You just felt a little pain. If it was a lady, the technique might not be so painful. Well, since you said so, you can find a maid to learn from you. But Charlotte, children of this age are always curious, just like my brothers and sisters. Yes, is there any way to keep them focused on something? I heard that you are also a teacher to Grand Duke Nicholas and Grand Duke Mikhail in the Russian court. I knew the Queen would say that. When massaging her feet, I had to think about the issue of children's education. The Valkyrie mentioned by Napoleon and Caulaincourt is actually a good wife and a loving mother at home, and her attack power is not that strong. But Solovyov didn't know where the root was until he saw Maria's expression. It seems that this girl must have used the Russian court education as a topic of conversation in the salon and let Queen Louise know about it. She is not a gossipy woman, but Queen Louise is gossipy enough, and she has the attribute of getting to the bottom of things. Mishap, this is indeed what I said. You made my brother Nicky, who doesn't like to study, do well in his studies now. As a sister, I care about my brother's studies. As a mother, I will naturally take care of my own children. At this point, Queen Louise embraced her two daughters, one on the left and one on the right. The younger one went straight into her mother's arms, and the older Charlotte was a little embarrassed. If it's the two older princes, we can arrange some homework for them, and it's best if the tutors are more professional. In this regard, although our emperor has only arranged tutors for the two princes, he is also preparing to establish a school in the imperial village, and now there is a preparatory course. Whether it's a noble or a commoner, they should receive a full education, rather than being left alone, and they need to have rational thinking. Of course, by saying this, he is promoting his Ryazan secret scroll or Imperial Village secret scroll, which can also be called Imperial Village secret scroll. Learning does require hard work. Moreover, Queen Louise went a step further. Even girls can do it. Princesses Charlotte and Alexandrina did not know how terrible this beautiful Russian general was on this issue. Perhaps when he was with them before, Solovyov's performance was more graceful than the Prussian soldiers, and he was also very good at taking care of them, which always gave them some illusions. Solovyov thought about it and believed that education should be equal, but the girls' schools in Russia generally studied basic literary knowledge and social etiquette, mainly for noble ladies. But Queen Louise's words, she should want to do it all at once. Although it's hard to answer, if anything happens, it's all in Prussia, and it has nothing to do with Russia. Of course, Your Majesty, you can do it according to your wishes, but in Berlin, there should be no such conditions now. We will always return to Berlin, no matter what way. If peace can be restored, Your Majesty can naturally decide everything. After all, in our country, the Queen Mother Maria Feodorovna is often in charge of education. Then Larissa August doesn't care about these things. When Queen Louise spoke, it was really easy to be trapped by her. Solovyov reacted quickly, even pretending to be confused. You are talking about? Of course it's your queen. She has always been an image of a literary girl. She should be very interested in this aspect, right? If you are talking about our queen, she does support running schools, especially in the Imperial Village Preparatory School and the Smolny Palace Girls' School. However, our country has its own national conditions. The test questions used in the palace are also used in schools run by French expatriates. Having said that, Queen Louise also thought it was feasible. That's possible, but I don't know how you arrange this kind of homework. In fact, in our country, as you know, there may be a lot of people who speak French, so there will be this situation, but there is a lack of German test papers. In the summer, the doctor suggested that I go to a cooler place for recuperation, but it's like this now. It doesn't matter, Louise, we can go to St. Petersburg, just where my brother is. Maria and Solovyov did not communicate in advance, but their ideas were indeed closer. Solovyov only thought of asking the queen to take her children to St. Petersburg, and Maria even thought of Alexander. Of course, Maria and Louise are neighbors, and she is currently only thinking about the relationship between Weimar and Berlin, and has not thought about finding a wife for her brother. But if she is told about Princess Charlotte, she will agree. As for Solovyov, he just wants Nicholas to meet Charlotte. Charlotte is a little crazy. If she meets Nicholas, well, we can go then. Queen Louise also feels that the current situation is not optimistic, and if she needs to take the children to St. Petersburg, she will still go. In fact, the queen is more knowledgeable than the king about the problem of Königsberg, and she also knows that it may not be able to be defended now. It is the hard work of the Russian army and the bad weather that prevent the French army from continuing to pursue. As for taking the children to St. Petersburg, although it is also a last resort, it is necessary to make long-term plans now. After seeing that there was a way, Solovyov also put on a business smile on his face. No matter how smart Queen Louise was, she could not detect what he was thinking. As for Maria, she also had to ask, "You actually invited Queen Louise to St. Petersburg? It is a question whether Prussia can continue to exist. If the queen really wants to live here for a long time, it seems unlikely that she will return to Berlin in the near future. You are a person who comes from a merchant family, although you are also a noble." Solovyov rarely heard Maria talk to him like this. She was obviously also thinking about something. "But you are always more calculating, Martha. You know, I have always had this habit of calculating many things. As for what I thought of, what do you think of Princess Charlotte? What do you want?" "Of course it's for Nicholas. If I want to marry a wife in the future, even if it is a marriage alliance, I have to find a girl who knows me well, and she must be worthy of the marriage alliance, and at the same time, she cannot threaten the policy arrangements. If it is Austria, I'm not at ease. Habsburg, who knows if it will become a breeding of poisonous insects." Alexandra was lucky not to marry Grand Duke Joseph before. Although the Grand Duke had a good character, he was a bit of a wife killer. Now, she and William were living happily in Württemberg, so you're eyeing that girl. But when the time comes to find a suitable wife for Nicholas, the emperor must agree, and there are many princesses to choose from. Maybe we can arrange for someone somewhere else who is of the right age. "Yes, but why are you touching my belt?" Maria was the one who was always more proactive after getting married. "Don't run away, you have to stay in Jelgava for a few days." "The test paper? That's easy. I'll write a letter to General Langsdorff in St. Petersburg. He should have the latest test papers. The content of these test questions has been compiled all the time. In the past, they were only used by Nicholas. However, it would be more fulfilling to replicate the little troubles that Nicholas and Mikhail encountered with Queen Louise's cubs. Although Solovyov was not a first-tier demon king on the battlefield, but a warrior who challenged the demon king, he was a complete demon king in school education. In the future, the royal families of Europe will probably be shrouded in the terror of a set of papers from Rouen. Another small problem was that after Maria grabbed his belt, she also pulled the corner of his clothes, and when she saw that there was no one around, she came closer. "Malashenka, what are you doing? I think I like you, although I have a husband who loves me very much. Like and love are probably two different concepts. And you know, when I was with Madame Racamia and in Paris, I also had a lover there. However, there are things that cannot be said. If you say something that cannot be said, it may be fatal. Marrying my husband was mother's arrangement. I liked you very much before I got married, but the gap between our statuses was too big. Even if you were from an earl's family, perhaps I could have begged my father to let me marry someone lower than you, like those British princesses. Besides, there would be no interference from Parliament or the Privy Council. But this is unlikely. You're already married, and I'm also preparing to get married. Although I watched Katya grow up, the result of the engagement cannot be changed, at least before I get married. At least we can be together often, and you weren't as cunning as you are now." Maria's eyes really couldn't be refused, and she was indeed quite proactive. "But, this, you are a thief who steals people's hearts. It's okay to kiss me, and my child needs to grow up healthily. Thank you for the herbs you prescribed. This is what I should do, and my heart is not feeling well either. You should give me a good massage. I thought you would resist this kind of thing." It's not a problem. The doctor used to apply some ointment made of insects on my feet. It sounds disgusting to use your method. Speaking of which, in terms of family relationships, Mariah has to call her little fairy cousin. She may have learned bad things a long time ago, but she just doesn't have the opportunity to show it. Among Paul's children, the safety factor is higher with the smart Elena. Apart from letting Solovyov wear women's clothes, she has never caused him any trouble. There is also Alexandra. The remaining girls, even the little Anna, and the girls raised in the palace, are not easy to deal with. Moreover, Mariah was still tapping Solovyov's chest with her fingers, and then slowly approached. Malashenka, what are you doing? If we kiss, we are not children anymore, and this is a rather troublesome matter, although there are not many people in the Yelgova palace. It doesn't matter, I just like you very much. Mariah was indeed very proactive. Although Ekaterina was the most ambiguous, she had only been ambiguous with her brother, her sweetheart, and even with her cousin's husband. Yes, Prince Bagration was their brother-in-law. So close, even the light pockmarks and freckles on Mariah's face were clearly visible. Speaking of which, there was no reason to refuse in this way. When he lived in the Yelgova palace, he had to bear this risk. As for the kiss, it can be felt that Mariah was more active and enthusiastic. When she kissed Larissa in the past, it was more immature and felt very sweet. Mariah was very active and enthusiastic, and she was also relatively tall, so she just stuck to Solovyov's arms. Malashenka, I have to say, you are really charming. Now you can't run away. If you have time, you can come to me often. But I won't come here often. I will return to the Legion in a few days. I still need to fight against Napoleon. No matter what the outcome, I hope you can come back home as soon as possible. Having said that, I would like to spend more time with you. Thinking about it, she often caused Solovyov a lot of trouble when she was a child, and now she is just more troublesome. Chapter 453 Artwork Purchases for the Solovyov new home. It was okay to play with Mariah. If she was still a child, it would be okay if she was kissed or took the initiative to kiss. Now the situation is different. Now she is married to Saksweima. When Solovyov and Larissa went to bed, they were more or less in love, and they all knew that some things could only be done quietly. But Mariah, after all, was the emperor's sister, so there was nothing wrong with a little ambiguity. If she went a step further, it was obvious that she had some intentions. Especially leaning in his arms like this. Although Mariah's appearance was relatively backward among the sisters, she did have a good figure, which could be felt, because the two of them were so close. In general, it was just so big. Solovyov's data needed to be updated. Even though Mariah was already a mother, she was still that little child in his mind, but because of genetic factors and habit problems, her butt was a little bigger than her sister's. For having children, this might be a good body shape. Although little Katar had a good figure, he couldn't have checked it because of the age difference. If such a little lady took the initiative, it would still be hard to resist. Sometimes it's just so troublesome in Europe. And Mariah is also very young. She just turned 21, and she is even full of youth. But don't mention those hateful Austrian painters to her. The effect of the painting makes her face look very old. In addition, there is also a very dangerous thing, which Solovyov has always been easy to ignore. Although under the advocacy of the Empress Dowager and the popularity of the imperial skirt, corseted clothes have bid farewell to most parts of Russia, but women's clothes are still very convenient to do those things. After being here for a long time, it is indeed easy to forget that he even imported silk and finished products from Italy and sold nightgowns and various lined petticoats to noble ladies in Petersburg. For this business, he also has a business partner, Mariah's aunt. But Mariah didn't want to go further. She was not as lustful as Sylvia and Paulina. Kissing was at most ambiguous. Among the sisters, she was unexpectedly the most proactive one. But considering her sometimes careless tomboyish personality, if it weren't for the fact that she had put more effort into music and dance to make her look more ladylike, she would have hidden some of her nature. Okay, Miss Cap, that's it. We will each quietly return to our own rooms. I'll go back to take care of the children. And what are you going to do? Sleep. She was too proactive, which made Solovyov feel a little tricky. After all, Larissa was more gentle and considerate, and now he had to be more careful. In the future, if he was not careful, it would be a small matter to overturn the car in Shurefield. Fortunately, although Mariah was proactive and difficult to deal with, she was easy to serve, and she could be satisfied with pulling and kissing. It would take some time to live in the Jelgava Palace. After knowing that he was here, there were indeed letters from Petersburg. Recently, Belzoni, who he hired, returned to Petersburg from Rouen, and his main responsibility was the construction of his manor. Before going to the expedition, Solovyov had some ideas about the decoration plan, and he also told his family about it. Although the Rococo style is more girly, this manor is used to marry a daughter-in-law, so naturally the woman's requirements must be taken into consideration. Little Kataya's requirements in this regard are surprisingly not high. Although she comes from a famous family, her personal requirements for life are very simple. Since her brother Miska arranged the decoration of the new house in this way before getting married, she can't raise any opinions. Speaking of which, this child is really suitable to appear at home as a housewife, and she is also enthusiastic about charity. She has a small wish, which is to build a poorhouse after marriage, to take care of those helpless women, and adopt orphans, or children whose parents are unable to raise them. This is relatively easy to satisfy. If it is to restore history, she will be buried in the crypt of her own poorhouse in the end, but with the changes of the times in Petrograd, Leningrad and St. Petersburg, the original location of the poorhouse has become a warehouse. In this letter, Belzoni mentioned that the future wife is more concerned about the poorhouse. Apart from this, she did not make any requirements for the decoration of the house. It's just that on the issue of decorative artworks, the Italian is now in trouble. In the past, he had some ability to identify artworks in the monastery. Now that he wanted to purchase some paintings and statues, he naturally had to ask for their opinions. Belzoni only knew his boss's business acumen, and he didn't know his hobby for artworks. He just knew that he was very interested in Mrs. Lebrun's parent-child paintings. In addition, some men always have some special needs, such as Rubens, who was admired by Mrs. Lebrun. Even if he painted girls, he was full of power. As for mythological themes, there are always some people who want to see the content, and unlike the third edition of the Sun, this can be regarded as art, and the problem of art is not a big problem. Solovyov has heard a lot of strange stories about Julie, such as a Polish prince who had to dress up as Cupid to be a model, but he still had to wear underwear. Of course, Julie is her mother's favorite model, and even her bathing appearance must be painted. However, in Mrs. Lebrun's paintings, Julie is not without being painted as a smart person. It is not easy for Italy and France to acquire such artworks. After all, Napoleon passed by places. Although he was not a veteran soldier like Massena who robbed money, food, and women, he had a high ability to identify artworks. Many precious artworks in Italy were collected to France. Many of them became private collections, and some were sold publicly in exchange for funds. Napoleon knew the secret of freeloading. He forced Spain to be a sucker, gave Louisiana to France, and sold it to the Americans. Speaking of which, this transaction was not legal. If you look into it, if the Vienna system really cares about it, that is, the United States is too far away, and there is nothing valuable on the Great Plains. However, it is not known whether European countries will regret selling it to Americans, and the local Indians are afraid that they will be unlucky. But Spain's freeloading reminded Solovyov that there must be a lot of artworks there. If the Peninsular War breaks out, a large number of exquisite artworks will definitely be lost from there. If it falls into the hands of the British, they really don't know how to appreciate it, and they are also accustomed to plundering. If it were the French, although they were also cultural relic thieves, the French were more knowledgeable, and could be considered elegant thieves, better than the British who did not distinguish between good and bad, and even shaped the appearance of the building according to their own ideas, and plundered reliefs and various cultural relics. That was really a waste of natural resources. Even in Russia, they hoped to understand the matter to some extent, and they still conducted research after stealing. When it came to the Germans, there were even thieves with great integrity who advised their companions not to steal those precious murals. As for the looters of the Temple of Athena, the arsonists of the old summer palace, the founders of the Great Eating in Bengal, and Lord Elgin's family, they were insects among insects in Britain. Today's British are more or less face-saving. The local gentlemen are not willing to be thieves like this, and they also have a lot of complaints about the looting of old Elgin. But Solovyov, when it comes to art transactions, France can no longer be relied on. He calculated his property and found that under his father's management, although he was not very rich in St. Petersburg, after some comparison, at least in the countryside of Ryazan, the Solovyov family was still a noble family with a very good family background. Although these people with titles were not as rich as many families, they did have a lot of property. Anna of the Orlov family, her father was still alive, and the property he left to this only daughter in marriage was 3 million rubles. The will had been notarized, and it was endorsed and stamped by Alexander himself. Considering that among the tangible assets of this Orlov, the most valuable of her family's collection was undoubtedly the breeding of the Orlov trotter horse, which made cultural things look inconspicuous. Besides, the 5 brothers of the Orlov family did not have any advantage in culture. Their wealth relied on the favor and trust of the Empress, and the byproduct was a huge amount of wealth in Maria's uncle Alexei. The current estimated value of the Solovyov family's property is 2 million rubles. Grandpa got 400,000 rubles through smuggling and corruption, which almost cost Peter the Great his life. This time, Dad relied on patents, operating rights and equity to make the family property reach 5 times the peak period. Although the times have changed, you can still buy some artworks. Belzoni is really suitable for this. You know, Belzoni is famous in history for his expedition to Egypt. Although he destroyed more things, he found a lot of things in the temples and valleys, and also discovered a huge temple. Let him buy art collections for his employer, and finally the negative effect has turned into a positive effect. Anyway, Solovyov has always been fair in doing things, and he also considers that he has to pay. When Napoleon was in great chaos in Spain, because of the intervention of the Spanish Bourbon idiots, it would be very troublesome. However, Solovyov is also quite tasteful. Now he can easily buy a lot of artworks that will be very famous in the future at a relatively low price. For example, Venus dressing, although it has been hidden from the world for a long time after the painting was completed, it is also a famous collection of the Spanish royal family. In addition to this, there are other precious artworks. In this regard, he can only be regarded as a hobby, and he bought those statues from Peter the Great. At that time, the nobles and civilians of the Orthodox faith were quite resistant. Now more than 80 years have passed, and French culture has been accepted. Those paintings that were unacceptable in the past are now works of art. Can the problem of art be called immoral? Solovyov also did some research. Mrs. Lebrun once explained to him some typical characteristics of painters from the 17th century to the early 18th century. Speaking of which, let alone private courses, it is difficult for even the art academy to hear the content taught by Mrs. Lebrun herself. It can be regarded as a reward for saving Julie's marriage, and some paintings of high value are indeed mentioned here. After all, Julie's father is a famous art connoisseur and buyer of the Bourbon dynasty, and he is quite familiar with the situation in Paris and Madrid. In this regard, Solovyov also felt it necessary to teach Belzoni. On the one hand, he could go to London. If there were some artworks to be sold in London, Belzoni would buy them there. On the other hand, he could also make inquiries through some connections when he went to Madrid. Although Russia and France were at war, diplomats from both sides could still contact each other in Spain, and the relationship was not bad. From Madrid, he could contact Mr. Lebrun's friends and put forward this request. Solovyov knew very well that, although Alexander agreed with his strategy in principle, the Prussian king's play caused the plan, which still had a chance of winning, to fail, and the war would almost end in the summer. At this time, since he was in winter camp, he could still do some private business. Before the Bayern conspiracy, there was no obstruction from Madrid to Moscow, and this distance was enough to build 3 lines of defense in the Kursk salient. As for the situation of some paintings and sculptures, he also decided to give Belzoni such instructions. In addition to the Rococo-style decoration, Solovyov also hoped to dress up his wife with exquisite jewelry when getting married. However, He was disgusted with diamonds, but he proposed to purchase some gem necklaces. After the reply was completed, he attached the list. In addition to these, if possible, he could also go to France to give the letter to Paulina and Sylvia. However, considering the bad relationship between Paulina and Aunt Josephine, they only talked about some problems and sent greetings to their lovers and children. Personal problems are almost done now, and he has to focus more on military affairs. It's not for other reasons. The logistics lines of the Russian army still need to be improved. In addition to the Baltic coast, there is also the line from Smolensk to Brest. The Russian army's current storage is no longer a problem, and a large amount of supplies can be accumulated. But the dispatch to the front line has always been a difficult problem. In addition to the quartermaster general, as the chief of staff, he really needs to make a good distribution. The guards also have to go to the battlefield. In addition, there will be reinforcement and legions. This is no small task. Chapter 454. Peer wants to open a factory in Riga. Part 1. The wound heals very quickly, and you will be fully recovered in a few days. Fortunately it was a knife wound. If it was another wound, there might be shrapnel left. Thank you, doctor. It's just the suture. That's all I can do. I'll remove the stitches for you, but there will still be a scar here. Why, you haven't married yet, and it doesn't look good. This is much better than getting a knife on your face, and no one will usually notice this location. It's not for women to see. If they are held down, no one will notice this place. As for the Venus painting that Solovyov had been eyeing for a long time, the current market price is not high, but it is a treasure of art, and it is also a fine product from the time when the Spanish Habsburgs were just beginning to decline. It's so impressive, probably because it is an earlier painting with a hazy beauty among the Venus-related paintings. Belzoni should be successful, and Solovyov doesn't want to continue living in the Jelgava palace at this moment. Even the gossipy Queen Louise is nothing. Maria is always nagging him, and sooner or later it will develop to the stage where the two of them roll in bed. Maria is not as cautious as Larissa. If she accidentally reveals it, it will be much more explosive than the plot of Ekaterina. After all, they are sisters who were raised together. The younger sister is more talkative, while the older sister is silent and makes a fortune. However, the situation of Maria and Ekaterina is different from the sister plots he was familiar with before. After all, these two are on different tracks, and the other scenes are always two women fighting for a husband. Going to Riga may be able to relax his spirit, and Pierre has written that he will go to Riga to inspect his property recently. This unfortunate Pierre married a wife and cheated on others, especially hooking up with Pierre's friends. Dolokov's fearless temper, even after he was hit in the duel, was not like him at all. You know, the winning streak in the duel has always been a competition between Dolokov and Fyodor Tolstoy. Dolokov may only pursue the total winning record in the future. As for Pierre's affairs, he really couldn't help. Unlike Andrei, who left the army to take care of his family after returning home, Solovyov has been serving in the army, and he has made many contributions and received many medals. The scale of the industry left by Count Bezukov is indeed quite shocking. This is probably the strength of the richest man in Moscow. If all the properties are counted, Prince Yusupov, Count Stroganov and Uncle Alexei can be said to be the top 3 in Russia. Although the total scale of the property left by Count Bezukov is lower than that of the above, it is huge in scale and has many places in Russia. It is not an easy task to manage. Pierre has always been worried. Although the old Count of the Rostov family has been comforting him, this matter does not sound happy after all. As for Riga, Solovyov is also very clear that in this state, he may have to keep fishing. After all, Alexander heard that a foreigner and a new chief of staff who came on temporarily had managed to tie with Napoleon in the end, and even claimed victory in the internal propaganda. In this way, there must be masters in Petersburg who are eager to use the connections to come to the front of the army to score points. Because of this, Grand Duke Constantine had to step forward to solve the problem, drive away those who wanted to score points, and actually form a frontline army with a total strength of 160,000 people with the East Prussian Army and the Baltic Navy. Although Solovyov wanted to change the name of Constantine's large army group to Western Front at this level, and the Danube Front was the Southwestern Front, but this opinion was still rejected. After all, there is no battle line. Although I'm a court eunuch, I have heard something about military affairs. You are still a little fanciful, Miss Ha. What I mean is that although you are capable and can fight against Napoleon with Count Langevin, that great man, it is a great achievement anyway. Thank you, Peer. You are still so sincere, unlike those other people. What I'm worried about now is your family problems. After all, Peter Ivanovich and I are from the same school, and we are both close to the emperor. If you want to divorce and submit a petition, we are not afraid of breaking up with the Kurokin family. And Prince Alexander himself can understand this situation, and will not stand with Prince Vasily. Yes, but this is not in line with doctrine after all, and you know. Pierre spoke like this, always hesitant, but although his misfortune deserves sympathy, because he is so rich, it is hard to say what will happen at the moment. Even if Helen extorted a large sum of money from him and then separated, this was only a small part of the property left by Count Bezukov. Okay, let's not talk about this. I heard that you joined the Freemasons? Yes, that priest. I don't mind what organization you join. Although I'm against the Freemasons, it does not affect our friendship. Also, it seems that my advice to the emperor to tax inheritance and gifts, and to protect the distribution of inheritance, and avoid being embezzled, has some effect on you. Pierre could not have thought that the problems faced by the daughter of the Bruce family before had a wide impact. Even this directly affected the inheritance of property among the nobles, and the will may not be able to guarantee the inheritance of property. Prince Vasily Kurokin obviously took advantage of some loopholes. Even the petition to protect the great nobles could not stop him from forcing Pierre to give him a wife. Speaking of which, that family is all bad. The old and the women are for money, and the men are all coveting beauty. He and Ippolit were friends, but Anatoly was just a brother who was equally filthy. Ippolit was usually limited to teasing and flirting, and both of them had offended Andrei. But this is also a bit troublesome. Prince Vasily, as you know, wanted to intervene in the management of my family property. The scale of your family's property is really too large, and my father is afraid that he can't help. Although my family is a professional housekeeper, the descendants of Uncle Fyodor are now working as housekeepers. In this way, you might as well let your cousins intervene. Countess Katish's fight for the family property is just to give her sister a generous dowry when she gets married. This method is only one of them. After all, in comparison, those ladies are still very close blood relatives, not as bad as Prince Vasily. In addition, Solovyov's opinion that he and his future father-in-law were both named Vasily was somewhat like you don't deserve the surname Zao. But this is just a thought. The other party is a noble from the Kurokin family. As for the original book, only this family's surname has not been changed. There is always a feeling that something is going on. But putting aside these issues, Solovyov really has to help Pierre run it well. I can understand this idea, but, Pierre, if you only use hundreds of thousands of serfs to work in the manor, it is obviously a backward practice that is not worth the cost. I also have some ideas, but I have never had the opportunity to implement them. If the serfs are liberated in the manor and given a certain amount of knowledge, even if they are only half free and attached to your manor, Pierre will support the liberation of serfs, and Prince Yusupov, Solovyov's neighbor, also supports it. In the feudal serfdom in Europe and the slavery in the United States, the big landowners and slave owners are more inclined to gradually liberate, and the strange thing is that there are always some capitalists who have bad intentions. Although it is progressive compared to the feudal land dependence relationship, it is more or less hoped that this one sandwiched between the advanced form and the primary form. Sometimes you should be a human being. Solovyov's idea is that there are still many places to start when changing this world. One of the most important places is education. He is the teacher of Grand Duke Nicholas and Grand Duke Mikhail, so he can influence these two children just like Leharp influenced Alexander. In the middle, through the education of the elite schools of the nobility, whether it is girls' schools or middle schools and universities, these relatively progressive elite children should also be aware of the problem. However, the situation of the Decembrists is somewhat embarrassing. Their ideas are good, but they are very bad in execution. If they are given a more standardized education, they can think relatively rationally. This road is actually not optimistic. After all, Alexander II got off the car and took the bomb, which also proved that the quality of the bulletproof carriages produced in France is still excellent. but some people should not be so radical. The main business should be to do things steadily first, understand the real sufferings of the Russian people, and then it will not be too late to change the emperor's life. For the vast majority of the poor people in Russia, education is the most critical. With Pierre's financial resources, he still has the ability to open schools in his own relatively large manor. Pierre, I think you should open a school first. Every manor and village with a solid house can start a school and form rules and regulations. It is not too difficult to have such standardized supervision in your industry. If he needs manpower, the literate servants in his family can manage it effectively. There is no essential difference between working for the deceased master and working for the current master. Due to the special environment of Russia, these people always depend on their masters. Even the 4 brothers of the Solovyov family were all granted nobility during the reign of Catherine I, and 3 of them had the title of baron, but they were still dependent on the Menshikov family. As for the masters' fall, they became the local masters of Rouen, but they did not lose their traditional skills, and have always been managers in the aristocratic circle. It is not surprising for middle and low-level nobles to cling to ties like this. As for Baron Sergei, he can get some opportunities by working for the son-in-law of the Dolgorukov family. Even in the royal family, it is not immune to the common practice. Paul, who is determined to change the status quo in Russia, has his most trusted confidant, Count Kutasov, who is also a personal barber. In the final analysis, he is still a servant of the monarch. As for Alexander, there are even a group of slaves of higher levels gathered around him. Solovyov can always feel that, if he goes to Beijing, it will not be much different from Petersburg. Even a large number of young nobles who have been influenced by the Jacobins and the French Revolution have realized the problems in Russia. Although the problem is related to the system in Russia since Rurik, the role of the Tsar's little father has always existed, but it is not necessarily a strong monarch. Think about it. Before Peter the Great, only Ivan the Terrible had a sense of existence. The remaining Tsars should not have much path dependence. Some of them have no sense of existence, and they have even been beaten by the Poles. In this way, Pierre can also agree with his ideas. I think this can be done, and I did come to Riga to be related to several manors here. One of my stewards received a letter mentioning that many buildings in the local manors are in disrepair and should be either put up for sale or, if they are to be renovated, it will cost some money. Mishap, money is not a problem. I would like to do something according to your idea, especially in Riga, which is close to St. Petersburg, and you and Sergei Yosipovich are often here. It is not difficult to hire a manager to take care of the affairs of the manor. Well, then, I think there should be some changes here in Riga. If you just build on the manor according to my idea, then repaint the houses and let the children of freed serfs study in class and use knowledge to change their destiny. This is also very fulfilling. Although such truly kind-hearted masters can be found in the Russian upper class, and they are of a certain scale, it is still relatively rare to find such obedient masters who are willing to follow the arrangements of their friends. In addition, Solovyov can also see that, although Pierre is not suitable for participating in politics, he will be depressed in social occasions because of his wife's problems. But it is still feasible for him to transform into a philanthropist, and to transform from a large landowner aristocrat to a lord, who protects the peasants of the territory. This is also caused by the environment in Russia at this time. Solovyov now has a family and a business. His father and himself are still in the state of I have a lot of family wealth, so naturally he is not in a hurry to go to the revolution. However, even if he becomes a lord, he will not change his idea of always wanting to betray the class. But as a lord, he can betray the ruling class of the Three Mountains. But in modern times, he can't be an accomplice of the lord. Doing bad things and oppressing others will always make you feel guilty. But if you change to doing good deeds, it is still easier to accept psychologically. Chapter 455. Pierre wants to open a factory in Riga, Part 2. When thinking about this problem, we also have to take into account the location of Riga. After all, it is a port. The grain trade in the Baltic Sea has long been controlled by the Hanseatic League. In essence, the series of land and sea battles between Sweden and Russia in the eastern part of the Baltic Sea were all carried out around the dominance of the Baltic trade. The development of Sweden and Russia has a lot to do with the dominance of grain trade. This is also why Prussia has always coveted the territory of the Kingdom of Poland and Lithuania, and finally pulled Russia to pretend to be a tiger and forced Austria to end. Although the cousin also did it, Prussia, the villain, does not seem to have any responsibility because of a huge Russia and can only be said to have no Poland. But after Napoleon entered the scene, overseas trade will obviously be greatly affected. In addition to the manor, Pierre's industry in Riga also includes the resources of the Riga Chamber of Commerce left by his father. Speaking of which, if it was someone else, he would have been dead long ago if he had obtained the status of a count and the huge family property as an illegitimate child. But Pierre, who looks like a fat guy, is always ambitious and is determined to make changes. Such qualities are indeed very valuable. If you really compare them, the people of the Kurakin family, if you were here, Pierre, if you were doing export-oriented trade, it would depend on which side of France and Britain has the upper hand. If a peace treaty can be finally concluded this year, you would run the trade of exporting grain and raw materials to France and Prussia. If the country of Prussia can still exist, the entire country has been plundered by the French and it really needs revival. If you import grain to Prussia at this time, you can help the King of Prussia to stabilize grain prices. Although the good thing about His Majesty King Frederick William is that there are only two of us here, I can say that he is a little incompetent. But the Queen is very knowledgeable. I visited this beautiful and respectable lady in Jelgov many times. Of course, it is unlikely to go further. The one who has been ambiguous with him recently is Maria, and Queen Louise now seems to be very loyal to her marriage and has a good relationship with her husband. But they all live in our country now, and the war with France is going on. I hope to win. If so, perhaps as the Chief of Staff of the East Prussian Corps, I can directly help you speak. Although you are all in the palace, your position as a eunuch is nominal, but as a teacher of the two Grand Dukes, it is still a real position. Of course, when I arrived in St. Petersburg, I heard in the palace that His Royal Highness Nicholas has made great progress in his studies recently. Pierre came from St. Petersburg and brought Nicholas' recent performance. This did not disappoint me in arranging homework for him. By the way, Pierre, if this war ends in failure or a peace agreement, in this environment, Russia's biggest loss is probably Napoleon's continental blockade policy, which will harm those who rely on trade with Britain and the interests of their group. In the Riga Chamber of Commerce, there is indeed such an opinion. They tend to lean towards France on the one hand and Britain on the other. Businessmen are always two-faced, but those of us who are in the 14th level official rank always have to have our own stance. Pierre, if possible, you can consider doing the timber and grain business in the next few years. This is the traditional export business. In addition, it is to build factories. It is best to form an industrial chain of processing industry in Riga. What is an industrial chain? It is like a river, divided into the upper reaches, middle reaches and lower reaches. In this kind of industrial chain, raw materials and some basic processing are here. A certain degree of fine processing is here, and those places downstream. However, Solovyov used the river as a metaphor, which is somewhat different from the actual upstream and downstream supply. But Pierre can understand it. After all, in the past few years in Paris, he went to the salons and banquets held by the wives of bankers, which was not free. With his character, going there is not like the French. But Solovyov did it, although Mrs. Rakemia moved to St. Petersburg by herself. If that's the case, we will always have to export. Pierre, I think you should answer this question now. Are you talking about me? Yes. After all, the purpose of letting you invest is to make money, not to let you do business at a loss. As friends, Pierre and Andrei may be more close, but in terms of interests, Solovyov, who comes from a family of profiteers, can help him more. Well, I can try mishap. Can we say that, if we only export raw materials, the profit is not much? However, if we process semi-finished products or even finished products, I think that's it. Russia can't always be an exporter of raw materials to others. The strange thing is that Britain had a good relationship with us during the Queen's period, but there is no place for us in the international trade system dominated by the British. For Russia, we have almost all kinds of raw materials, but the British always have other places to get these things. Even if they want, they can exclude us from this system. In essence, we still need to have a good relationship with those German princes. This is also the trade chain we need. Peer continued to talk in this seemingly plausible way. Although there may be some deviations in understanding, Peer is a good listener and even an obedient executor. He also respects his friend's opinions. As Solovyov continued to talk, he kept nodding. It's just that the war with France always makes people see no hope. In other words, if the French are willing, what they are doing in Italy and Germany can also be expanded to other places. In order to compete, Napoleon not only wants to weaken the British and carry out the continental blockade, he also wants to take this opportunity to weaken those competitors in Europe. Although this will cause him a lot of losses, killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of his own, and even in the short term, it will not make up for the loss, and it will also condone smuggling trade, but it can also achieve his goal. If Napoleon's ambition is not too inflated, we can even help him. When Solovyov said this, he did not consider that Napoleon was his uncle and the child's second uncle. It was just a conversation as a friend of Peer and a Russian general and Russia's top rich man. Of course, Solovyov actually wanted to make a small contribution, such as the army was not allowed to do business. Although there was a bit of double standards in this regard, Solovyov himself tried not to move. He let his father run the business, and he only came up with inventions and ideas, and obtained some franchises. Riga is located close to the Russian border, and is more suitable for export-oriented industries. However, considering Sweden and Denmark at the doorstep, when the relationship with France is good, Denmark can be convenient. When the relationship with Britain is good, Sweden is also an optional channel. In short, Russia's diplomacy and trade should be more flexible. What's more, there is an alternative northern route. Although Solovyov has always claimed to be a Ryazan, his family moved from Arkhangelsk, where his family made their fortune, and there are many relatives from his hometown. But it is undeniable that there is such a King Gustav in Sweden, and it is hard to say what will happen. Without Bernadette's preferential treatment of prisoners, the Swedes should not have changed the royal family, right? For the sake of Larissa, although Sweden may be beaten, it cannot be beaten to death and let outsiders get away with it. Therefore, Solovyov still has a lot to consider. And on the Baltic side, the most unstable factor is probably this guy. However, Alexander would not do anything to him so far, because of his relative's face, even if it would embarrass his wife and sister. But if he wants to die, no one can stop him. Gustav of Sweden seemed to be born to oppose Russia. If the big one is peace brought by defeat, it is inevitable. As for the future, it's just that you think of these, and it's only foreign trade. We haven't mentioned factories yet. On the one hand, it's food processing, and there are also local stores. Is it just this supply method? First of all, what Solovyov wanted to deny the most was opening supermarkets in the 19th and early 20th centuries. He thought more of department stores like Kiel & Company. Although the origin of this company is already as high as the squid content, its operation is still very meaningful. Locally established factories for local supply are the norm for early department stores. Russia is so big that there have been serious supply problems since the time of Kievan Rus, all the way to Novgorod, Moscow and other principalities. The problem is that when Vasily went to get food, he really didn't get a wagon, and there were great difficulties in transportation and storage. Moreover, with Russia's backward productivity, it often produced inferior products in the end. Therefore, to promote it, farmers need to have certain knowledge, so that they can improve the products. Otherwise, there would not be a self-taught master like Maturin. It's just that his theory, after being carried forward by later generations, has become the old Ivan next door theory, which is completely on the wrong path. Solovyov also knew that he had some talent in military affairs. If he ran a business in peacetime, it would be no problem to pull relationships or operate the business with the thinking of the staff. However, with the financial resources of their Novorish family, it is indeed not enough. The most valuable thing about Peer is his heart of gold, but he is most familiar to people in social occasions as a rich and kind fat man. However, this suggestion to Peer can only be made in Russia, where the economy is relatively developed, and citizens have certain consumption and purchasing power. Before 1812, don't consider operating too many industries in Moscow. But the Baltic coast is very suitable. Especially in these places, the Baltic Germans and locals always have a certain consumption capacity, which is very different from the situation in the inland of Russia. If Peer is willing, he can operate slowly. Riga and St. Petersburg can be a start, and then this system can be promoted to Russia, and even moved abroad. After all, his asset level is still very resistant to damage in this era, when logistics is not yet developed. Even if a daughter-in-law like Helen cheated him of a large sum of money, it would not shake his position as the richest man in Moscow. In addition to this consideration, Solovyov also considered Peer, and hoped that his assets would be transferred out of Moscow, at least not on this popular route, chosen by Napoleon and the mustache. Wait until everything is over, and then choose to return to Moscow, and in this way, the business model of the department store can also be brought to Moscow. Let's not talk about other places first. St. Petersburg and Moscow are not short of rich masters, and there is also a large citizen group. From the low end to the high end, the chain is still very clear. As for the whole plan, Peer, I will help you plan the establishment of the department store after I return from the battlefield. But before that, you still need to try to control the local supply chain. Riga is just the first step. Yes, I understand what you mean. But I'm just telling you this idea. When you really want to put it into practice, you still need reliable people. If you have any business problems, Andrei and his family are now in Tangshan, Smolensk. Maybe he can help you manage internal affairs. As for hiring a manager, don't hire someone who cheats the owner but enriches himself. Even Prince Potemkin's family has encountered such people. He said this, and Peer knew it in his heart. After all, what he lacked the least was such people. At the same time, because of his personal character, he had a lot of friends around him. If you remove those bad friends in the past, there are still some real friends. Even that Dolokhov, he was more or less absurd. Peer's assets in Riga and the huge industries left by his father in various parts of Russia are indeed enviable. There will always be someone to inherit these properties. This was often discussed in the salon when Count Bezukov was critically ill. Compared with letting the Kuragin family squander them, Peer is willing to do what he wants to do, both for him personally and for the future, so that this huge property will fall on the right track. Of course, Solovyov would not have thought that he had told Peer so much, and this was just the beginning of an industrial plan. What Peer can do in the future is beyond his imagination. Chapter 456 Danzig and the New War. The new round of war has not yet begun, but when the thaw began in Eastern Europe and the roads were generally muddy, the French had already begun to prepare. According to the report from Danzig, the French have begun to prepare to blockade the city outside the city, so they will start a siege. Are there any hydrological data there? No, Michelle, you can still find it if you want, but I don't know if the nautical chart is accurate. It was made by the British. When Langeron said this, it really proved that the French would blacken the British when they got the chance, and they could hit the point. Well, if there are unmarked reefs, that's a big problem. Moreover, this kind of thing happened more than once. If you ask the Prussians, I'm afraid they don't even have a proper navy anymore, or this country with an army has no naval tradition. Prussia and Austria, as powerful countries in Central Europe, their navies can be said to be better than nothing. Solovyov would not expect to get any nautical charts from here, but he read a lot of books and could still remember what the place of Courland had done. That's right, when the Principality of Courland was still independent, this country once had Gambia and Tobago as colonies, and in terms of navigation, there must be some skills in it. If you don't know that there was such a small country in America that had colonized, the Knights Hospitaller also had a piece of land in the Caribbean Sea. As for why there were no colonies after Courland, one reason was that the national strength was too weak, and the other was that the Gambia was robbed by the British, and the colonization of Tobago failed. This is also a small country in the Baltic Sea. Colonies across 3 continents are naturally counted, but it is really unethical that the British even robbed Gambia. Therefore, Solovyov still wanted to get some information from the Principality of Courland, but unfortunately, there was none in the end. These were all past events in the 17th century, and the Principality of Courland changed owners several times, and the archives were also severely missing. After getting nothing, Solovyov still looked at the military map provided by the Prussians and fell into deep thought. If we want to act now, even if we send reinforcement, it will be very troublesome. The port of Danzig is located at the mouth of the river. If the French blockade the delta, even if the British are willing to help, it will be difficult for their warships to enter the port of Danzig. Moreover, although the French have always been lame in naval battles, their coastal defense artillery tactics are very good. In terms of the real quality of seafarers, they are actually better than the British. As for the British, they rely on the traitors such as the Duke of Orleans, and France no longer develops a navy, which leads to the British monopoly. It is easy to have all kinds of ugly phenomena. Nelson was brought back to Britain in a barrel of rum, but his confidant secretary died in the naval battle and was thrown directly into the sea. After all, he was just an insignificant little person. Even Nelson's friends were treated in the same way. The deck stained red with Nelson's blood was actually left when he was torn to pieces by a shell. Monopoly stuff, in fact, has no good results. As for those who work behind closed doors, it may be even more funny. They always have to embarrass themselves. These naval talents in Russia only developed a relatively stable naval talents system when they came to Admiral Lushakov. Many naval generals during the Empress's period were even foreigners, or they switched from the army and military engineers. If Danzig is to be defended, it is necessary to ensure that the estuary is in the hands of the local Prussian army or reinforcement. After careful consideration, Solovyov decided to submit his plan to Grand Duke Constantine, and then to the Ministry of War. If the Minister of War doesn't understand, it will be in vain. If it's Sergei Kuzmich, he will probably submit it directly. According to Solovyov's estimate, the French army should launch an attack on Danzig between March and April, and the main direction of the siege is to cut off the supply line. He had conceived this matter before the Russian army started the war in Elor, and he had raised this issue to Langeron and Lestock before recuperating in the Jelgava Palace. At that time, Lestock managed to pass the information to the Prussian army in Danzig, but there was a small problem. That was the intervention of the King of Prussia. In addition to Danzig, Karlsburg in Pomerania was also in the hands of the Prussian army. Frederick William III sent Gneisenau to preside over the defense there and take over the command of the local garrison commander. The King of Prussia attached great importance to both places and did not want to give up either one. According to Solovyov's idea, Karlsburg could not be taken. The Russian and Prussian armies, as well as some Swedish troops transferred from Pomerania, must be concentrated in Danzig. Temporary fortifications must be built at the estuary, and the deployment of the army here must be strengthened. At least 8,000 Russian troops and 3,000 Swedish troops must build fortifications here. Although it is a horn that is most easily broken in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, it can ensure the supply of Danzig port and fortress, and there are more possibilities to defend the city. As for the Russian troops in other directions, they should actually move, so that the French army will be exhausted in several directions. However, Solovyov's home-changing tactic was to use the empty city of Königsberg to attract the French army to move in, and then attack the French transportation lines. The Prussian king firmly disagreed, and Alexander was soft-hearted. He saw that this tactic might threaten the French flank, but he remained indifferent. So, he could only follow a more convincing approach and fight the French in East Prussia. After returning to the headquarters, Solovyov still raised this issue with Langeron and Bagration separately. There is still some time. If we can send 2 regiments of hunters to Danzig in advance, build fortifications at the river mouth, and rely on this place for defense, we can at least ensure that the French army cannot capture this place now. If we want to defend Danzig, it is best to hold on until after July, so that the French army cannot use this place as a rear transit station. At the same time, we can use the Baltic fleet to threaten the enemy from behind. That makes sense, but it's too late. The Navy Department also has Kutuzov, but that one is not pretending to be confused. I'm afraid he is really confused. Langeron said this, and Bagration was also hinting at Solovyov. With a glance, he understood. This can be regarded as a brother who has worked together for 11 years, and there is still a tacit understanding. Even according to Solovyov's idea, the Baltic fleet's movable battleships were formed into a squadron to cover the transport ships, and even the British did not need to support here. However, the East Prussian Corps had no ability to mobilize the navy, and the navy's ships were always in poor condition. The battleships were all in the port at this time. Except for Solovyov's fleet operating in the Atlantic Ocean, no large-scale fleet could operate here. As for transport ships, Solovyov knew from his acquaintances that the transport capacity was sufficient. However, his plan was still under discussion at this time, and the French army had already begun to mobilize troops in February. By March, the coalition forces were still arguing, and Marshal Lefebvre had already led the newly formed 10th Army to appear outside the city of Danzig. By the time the Prussians discovered this problem, there was still time. After all, the terrain in West Prussia has always been the worst, and the surrounding swamps and woodlands are natural defense measures. However, the French army has now taken advantage of the transportation lines, and has already stood on the periphery. At this time, it is the Prussians who should feel the crisis. Frederick William III was originally short of military talents, and the more capable ones in the Prussian army were all sent away in last year's battle. Clausewitz said that he was loyal but too talkative, so he just started to teach the Crown Prince in the palace. Although this is to make the best use of the resources, Crown Prince Frederick William is the kind of monarch and man who can't be tough. It's better to rely on Prince William and Prince Frederick Carroll. This is probably the few places where the King of Prussia has not had a negative effect so far. As for his response to the proposal to strengthen the defense of Danzig and increase the defense of the Vistula estuary, it seems too late now. However, in April, taking advantage of the window period of thawing in the southern and western Baltic Sea, Britain and Sweden will send out navies to support. Sweden is still defending Stralsund, which they control, and it is difficult to mobilize a fleet for a while. As for the British, although they can be arrogant in the sea outside Copenhagen, the number of fleets that can come here is limited. The maintenance of the Royal Navy has always been a problem, and how much support can be provided in Prussia is indeed a problem. Just dealing with the French privateers is already a great drain on energy. Now, it is not a good idea for Prussia to do it on its own. Moreover, the French army is already at the gates of the city. At this time, it is advancing westward from East Prussia and Brest. Because the Russian army has suffered heavy losses and is being replenished, only a few reinforcements can be dispatched for a while. However, the mobilization of ships is also a big problem. This is not a game report of Europa Universalis and Victoria. Dozens of troop transports alone need to be requisitioned. Even some of the Swedish Navy's warships cannot travel at this time because of the freezing of the northern Baltic Sea. In addition, the mobilization of the Russian army also faces considerable difficulties. But in this case, now we can only grit our teeth. It's just that the terrain has strict requirements for both sides. Langeron ordered Baron Sacken to ask the 3rd Division to take the lead in feinting to attract the attention of the French army, so that the main force of the Grand Army cannot be easily mobilized. Next, it is to mobilize transport ships from the Gulf of Riga and ask the Kaminsky Division to reach Danzig. However, the order to mobilize the ships was issued, and problems arose again on the Swedish side. Karlberg and Stralsund were also fighting, and 4 warships of the Swedish Navy had already set out to support them. The 3 battleships that could reach Danzig still needed to mobilize sailors at this time. Although the naval system of the British was very bad, Solovyov sometimes wanted to say something. With the price of 20 shillings for the gangsters to catch a sailor, if people could be caught from the streets of Stockholm, Gothenburg and Marmanau, a fleet would have to be assembled. But Gustav IV did not have this ability, and if the warships of the Swedish Navy faced the temporary artillery of the French army, as well as the 12-pound guns and naval guns on them, I'm afraid there would be no better way. Time was passing, and at the same time, the French 9th Army was still besieging some cities in Silesia that had not surrendered. Although Marshal Lefebvre had an advantage in manpower, the battle in Silesia had been going on for a winter, and the heavy siege artillery was also occupied there. If the war in Silesia ends, the French army will soon be able to mobilize artillery to Danzig, and whether it can hold on is also a question. In addition, the French can also open up the transportation lines of these Prussian strongholds that have not surrendered one by one, and can also grasp the supplies that Prussia still retains in these cities. The most important of these is probably the ammunition and food in Danzig. The Prussian transport captain is good, and even the French army has begun to use a large number of captured Prussian equipment in 1807, and some of them were captured from Austria. So much so that at the Battle of Elor, the Russian army had noticed that the uniforms of some French infantry regiments at this time looked more like their friendly forces. If it weren't for the different logos on the hats on their heads and the French mumbling in their mouths, I'm afraid they would have thought they were Germans with 5 scumbags in the war. As for the food, seized from Prussia and the stored gunpowder, this is even more in large quantities. It can be said that these bullets that hit the Russian army are probably inseparable from the strong support of Prussia. As for what will happen in the future, it is indeed embarrassing now. Solovyov was more worried about how to transport the people up. So he boarded the Neva and prepared to go to Danzig to observe the transportation of the first batch of supplies. In addition, he also had to pay attention to the current attack posture of the French army and how Lefebvre was going to conduct this siege. For this reason, he also went to meet with Kamensky. However, Count Kamensky the Younger also had a sullen face now. As soon as he arrived, he said, "You have all seen that I have not been able to provide timely reinforcement since the rearguard battle in January. But after the Battle of Elor, everyone was like this. But I can't blame anyone. If the situation is not good in Danzig, we must try our best to preserve the troops we have now. By summer, the battle with the French will be decisive. Okay, I will try to get as many brothers back from Danzig as possible, but you have to arrange the ships by then. If the ship does not arrive in time, you have to pay attention to the ground east of Danzig. I have seen the Prussian maps. In addition to the port of Pelor, there are several places along the coast where our army can launch a retreat. I will send 2 liaison officers who are proficient in signals from the headquarters to go with you." "Thank you, Miss Cap. You are really nice." Kamensky the Younger was about to lead his division to Danzig, where there was also a new war. Chapter 457, Swedish Arsehole Pitfalls Teammates. Mobilizing a large number of ships to support Danzig. If it was just transport ships, it would be fine. But to mobilize warships, compared with the large-scale battle between the Empress and Gustav III, which was the largest naval battle in the sailing age and the second largest naval battle in history in terms of the number of ships, it was really not enough. But there is a way. Langeron proposed that the Russian Navy should launch operations in May and June, also considering the progress of sending troops from the Gulf of Finland. There is also a problem. Russian army generals generally do not need to cooperate with the Navy. Except for the battle in the Black Sea, some sieges require the deployment of the Navy, and most of the time they participate in the battle alone. In this way, the Swedish Navy is indeed needed. Solovyov still remembers that Paul once went to Kronstadt for inspection, and after returning, he has always been dissatisfied with the Navy's combat readiness. The Russian army has always been this system. The army can quickly enter a state of war, but the Navy is not the focus of this battle. Therefore, Solovyov only took the Neva that participated in the round-the-world voyage on this trip. "General, look, that's Danzig. It looks like the French have taken action to block the river estuary. If that's the case, if our army transports supplies, it's easy to encounter their artillery blockade. Then what should we do?" "Captain, I have an idea, but it requires a large ship to tow the steamer, but the wind and waves here require risk. After several years of development, there are still a few steamships on the Neva River. If they are towed, they can be used at the mouth of the Vistula River if the rudder and paddle wheel are flexible. However, this also requires sailing on dry land and getting the ship out of the thawing port first." While they were talking, the French also noticed that the Russian fast-sailing ships were approaching the river estuary. According to Marshal Lefebvre's order, all Russian warships that approached would be fired. However, the French cannons, which are usually used in the army, are generally the largest 12-pound guns, and the range is also good, but the Neva took advantage of the wind direction and steering to turn, and was not hit by the shells. It seems that the French army doesn't like to attack the sails and rigging. Then they must have this kind of shells. "General, this is indeed very troublesome. The French are obviously prepared, and the Prussian army in the city has not been able to coordinate in time. We have to wait until Kamensky leads his team to come over before we can use the mirror to communicate." Of course, Solovyov did not take out the signal machine because there were foreign officers on the Neva. It's just that the principle of communication during the operation, if others don't know how you encode, it will be in vain. After all, when the British plagiarize, they never pay copyright fees. Even if Nelson learned Ushakov's tactics, he only wrote a few polite words in the letter, which was considered respect for the elderly. However, what Nelson did to Caracciolo was much more than ordinary retaliation. He was hanged directly. If you can't be hostile to these British guys, try not to be hostile. If you fight with them, you have to fight to death. If they copy it, it will be a big injustice. However, it's not that the British don't have what Solovyov wants, but in Russia, these are all imported openly. Anyway, they won't go to the United States, and the British can't control the technology blockade. Anyway, it depends on money. No one wants to go against money. In order to oppose France, the British have to pay anyway, and they are still needed at sea. It's just that Solovyov didn't react to the incoming ship at the first time. The 18-gun sailboat Bold that was patrolling nearby approached, but the names called out directly were all in English. If it weren't for those specific nouns, it would be an adjective, and sometimes there would be no time to recall. After all, war spite can be contempt for war, but it turns out to be war weariness. Dauntless is unlikely to notice what it is at the first time, even if there are many ship girls on the ground. After all, it was a battleship sunk by a mine in World War I. So it's not surprising that it was missed. If he thought about it, he would probably think that some battleships are a bit weird. But the Enterprise did not have this problem, because the second generation of Enterprise was still a small boat. Although the name of this ship started from this small boat, it would not become a battleship until the appearance of aircraft carriers. However, this kind of thing is probably a naval tradition, and sometimes it cannot be counted as feudal superstition. After the return of the Neva, Solovyov also began to think about how to gain a foothold in the estuary. We need 2 steamships, towed by 2 fast sailing ships, close to Danzig. We can use these 2 ships for repeated transportation, but we also have to pay attention to the wind and waves. Your invention has finally come in handy. Langevin said this with a bit of teasing in his tone. This is not surprising. The idea and design are all his. The core technology comes from France. There are a few nobles in Prince Conde's legion who know how to invent and understand the principles of making steamships. This is how they can hit it off. But the prototype ship cannot withstand the wind and waves. Adding a power system to the river sailing ship makes it more dangerous to sail in the estuary. In the past few years, several ships sailing on the Neva River and Lake Ladoga have capsized due to wind and waves. Therefore, the promotion of steamships is still somewhat difficult. Although sailboats can capsize, this impression has left some nobles in St. Petersburg who like to do things. What's more, the father and son of the Solovyov family have a 15 to 25 year term in the waters because of the franchised shipping rights for steamships, which is also very enviable. As for the unfortunate French marquis, he had a bad life in France, but he also obtained a shipping monopoly in the Sea of Azov in Russia. After all, in France, if someone in the Academy of Sciences does something bad, or if you offend the powerful, you will not get a good result. The situation in Russia is even better. It's just that these great nobles will not hinder your scientific inventions, but if you affect his interests, he will take action. However, there were no helpers from the Baltic fleet, only a few frigates were active nearby. The Swedish Navy was the main force, and the Swedish battleships coming from Gothenburg were large enough to tow Solovyov's 2 pure steamships. But on the first day of the operation, they encountered some minor troubles. As the chief of staff, Solovyov had to supervise the battle in person. After all, this was also a tactical innovation, and amphibious landings had to be carried out. As long as it was not a terrain that was sure to kill them like Gallipoli, it would be fine to go anywhere. Especially the estuary of the Vistula River. Although the water was a bit turbulent, it was still possible to enter and exit from here, which was convenient, but the firepower of the French army needed to be suppressed. For this matter, Solovyov's battle was also quite scary. He wanted a squadron of the Baltic fleet to squat at the estuary, and the Swedish Navy's galleys and frigates to approach the shore. After bombing several artillery positions of the French army at the estuary, reinforcement would be sent over, and operations would be launched behind the French army. The Swedes also agreed, and they agreed to tow 2 steamships closer. But the performance of the Swedish Navy today's weather is not bad. It is really suitable for landing, and for picking up the Prussians in the city. Solovyov was secretly proud. He knew the latest steamship power system. If the maximum power output is, it can still run more than 10 knots. If the boiler does not explode, it is not easy for the French artillery to hit the moving target at this speed. If you want to hit it, you really need to practice artillery skills, or you can ride on the face of the dragon and get close to it and bombard it with shells. In this way, the two steamships arrived at the Prussian defense zone unscathed, bringing heralds and a small amount of supplies, and the Russian-Swedish coalition will soon send a fleet and reinforcement to Danzig for support. The Prussian officers and soldiers saw the steamships and cheered. After all, the friendly ships can be driven without sails. The bumpkins in Berlin have not seen much. Those who can build steam-powered ships are currently related to Prussia. As for what kind of relationship, apart from relatives and relative sons, there are probably two guys who have been to Berlin. It's just that everyone thinks that the first one to come out is Fulton, but he ranks second in the United States, but ranks first in commercialization. Not bad. It seems to be going well. The French gunfire has not stopped. Solovyov is somewhat complacent. After all, science and technology are the primary productive forces. Now the Prussian army is desperately using the little artillery fire at hand to cover the two ships so that the French army does not get close to the riverbank. The two steamboats are seen going in and out again, which can be regarded as completing the mission. After returning, after confirming the contact with the Prussian army, this time we have to prepare for Kamenskий's troops to land. The subsequent troop transport ships have all received the Russian infantry from Königsberg and Memel and are ready to land. For this battle, the Russian army is also full of confidence. After careful planning, although the simplest plan is chosen, it is still the most effective one in terms of communication means. Moreover, compared with winter, the Russian army has been able to use signals more skillfully. Kamenskij can even send signals directly from his ship. However, Solovyov was not happy after seeing this. Damn it. A regiment of infantry got lost when the troop transport ship did not follow the route. What? Hearing this, the Russian naval officers nearby were all confused. The signal sent can be explained in this way. At this time, we still need to confirm it again with flag signals. After hearing the explanation, the Neva also sent out flag signals and optical signals, and the results obtained were highly consistent. No, which part of the troop transport ship is lost? Now the naval officers also cursed. After all, this kind of thing has not been encountered for a long time. The Russian Navy's landing skills are still there. Under normal circumstances, there may be a wrong beach, but it will not lose its way during the voyage. The lost ship is the Swedish ship. After hearing this, Solovyov's face was longer than that of his senior brother Bagration. If one regiment is missing, although it will not affect our army's support for Danzig, this force is not enough to completely break the blockade, and it will definitely be a stalemate. This is the situation, and the Neva also feels that it is in great trouble. If we go to recruit reinforcement, I'm afraid it will be too late. We will organize another landing operation, and it will be difficult to even establish a beachhead. The enemy will be prepared. But since we are here, we have to support them. After communication, Kamenskij decided that, even if he lost a main infantry regiment, he would go ashore to build a camp to contain the French troops. As for a large-scale landing, it is probably unlikely. Solovyov was indeed a little frustrated in commanding the battle this time, but what he was thinking about was no longer the strategic issues at this stage. In the future, if anti-landing operations are carried out, some specific bays and estuaries can still be relied on and defended on the spot. A typical example is probably the Crimean War. In the offensive and defensive battles of the Kamchatka Peninsula and the White Sea Monastery, the British and French troops did not gain any advantage and only captured a few islands along the coast of Finland. It was not until nearly 50 years later that landings were possible, and the harsh environment in Crimea made later generations miserable. The number of people who died of illness on both sides was very shocking. If we want to conduct a landing battle now, it will be difficult to mobilize a large-scale army if we do not rely on a medium-sized or larger port. Therefore, although the future strategy may be more arrogant, in order to defend the coastline in the Russo-Turkish War, using too many troops will instead hinder the occupation of the front line. If this war is over, I'm afraid that there will be no war until 1812 in the Turkish battlefield. After imagining the possible problems, Solovyov was still cursing the Swedish ass who delayed things in his heart, and at the same time he had to continue to mobilize troops. Kamenska's troops landed successfully soon, and captured some villages behind the French army, and built temporary positions here. Marshal Lefebvre saw this situation, and decided to divide his troops, to monitor this Russian army, so that they could not join the Prussian army in the city. The Prussians could only sigh with regret. Obviously, the reinforcement were nearby, but because of the obstruction of the French army, they were also separated for monitoring. They don't know yet that this is because the Swedish troop transport ship was delayed and went in the wrong direction in the Baltic Sea. This kind of thing happened, and it was also an embarrassing situation that was inevitable in the landing battle. So Solovyov thought of some solutions. He paid attention to the situation of the French troops controlling the ferry and prepared to attack the river mouth here. However, the place he was eyeing was the floating bridge of Pultusk on one side and the bridge on the Aile on the other. Chapter 458, The Civil War Between Eugene Bohunets and Solovyov's Step-Cousins, Part 1. The roads in Poland were so muddy that throughout March, in the area east of the Vistula River, both sides basically spent their time squatting, replenishing troops, and getting adequate supplies. But this climate is now more troublesome for the Russian army. Because of the poor traffic conditions in this area and the embarrassing supply efficiency, most of their troops are actually still shrinking in the rear, and only a few troops can drive to the front. It was in this situation that the Prussian army was stationed near Friedland, while the Russian army was scattered in several camps. The French army found a winter camp and most of them stayed on the east bank of the Vistula River and around Warsaw. In this case, the pontoon bridge near Pultusk is indeed a more critical road. In order to defend this place, Napoleon sent the Bavarian grenadiers led by his stepson Eugene de Beauharnais to this area. The French army had suffered a loss in Pultusk before, and the losses were not small. The losses of the 5th Army have not been fully recovered until now. The 7th Army was hit hard again in Elor. As for the 1st Army, which suffered a loss, it was already a minor loss. At this time, Napoleon had to transfer the Bavarian-friendly troops with some combat effectiveness. Eugene was in charge of this army because he was the son-in-law of the King of Bavaria. As for his performance in the army, Solovyov, whose relatives had to rely on his stepmother to confirm, had many tricks in fighting, and liked to set up an iron bucket formation, was excluded. Except for the late Leclerc, there was probably no one better than him. At least he still had a relatively solid command ability, unlike Murat, the old uncle, who was too arrogant, and his command transmission was at least normal. It's a pity that he is too young now, and he has to be responsible for the affairs there as the Vice Prince of Italy. If he can get the command power at the core level, the war will be over soon. These grenadiers are now in the area of Pultusk, protecting the pontoon bridge. In his opinion, this job is not very good, and he has to leave his wife and daughter behind, and come to Poland, which makes people uncomfortable. His stepfather treated him very well. If it weren't for the blood relationship, he would have almost raised him as his own son. He arranged for his wife to be a Bavarian princess. If it were the real Rome, Napoleon might consider passing it to his stepson instead of his own son, just like Octavian finally did not choose to give both the first citizen and political power to Tiberius. However, this is in France. As the only one of the next generation of the Bonaparte family who can go to battle, because of his age, he is also excluded from the inheritance law, because he has no blood relationship. However, if the stepfather has no son, the throne can still be inherited by the son born by his sister. There is a high probability that Eugene will exist as the guardian of his nephew plus step-cousin. Even if Napoleon encounters an accident, he may have the opportunity to be a regent, just like the Duke of Orleans who sold the French navy. As for now, he must defend this pontoon bridge. Of course, when Solovyov was reconnaissance before the war, because the intelligence provided by the hussars was not in place, he did not know the specific strength of the French army in the towns along the way. He only knew where there were garrisons now. In addition, the French uniforms were almost like those of the German princes' coalition. Therefore, in many cases, it was difficult to understand the specific situation of the French army without catching a tongue. When the Russian army sent troops to seize or destroy the pontoon bridge. It was inevitable that they would need to confirm it before the battle began. Solovyov did not go to Poltusk. As the chief of staff, he often had to assist Langeron in solving problems within the corps, and recently he coordinated the various cavalry and infantry regiments dispatched to the front. Kaminsky went to Danzig and did not bring any changes to the local war situation. Instead, he was trapped in the area he controlled. The only change was that after he took the initiative to attack, Marshal Lefebvre vacated some areas to avoid being harassed by him. However, it was also difficult for Kaminsky to provide some supplies to Danzig. As long as his supply team was dispatched, it would be hit by French artillery from 2 directions. Although it may not kill anyone, if the supply team wants to enter Danzig, they need to deal with the firepower attacks from these places, while worrying about the counterattack of the French army. This is the situation in Danzig, so they need to launch attacks from several major rivers in eastern Poland. In this series of battles, the first battle between the two sides was the pontoon bridge in Poltusk. The original bridge was destroyed during the Russian retreat, and the French engineers have not completely repaired it so far. Only some infantry and light cavalry passed through there. Most of the supplies still have to pass through the pontoon bridge. Eugene received a report from the hunting cavalry on the morning of the Russian arrival. Now that he already knows the movements of the Russian army, what he needs to pay attention to now is the size of the enemy. Your Highness, I wonder if I can say something. What do you want to say? If we were in Bavaria, no one would know how to fight better than our Bavarian grenadiers. But in Poland, although the people here are friendly, the supplies they provide us are limited. The brothers only eat 2 meals a day, which is not conducive to maintaining combat effectiveness. I know, Colonel, in a few days there will be a convoy from Saxony to transport supplies to us, escorted by the grenadiers and cavalry of Württemberg. They are still reliable. I don't think so. The daughter-in-law of the King of Württemberg is a Russian princess. His sister is the Russian Queen Mother in our Bavaria. Eugene is indeed more popular in Bavaria. As a son-in-law, he does not treat his father-in-law as an outsider, so he did not say the rest. After all, his daughter-in-law's stepmother is Caroline of Baden, the second of the 6 sisters of Baden. These 6 sisters have become a brother-in-law alliance of Poland, Bavaria, Russia, Sweden, Brunswick, temporarily destroyed, and Hesse-Darmstadt. Therefore, he only said half of this kind of words, and the rest was up to his subordinates to guess. Of course, none of these Bavarian subordinates would be so bold as to directly slander their own queen, and they all maintained a tacit understanding. Just when Eugene was talking to the officers on the side of the pontoon, there were already Russian troops active on the other side. It looks like Cossacks. The Russians always use this kind of cavalry to go forward. Eugene knew that the enemy troops that his emperor stepfather admired most were probably these Cossacks. There were Cossacks, but it was not clear how large the army was. Maybe it was a squadron, maybe it was a division. The most terrible result would probably be something like all the heroes of Ryazan are here. Solovyov was indeed from Ryazan, and he was also translating the heroes of Liangshan, but so far he had not compiled and published the manuscript. But when he went to sleep with Madame Rakamiya, this lady let Paris know through the Swiss channel through her correspondence with Madame Stahl. Solovyov's literary talent was basically the same as when he saw Madame Rakamiya lying on the bed, without reservation. Even Eugene knew about it. After all, as a Frenchman, he was quite familiar with the beauty that his step-uncle Lucien didn't get. As for his stepfather going out with his Polish mistress all day, he also felt that he had to avoid suspicion, so he spent most of his time in the army or Italy. Well, in addition to being young, that lady had a huge advantage. His mother was much more beautiful than her when she was the same age. In Solovyov's words, it was probably because she had more collagen. And Eugene had recently received a letter from his mother. She still had to ask this sensible and obedient son about some things. For example, the cousin who had drifted to Russia and her family. Although it sounds a bit weird, there have been many such rumors in the past year. When the emperor left Berlin, he wrote such a letter to the queen. Josephine obviously couldn't keep it completely confidential. After all, she couldn't stop Napoleon and Miss Denver from having children, and there were people around her who were watching her. As for Fauci, who loves gossip, If his nose is crooked, he will probably start to talk about it to people around him, which will make him a big shot. Of course, Fauci still spread the rumor that the emperor and the queen had relatives in faraway Russia, and this matter has spread in Paris. Eugene couldn't have been unaware of it. His sister also wrote to him about this matter, and there were many clues from beginning to end, but there was no sufficient evidence. Evidence still needs him to solve. As the only reliable and capable relative of Napoleon, but still inexperienced, he often receives a lot of strange commissions. Even Paulina, who was against his mother and always called his sister-in-law old Josephine, recently asked him to inquire about the situation in Russia. This ridiculous Paulina is said to have a lover who is a Russian diplomat or officer, but Eugene was not in Paris at the time, so there was no clue. The problem is that the things that the women in the family want to inquire about are all related to the same person. Solovyov did not go to Polotsk, but he was not too far from the battlefield, where Lana was defeated before. He and Bao Hong were in a Don Cossack regiment, which was to facilitate communication and keep in touch with some frontline troops. Of course, the requirements for staff officers are also relatively high. Not only must they have good mental strength, but they must also be able to keep up with physical strength. Solovyov has been full of energy recently. It is obvious that his career line is much more important than his love line recently. Fighting another war with the French in Poland and East Prussia is obviously the most important thing in the near future. Personal affairs are probably getting married. In addition, he has to hide from Maria now. If he keeps hanging around the Jelgava Palace, something might happen one day. After the news sent by the frontline troops was handed over to him, he received a reply quickly. Langeron divided the staff into two parts. The quartermaster general was in charge of the main force, and the regiments that joined the battle on the front line were now under the charge of Solovyov. The latest intelligence he received was that Bavarian grenadiers appeared in Polotsk. Is the reconnaissance true? The clothes of the Bavarian army are different from those of the French who wear Prussian clothes in the warehouse, and they are all elite grenadiers and hussars. The brothers fought with their cavalry first. Did the brothers suffer any loss? We just fired a few shots. They didn't dare to chase us into the woods. They just drove us away. 2 brothers were injured, but it's not too serious. That's good, but Bavaria. Bao Hong. Should we go closer to Polotsk to coordinate the actions of the frontline troops? You are the superior, we all have to listen to you. Bao Hong said so, but Solovyov still stopped to analyze the current situation. He didn't feel strange about the presence of defenders at the pontoon bridge. In order to prevent frequent harassment from the Russian army, Napoleon strengthened defenses in the rear and the second line. Because of this, it is not as easy to obtain intelligence now as in winter. Although the French messengers can still be captured, it is not necessarily possible to obtain too much useful intelligence. The luck of capturing people and intelligence together last time will not happen now. As for the French troops, who had fallen behind, it was really difficult to catch a few of them, because the French soldiers had been squatting. The French army, which had strengthened its vigilance, also sent many vassal troops to the front line. This led to the current situation. Even if the Russian army wanted to destroy or seize key facilities in some places, fighting would occur. Let's take action now. We have no choice but to pay attention to the artillery deployment of the Bavarians. Solovyov now knew that he had to take action in Polotsk to attract the attention of the French. In future battles, if these bridges could be seized, it would be better to let the corps move quickly to the front and fight the French in the Vistula River area than to be blocked at the door and passively beaten. He talked about this issue again and again, so he always had certain authority. At least now for the actions on the front line, he could freely dispatch some troops to attack key areas. But he also had to pay attention to the other regiments that were dispatched, and did not go to the front line in Polotsk at the first time. When Eugene saw a Russian division-sized force approaching the pontoon bridge, he ordered the Bavarian grenadiers to prepare for battle at the bridgehead in front of the pontoon bridge. Although the Bavarians were outnumbered, they occupied advantageous terrain and their artillery fire could block the open area in front. If the Russian commander had used his brains, he should have thought of a way to conduct a roundabout operation. A frontal attack would surely have been met with a barrage of shells. When the report from the front came in, Solovyov realized that he could no longer continue to move around in the woods with the Cossack regiment and had to go directly to the front to command the battle. This time, cousins who were not related by blood were going to fight on the battlefield. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 459, The Civil War Between Eugene Bohannes and Solovyov's Step-Cousins, Part 2. However, this time Solovyov asked the Russian army to suspend the action, not to be a pig teammate. According to his idea, before the battle, at least pay attention to the enemy's deployment, find out the enemy situation, and then launch an attack. The Bavarian army has discovered the Russian army and entered the position. If the Russian army attacks directly, it will be directly hit by King Feng great bullets, which will not be worth a loss. When Solovyov arrived at the front, he also saw Eugene's position. We can't attack like this. We will use 2 regiments to feint from the front, to attract the firepower of the Bavarians, and then attack their weaker defense areas from the flank and drive them all into the river. His deployment was adjusted quickly. After all, he could directly pull out 6 infantry regiments, and there were cavalry to cooperate. The artillery also had an advantage. It can be said that the advantage was mine. But the problem is that the terrain occupied by the Bavarians at this time is just conducive to the development of firepower, and for the Russian army, although they can hit the Bavarian artillery, the opponent's 12-pound gun is still quite powerful. The battle had just begun when 2 artillery shells whizzed past Solovyov's headquarters, but they did not cause any damage. It seems that the enemy's artillery still has some weapons. Our operation this time will not be so easy. General, what should we do? When we try to attack like this, we can only find out the enemy's deployment, but to further attack, we need more troops to seize the bridge. Fortunately, this is a floating bridge, not those bridges, so we don't have to worry about blowing it up directly. However, when dealing with the French, it would be good if some fireboats could be reserved upstream to attack this floating bridge. Even if it cannot be guaranteed to destroy this place, it can delay the French's mobilization. When he said this, he actually had some concerns. That is, these grenadiers guarding the bridgehead were obviously a difficult idea. There may be some French troops resting nearby. If they are attacked from the flank during a fight, the situation will not be good. The French army was besieging Danzig, and most of the troops were resting in Warsaw. If an army approached, it would be difficult for him to resist the large number of French troops with his 6 regiments of 7,000 infantry, plus more than 10,000 cavalry and artillery. Therefore, his mentality this time was to fight if he could, and run if he couldn't fight in the short term. If there were French troops nearby, he would fight and run. It sounds exciting, but the situation is not so optimistic. The reason for mobilizing the 2nd Division was that the division commander was ill recently and was recuperating in Memel, so Solovyov came directly to the front as a chief of staff. The brigade commanders and regiment commanders knew that, although this kid was only a newly promoted general, he was also a favored minister in the palace, and he had some skills, and was not the kind of pig teammate in the court in the past. A typical example is Korsakov. But it cannot be said that he has no ability. Little Kamensky was able to become a division commander at a young age. In addition to the fact that Suvorov made meritorious service at Ghost Gate Bridge when he was taken out, this guy's comments were also somewhat useful. Of course, he was a background board and was beaten badly by Messina in Zurich. As for Solovyov, everyone still admired his ability and his luck was still good. The only one who could escape from every pursuit of the French army was Prince Bagration, but when it comes to every time he fought with the French, it was Solovyov who did not suffer any loss. Therefore, although he is young, he can be regarded as calm. However, this time the attack was not against the French army, and it was actually quite strenuous. The Titov brigade, which attacked from the front, suffered a lot in the feint attack. Unexpectedly, these guys directly bombarded them with grapeshot. This unethical thing made Solovyov quite familiar. He liked to do this, and it was a combination of punches. It's just that this mobilization method is not proficient, and it is obvious that someone has instructed him. But Solovyov hadn't thought that this was his cousin. His skills were learned secretly. Eugene was trained by Napoleon himself. He first met Napoleon when he asked for his father's sword, and then his mother remarried. As for the future, he is much more reliable than his brother-in-law and uncle who may get sick in Egypt and another ridiculous uncle. Now, he is squatting here, which obviously makes Solovyov suffer. Even the follow-up of this tactic, the grenadiers dispersed and took turns firing with smoothbore rifles behind the position, seemed to be copied. Not only Titov, but also Ushakov on the flank went to outflank and was beaten back. In this case, there is obviously no good way to seize the pontoon bridge, let alone crossing the river, but the opponent did not dare to come out of the position. This is more iron than Solovyov's iron barrel formation. Except for the cannon, they all shrank and took the beating. The artillery shells fired by the artillerymen also jumped over directly, and the trenches and anti-artillery fortifications on the opposite side were also well built. At this time, it would definitely not work if they were to bite hard. However, Solovyov did not want to rely on deception. After all, there was no ceasefire between the two sides. Bao Hung, I'm going to assign you an errand. Do you have the courage? What are you talking about? There is nothing that we Cossacks dare not do. Bao Hung promised, and he really had the courage. He only brought 2 followers and no weapons, and just waved a white flag to cease fire. Eugene was indeed a little confused when he saw this situation. What are you Russians doing? Sir, we are here as military envoys. In fact, Solovyov wanted Bao Hung, a bold guy, to explore the defense of the Bavarians and understand their deployment. But after coming in and looking at the situation, Bao Hung thought that he could not find a gap to rush in, even if he led a Cossack regiment. As for the identity of the commander of the Bavarian army, who is your commander? It was Eugene who asked first, and Bao Hung was not vague. Our commander is Major General Solovyov. It was his plan to defeat your 5th Army in Pultusk before. After hearing this, Eugene could match the rumors in Paris, but he didn't say much. He just said, here, I'm Eugene de Beauharnais. If your commander wants to negotiate a ceasefire, I suggest that he retreat in the next 2 days, and don't think about seizing the pontoon bridge. It was also very clear in his words that he could get someone over. After Bao Hung heard this, he also had an idea in his mind. The previous reconnaissance showed that the French garrison nearby was only a day's journey away, and the cavalry unit was afraid that it would arrive faster. And the only thing that was clear was that there was an old soldier named Messina active nearby. Solovyov was not confident that he could beat the old soldier. He had fought Napoleon before and had to bite the bullet in law. Although he could guarantee that he would not be defeated, it would be more troublesome to win. As for such a hard nut, after fighting for a long time, the Russian army still had to retreat. After Bao Hung came back, he also explained the situation. But Solovyov laughed. What are you laughing at? Napoleon's fake son is here. This is interesting. Huh. Bao Hung looked at his expression and didn't understand what he meant. Of course, he couldn't talk about meeting here or making friends, and he couldn't do it at this time. Oh, if there was a comic cavalry who was good at using bows and arrows, it would be great to tie the letter to the arrow and shoot it. You are still thinking about those tatters at this time. Bao Hung, this is just that we really have to withdraw our troops. If you want you to go this time, we have to collect the bodies and treat the wounded after the ceasefire. This can indeed be done, and the other side has also released our prisoners. It's just a pity that we didn't capture the prisoners. This time we really suffered. If there is more time, we can seize the pontoon bridge and even open a passage for the follow-up troops. But the reconnaissance situation has been summarized. Stroganov, who was active nearby with the hussars, has reported the latest situation. How is it? Sir, the French have already moved. It seems that we can't break down the door today. Prepare to retreat. Of course, there is no need to leave any letters. If they retreat like this, Solovyov is also thinking about how to proceed with the next move. I'm afraid that the other troops who want to seize and destroy bridges will not be very smooth. They can't fight the Bavarians. If they meet the real French, I'm afraid it will be difficult to seize the bridge successfully. As for some bridges that have not been destroyed, it is difficult to cross the river if there are cannons at the bridgehead. This is not the time to look for relatives. The military situation is urgent. If the old soldier Messina comes, he will not follow the moral code of war. So this is the best time to run away, and the Russian army gathered very quickly. It took 2 hours to clean up the front and retreated smoothly into the forest. When Messina came, the Russian army had run far away. He saw Eugene here, and he didn't expect that this kid who had been a father for a short time could actually drive the Russian army away. It was hard to describe when he saw Jerome besieging those fortresses in Silesia before. This ability to mobilize troops is not something that can be achieved by someone with the surname Bonaparte. Maybe Napoleon has changed, but Eugene's report was too honest. He killed more than 100 Russian soldiers and injured about 300. Messina read it and said, "Prince, you won a victory. Why is the result so little?" The Russians fainted from the front and attacked from the flank. They only fought for half a day and were hit by our artillery shells. This is the loss. After hearing this, the old soldier also felt bored. You should also consider that such a small result can't be included in the Grand Army Bulletin. After hearing this, Eugene was still indifferent. He didn't mean that. He just felt that he had to report truthfully. I think it's better to write it like this. Solovyov fought the 5th Army in Pultusk before. Ah, I know this guy. I heard that he has some tricks. Prince, you can stop his attack. You still have some skills. At this time, you can't just write this. The old guy Messina is teaching young people to learn bad things online. But this is also a daily operation. France and Russia are all headquarters battle reports, and it is common to see watered down battle reports. In this way, the report written by Messina is that 2,000 enemies were annihilated. However, his writing is still relatively conservative. If you really want to brag, you have to look at the emperor himself. After the failure of the bridge attack, Solovyov retreated directly. We failed to capture the bridge this time. What should we do if the French come after us? Hey, matchmaker, we don't have to worry. Just wait. When we return, we will wait at the ferry. If the French come after us, they will be hit by shells while swimming. Dolgorukov, the matchmaker, was the commander of the 3rd Brigade. The 3 regiments under his command did not suffer much loss, so he could set up an ambush here. However, the French troops were not many in pursuit, and Messina was also very cunning. He sent out several cavalry squadrons to pursue, just to find out the situation, while not letting the main force suffer losses. In this way, the Russian army only fired artillery to destroy dozens of cavalry, and the actual results were not great. After Messina knew about it, he also felt that he should not continue the pursuit. He is a cunning fox indeed. The cavalry we were chasing was ambushed by him. So what should we do now? Wait for the opportunity to act. We have to catch the Russians. If we want to fight a big battle later, we still have to wait for the emperor's order. This did not affect Messina's return to the city to have sex with Polish women. Eugene looked at them and felt a little disgusted. However, compared with the women in Paris, Polish girls are indeed more simple and beautiful. It is no wonder that these older French generals, from the emperor to the brigade generals, have found Polish mistresses. Eugene still missed his wife and his daughter who was just born. He was somewhat psychologically opposed to not finding a mistress here. If it were his sister Odess, if she had the opportunity, she would definitely not always be with Louis, because it was always boring. In this regard, Napoleon's mother, Queen Letizia, said it very clearly. This marriage was not a successful matchmaking, and it could only ensure that the current heir had both the blood of the Bonaparte family and the blood of Josephine. At the same time, Napoleon was indeed often pimped by Talleyrand, such as marrying an Austrian woman. However, the emperor himself has no plans to marry another wife. However, it is not ruled out that there are some new ideas in the court, such as marrying a Russian princess after peace talks with Russia. This is also a good choice, but Napoleon is also worried that some people are still very afraid of him. For example, he proposed to meet Mary of Baden, the wife of the Black Duke, but the boy sent his wife away. As for the reason, it is also quite funny. There are rumors that Mary was favored by Napoleon and wanted to marry Jerome as a daughter-in-law. After all, this is also a princess from the ally of Baden. This is just a rumor, and it is obvious that Napoleon would not arrange it this way for Jerome. Chapter 460, Solovyov defeats the Polish birdman, Part 1. On the way back with the 3rd Division, Solovyov was a little nervous. Since a squadron of cavalry was able to approach, even if you set up an ambush to eliminate it, it was inevitable that a few would escape. Although the current cavalry squadrons were not strong enough, who knew whether the French would send more troops to pursue them, and the winter climate allowed the troops to pass through the edge of the frozen swamp. At this moment, the roads were relatively fixed. That was why he was even more worried. After all, the routes were relatively fixed, so he sent scouts in advance to inquire about the surrounding situation. At this time, he still had to fully grasp the battlefield situation. As for the enemy he expected, the old soldier Messina who would chase him from near Poltusk, the other side cunningly withdrew from the front line after a cavalry squadron was eliminated, and some scouts were lost. At this time, he knew that the Russian army would definitely be on guard. As for the friendly forces nearby, although there was some competition, Messina would not deliberately pit them. Next, we need to take into account the armies of these vassal states, each of which has some in-law relationship with the emperor. There is also a distinction between close and distant relatives. Jerome married a princess of Württemberg, and Eugene's wife is from Bavaria. As for Baden, since the emperor adopted the niece of the queen's ex-husband as an adopted daughter, she is naturally a son-in-law, and we can't just dig a pit for them. Now it seems that the Poles are more suitable to be cannon fodder, and we can't pit people like Dombrowski who fought side by side with the French army in the past or Poniatowski who led the way this time. If we must find cannon fodder, some small nobles who are not very clear are more suitable to chase the Russian army. For this reason, Messina also went to the Polish army headquarters between Poltusk and Warsaw Road to dispatch troops to pursue. Solovyov could not have imagined that he would do such a tricky thing. While retreating, he also carefully paid attention to the surrounding situation. Bao Hung, I'm always worried. I don't know why. You are just too suspicious. You always suspect that the French are setting a trap for you. We jumped out of this circle before their reinforcement arrived, so nothing serious should happen. What's more, we are familiar with the terrain on both sides after the previous battles. There is nothing to worry about. Yes, there is nothing to worry about. But if the French pursue us, we have to move faster, and of course the rearguard troops must stay. Which regiment are you going to leave behind? At this time, a staff officer asked. The Tafford Grenadiers Regiment. Also, ask their commander to remove the bishop's hat from the top of the soldiers' heads. You can tell at a glance that they are elites and disguise them as ordinary infantry. It happens that there are hats prepared for the 21st Jager Regiment in the carriage, so let them all change into them. After hearing this, Major General Titov was the first to speak. What are you doing? If an enemy who doesn't understand the market chases us, he will definitely notice the hat first. Our grenadiers always wear bishop hats on their heads, which is too obvious and inconvenient when marching. This year, the grenadiers will almost have to change their hats when they go back. Hearing this, everyone probably knew what Solovyov was thinking. On Messina's side, some Poles were really persuaded. They each brought their cavalry and rushed along the Russian retreat route, trying to chase and intercept the Russian baggage. From 1794 to 1795, some Poles fought against the Russian army that came to help the Prussian army at that time. You should know that the only time Suvorov was forced to order the execution of many resistance personnel was in the Braga district east of Warsaw 150 years later. The Braga district was fine, but the Germans carried out a more brutal massacre on the other side. In comparison, the Russian army's execution of a few hardline prisoners who resisted fiercely was not a big deal. But it was this group of people who never showed mercy when killing the surrenderists and moderates in Poland. You know, the Polish army has always had a bad style. I'm afraid that Dombrowski is now outside the city of Karlsburg, letting Polish knights ride Prussian dragoons. Compared with them, the French army, that has always looted villages along the way, and the Russian army, that will kill people when they are forced to do so, are already considered to have strict military discipline. Speaking of which, these people killed many pro-Russian Polish nobles in Warsaw, and they also had a bad relationship with the nobles and civilians in eastern Poland. This point was made very clear by Beohong when he talked about his ancestor, Colonel Beohong, one of the Cossack leaders. Point, that's right. My ancestor's situation was still good. His family had always lived near Zaporizhia, unlike the unfortunate Bogdan Hrymanitsky, whose wife and children were killed. But that's how it is. The Zaporizhia Cossacks and the Poles have been at war for a long time. And our family has a strange rule. Maybe you are so smart that you can guess it. Let me think. Maybe they don't allow you to marry a Polish woman. If the range is narrower, maybe a village girl is okay, but those Polish ladies can't afford it. That's probably it. And those Cossack leaders who murdered my ancestor should have also run to the Turks. As they spoke, they heard the roar of guns and cannons. What's going on? Sir, it's the Tafford Regiment. They've exchanged fire with the pursuing enemy. What? They're coming so fast. They look like cavalry. It's unlikely that there are infantry. Solovyov didn't plan to retreat further east. In this unknown place, he didn't deploy his troops. He just placed the infantry and artillery at the intersection, ready to support the grenadiers who were guarding the rear. He himself rode back to the battlefield with his entourage, but the battle was over halfway. Solovyov couldn't figure out such a short exchange of fire. After all, he had never figured out the Polish brain circuit. See, leader, that's it. The Poles always appear when you least expect them. Beohong, we have to see if there are any survivors, and then ask them what's going on. Why are there Poles chasing us here? As for Beohong's approach, it was the traditional method of the Cossacks. After a while, the few prisoners who were still alive confessed. That's what happened. These people are Polish lancers recently recruited by the French, but they are not the main force. Those who can fight are all under Prince Poniatowski. The nephew of the last king of Poland. His uncle is an old lover of Her Majesty the Queen. But why is it not the prince's cavalry chasing, but these miscellaneous ones? This is quite interesting. Do you want to hear it? Seeing that Beohong was still keeping him in suspense, Solovyov knew that there must be something interesting going on. Tell me. When we were fighting the Germans in Poltusk, Marshal Massena came to their headquarters and asked the Lancers to cross the river to pursue us, but did not send any French troops to pursue us. The reason is not clear, right? Indeed. The Poles only knew that the French marshal went to them and said that a Russian army that was severely damaged by the Bavarian grenadiers was retreating and asked them to come and pursue and capture prisoners. So, it became like this. This old soldier blocked our way to Zurich when he was in Switzerland and made us suffer a lot. This time, he probably knew that we were prepared, so he did not send the French army to die, but only asked some newly recruited Poles to come. This is good. I already have an idea. Beohong saw him like this and naturally knew that he wanted to fight. This kind of ambush requires taking the terrain into consideration. Solovyov knew that being a division commander requires understanding the intentions of the superiors and then executing them. However, this time he led the troops independently, replacing the Baron Sacken who had not recovered, and it was also the first time he acted as a division commander. When he was the chief of staff, he was already very familiar with the work process, especially the terrain of the war zone. Now he was walking to a place that he had never been to before, but was suitable for ambush. When Schmidt was the quartermaster general, he demonstrated it once in Dürrenstein. Unfortunately, he was killed in this battle, just after meeting the chief of staff. But it was enough to learn something. Solovyov retreated to Ostrolenka along the river. The riverside area here looked relatively flat, but the forest on both sides of the river road was very suitable for hiding light cavalry and cavalry artillery. As for the front, infantry could be active there. According to the confession of the prisoners, the number of Poles pursuing them should be equal to this, but most of them were newly recruited troops. Among them, there were 3,000 cavalry and 8,000 infantry, but considering the degree of organization of the troops, these Poles should be far inferior to the French army and its German vassal army, not to mention the Polish corps that had been fighting with the French army. To catch them off guard, they needed to hide their forces and put the baggage train and part of the infantry on the road. But Solovyov had a bad habit of being thrifty. He couldn't afford to sacrifice a lot of supplies just to annihilate a Polish corps, but he couldn't not sacrifice them. This reminded him that Count Palin and Mikhail Dolgorukov had attacked Bernadette's column before and actually seized a lot of loot, including a lot of personal belongings. So he thought of giving a speech to the soldiers. Brothers, you also know that we failed to seize the pontoon bridge in Putsk this time. But the French did not give up. They sent out the newly recruited Polish corps to pursue us, because in the battle report, Marshal Massena of France claimed that our 3rd Division was severely damaged. In fact, in addition to the personnel lost at the bridgehead, there are brothers lying on stretchers and carriages. The remaining wounded are in the rear hospital, and the number is not as high as they said. We must let this talkative old soldier know that our Russian army is still combat effective. These Poles, however, need to use their blood to irrigate this land and lubricate our bayonets. Anyway, his words were passionate, and the veterans listened. No matter what the content was, they were still quite passionate. This is also a very important point. The style of the commander also determines the combat effectiveness of the troops. Since Solovyov was determined to fight, he also wanted to see the attitude of the soldiers. "General young master, tell me what to do," said an old soldier who was close to him. As for young master, it was true. Solovyov was young and looked young. Naturally, in the eyes of some old soldiers who had served for more than 10 years, he was still a young master, not a master in some cases. "Old soldier, what's your name?" "Before I joined the army, I didn't have a surname. Because I came from Chernovo, the conscription officer gave me the surname Chernov, Ivan Ivanovich, which is my name. Fortunately, the conscription officer didn't write Ivanov for you, old soldier." Then the old soldiers who were close to him also started to make a fuss. It took a while for them to calm down. It seemed that the atmosphere was quite lively. "That's good. We have some spoils of war and our personal belongings from previous battles. Although they may not be valuable, they can all be loaded on the carts. We can't use all our baggage and ammunition as bait. Now we need brothers to work harder. For example, when you work in the fields for those landlords, you should carry more things and move them to the woods. That's no problem. Since we are not in a hurry and just carrying heavy work, we old guys are farmers and we can still do it." "That's good. We will stuff our personal belongings into the cart. When the Poles come, they will definitely rob our baggage carts. At this time, we will take advantage of their chaos and encircle their retreat from the woods. In this way, we can annihilate the enemy, and it will be a great military achievement." Hearing this, the Russian soldiers also understood. It turned out that this young-looking general was no less cunning than the cunning peddler in the countryside. This is to lure the enemy into the trap. Anyway, these captured items are not valuable, except for the poultry and livestock caught along the way, the needles, thread, mahogany combs and copper belt buckles. They are just that. Therefore, these veterans still contributed their backpacks. Seeing the stage of boosting morale, it has been done almost. Solovyov began to pay attention to the terrain, mobilize troops, and select some cavalry and cavalry artillery to play the role of feigning defeat and luring the enemy. After all, the Poles, they were in a hurry to chase, and they rashly chased without understanding the situation ahead. This time, they were about to fall into Solovyov's trap. Moreover, because the Poles did not know the situation of the vanguard and did not communicate and reconnaissance carefully, they did not know what happened in front and even thought that it was the situation that Massena said, and the Russian army retreated due to heavy losses. In this way, if they let them pass Ostrolenka, there would be Russian troops to support them, and there would be no military merit this time. Chapter 461, Solovyov defeats the Polish birdman, Part 2. But to set up an ambush like this, you need to pretend to be real enough. It is not as simple as described in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. That is just a theoretical basis. As for the details of actual execution, Solovyov had seen some strange content in the library of the guards before. When Meng Huo was captured 7 times, the burning of the Ratnama army was described relatively clearly. But what he saw was that there were still many details to be supplemented. To make the enemy look real, it really took some blood. Therefore, Solovyov put the unpaid military pay in the baggage at this time. Compared with the rewards for Russian soldiers' meritorious service, this amount of military pay is considered a small amount of money. The brothers are fishing with their own wages, and maybe the Poles don't have the ability to get it. After the deployment was completed, Solovyov asked those baggage soldiers, who were actually a mixture of cavalry and artillery, to prepare horses and wait in the temporary tent camp. The weather now is no different from winter. Even if they need to spend the night on the road during the march, they can camp outdoors. The tents were already worn out, so they just needed to be replaced with a new batch. The veterans especially welcomed this. So, they actually camped on the road and lined up for a long section in the river valley. If an experienced old man was not careful, he would find out that they were fishing. But Messina, in the spirit of die for the brethren, but not for the master, tricked this team of newly recruited Polish soldiers to chase after them, and did not arrange any capable commanders. Even if someone like the recently killed Polish Corps Colonel Paris was sent, he might have noticed something. The Polish army always fought with bloody courage and hatred for the Russians, and did not notice this matter. Along the way, they followed the marching trajectory of the Russian army all the way to the river valley. When they saw the Russian army's tents, they didn't say anything else and just let the lancers in front rush through. However, this exchange of fire was not interesting. They captured two camps in succession, but only seized a pile of rags and a few military rations, as well as a few cannons. Therefore, Skrzydłowski, the commander of this Polish army, did not care so much and just chased after them. If Beohang knew about this, he would probably think that this was a narrow road for enemies, and he could actually meet the descendants of old enemies on the battlefield. However, Solovyov strictly restricted the actions of the troops in the forest, and did not let them rush up recklessly at the first time. Although, with the two heavy cavalry regiments, and two Cossack regiments currently owned by the 3rd Division, these Polish badmen can be easily torn apart. Don't worry, guys, wait until the Hunter regiment fights with them, lure these birdmen inside, and disconnect from the infantry, then we can start. Relying on his experience and leading troops, he found that these Polish troops were indeed lacking in training, and had a low degree of organization, especially the infantry currently detected by the Cossacks. Many of these infantrymen fell behind during the march, and a day ago, they also took in many stragglers. But their equipment was good. Napoleon was willing to provide equipment to his vassal states. They were all relatively new second-hand 1777 improved rifles. As for the equipment used, they were all new products taken out of the Prussian warehouse. In this way, it looks good. If you only look at the current queue, it is easy to be fooled. Perhaps Messina also considered this. This old soldier can also let the French army rest. If the Poles win, the credit will be counted. If they don't win, they won't suffer too much loss, and can preserve their strength. Although some warlords have cunning ideas, Napoleon is indeed using the troops of vassal states in some secondary areas. The task of ensuring the rear transportation line is often the responsibility of the Württemberg and Baden armies. During the war, some tasks are the tasks of the Bavarian army and the Polish Corps. The Saxon cavalry that recently turned against the enemy has excellent combat effectiveness, even comparable to some standard French cavalry regiments. In this case, even if the battle fails, Messina probably won't be criticized. He didn't fight on the front line in person, and he needed to perform the task of Napoleon himself to ensure the safety of the flank. If they failed, they could also test the current strength of the Russian army. So now, these Poles began to march forward along the river in marching columns. When they opened the baggage wagons, they were quite disgusted by the rags at first. But when they seized the silver rubles hidden in the rags, as well as some rum and canned meat in the second camp, these Poles no longer thought that the Russian army was bluffing or had any conspiracy, but really abandoned the supplies and fled in a hurry. However, at this time, there must be a performance by the rear guard. The 21st Hunter Regiment and the Lithuanian Regiment's Grenadiers, such a strange combination, appeared in front of the Poles. In order to pretend to be more like it, Solovyov also arranged two hussar squadrons to cover. This time, the Poles also knew that the Russian army still had a rear guard here, and it seemed to be of a large scale. There was a regiment here, and the Polish cavalry did not rush to attack, but waited for the infantry regiment to come, and then launched the attack one after another. It seems that their commander has some brains, but this is enough to attract them. Captain, but it's not a good idea to let the Poles launch an attack and then we retreat to the next camp. Bao Hong, this is a way to lure the enemy deep into our territory. If a fight really breaks out, the fighting power of the hunters is still stronger than these Polish recruits. Besides, there is the Tafford regiment behind us. Do you understand what I mean? Speaking of which, you are quite cunning. No wonder when I was in the Guards Cossack regiment, some ladies mentioned you and said you were the Solovyov with fox eyes. I'm not surprised about this. Those girls like to gossip behind people's backs, and we can't do anything about it. As for the Polish soldiers, they are still going deeper into our territory, and because they saw silver rubles and some good things in the baggage, although not much, they are more worthy of attention. Now, the Polish army's already not very neat formation has become even more chaotic. It's not the right time yet. If you want to send a signal, just look at the optical signal machine on the top of the mountain and tell them to attack when they see the red flag waving. What about the cavalry? Bao Hong, go to the cavalry commander Peter Palin now and ask him to lead the cuirassiers and dragoons to cut off the Poles' retreat. Also, you must tell the two Cossack commanders that when the enemy flees, just block their way. We must kill more enemies this time. As for whether to capture them alive or chop off their heads, it's up to the commanders. Count Peter Palin is the second son of the regicide. Because none of his brothers were really involved in the conspiracy, they were not implicated. That is, a lot of their property outside their hometown in Courland was liquidated. He received the order brought by Bao Hong at this moment, and roughly understood the meaning. Well, according to Old Man Mishap, we have to annihilate the enemy completely. But it seems that these Polish badmen have the same number of troops as us, and their appetite is too big. Although he said so, he also put on the cavalry breastplate and appeared in person at the forefront of the Little Russian Cuirassier Regiment. Brothers, if this battle is fought well, I will apply for the Order of St. George for all the officers who have made meritorious contributions, and apply for the newly established medals for the soldiers. We must annihilate these Polish badmen. Hearing this, and thinking about the fact that the Russian army finally has pensions and annual pensions and retirement benefits for various levels of honors, these cuirassiers are like chicken blood. In the previous battle of Elor, which was so big, they were almost held back by Baron Sakin until the last moment, and did not go into the battlefield. They only served as the task of guarding the flanks in the rearguard battle, so they did not suffer any losses, but they did not make any merits. This time, although the scale of the battle is far less, the scale of the Russian and Polish armies is similar. If they can annihilate them completely, I'm afraid that the bonuses and medals will not be low. Moreover, the brothers' military pay for this month was used as bait, to be divided up by these Polish birds, so naturally they had to give them a good beating. So, when the Little Russian cuirassiers and the Courland dragoons attacked from the ambush, they slashed at the Polish army at the end of the team. This powerful impact was so strong that, even if the elite French army formed a battalion phalanx to meet the enemy, they would probably have to break several phalanxes in a row before they could stop. But the Poles in the front team didn't know this at this time. They were still chasing the chasseurs who were luring the enemy, and their formation was already in chaos. Solovyov was secretly proud of himself. This set of methods really worked, although it was just taking advantage of the topic. But not everyone could understand it, so his adjutant asked, "General, why do you want to lure the enemy like this?" "I just borrowed the method that Paulus used to command the Roman army to defeat the Macedonians. The Macedonian phalanx, which was once invincible, defeated the Romans in the first battle. However, it was broken by the broken terrain during the pursuit, so it could not maintain its formation. It was not like the infantry in the era of Alexander the Great, so it was defeated by the reorganized Romans. Don't think about innovation in tactics, that's just deceiving. You must first learn military theory thoroughly before you can combine it on the battlefield." He now looks a bit like Suvorov in his middle age. He began to teach these young officers skills, and he did it irregularly in daily life and battle. However, he was not so mature. Although there was a strange nickname like Old Miss had among the officers, he could not suppress the self-satisfaction of the young people. Of course, he did think of this, and the Poles, who had poor military discipline, lacked restraint, so naturally the formation was scattered. The rest was left to the grenadiers to solve. The Polish army in front was still chasing the luring enemy and did not notice that the rear was surrounded by the Russian heavy cavalry, and did not notice that, although Solovyov was very martial in setting up the battle formation, he was particularly unmartial in changing the hats on the soldiers' heads. Moreover, there was no time to observe carefully. After the 21st Jager Regiment retreated and reorganized, it joined forces with the Tafford Grenadiers. The commander of the Polish army did not notice this, but just thought that the Russian army might have sent a Jager brigade to fight. Since they were all light infantry, they would directly launch a bayonet attack. This idea was probably because the French army often ran away in skirmishes. They learned the fashionable new tactics of the French, but forgot that these Russians were very cunning and would not retreat easily. Another point is that when Solovyov fought, he did not have a fixed routine when he wanted to take the initiative to attack, unlike when he was defending, which was a set of iron barrel turtle formations that were used to death and were particularly difficult to penetrate. Therefore, when the Russian army launched a counterattack, the Polish people realized that the clown was actually me. As a result, these Polish soldiers were beaten to pieces by the bayonet charge after a round of volleys from the Russian army, and their formation collapsed like melting snow. That's great. We had hoped to stick to the Poles, but now we are afraid it will take a whole day to catch these 10,000 pigs. Peter Palin had led the heavy cavalry to crush the resistance of the Polish army in the rear, and the two Cossack regiments were now only concerned with driving the enemy away and capturing prisoners. There was not even a chance to change weapons, and they kept coming with sabers. Sometimes they even chopped off the hands of the surrendered Polish infantry, and in this way, they also killed their heads. Anyway, they were all destroying the enemy, and Solovyov really didn't care about this way of destroying the enemy. As for the Polish resistance, he himself had misjudged the intensity of the battle. It took a whole morning for the Polish army of more than 10,000 to lure the enemy into battle, and the decisive battle had already had its results before nightfall. Seeing the captives all over the mountains and the heads of the enemy was indeed a glorious victory. Even in some rivers, there were Poles who fled to the river bank, and were eventually driven into the river by the Cossack cavalry and drowned. Sir, do we need to write a battle report to the commander-in-chief now? No need. General Melas almost defeated Napoleon. His luck in Marengo was really bad. There is no point in sending a battle report in advance. After we win, we will count the results of the battle, withdraw the troops to Ostrolenka, and then send the news to Count Langevin. We must also forward it to the Emperor. It has been a long time since we have such a brilliant victory of annihilating more than 10,000 enemies. Of course, if the battle report is sent to St. Petersburg, it is unlikely that he will be promoted to a higher rank. He, a young general, was promoted only in this anti-French coalition war. The generals look at seniority. Alexander probably gave him some kind of medal, and the 3rd Division achieved such a great victory this time that even Baron Sacken, who was recovering in the rear hospital, would be rewarded. After all, the 3rd Division's strong combat effectiveness depends on the style of the division commander, and Commander Solovyov simply strengthened this trait. Chapter 462. This time, the fish didn't take the bait. This great victory was not a humiliating defeat for the French. However, Solovyov's trap has become the biggest topic of discussion within the French army recently. Even Napoleon mentioned this issue when he was doing fitness exercises with Countess Waluska. After all, there were more than 10,000 Polish troops, and they were almost defeated in one day. According to the description of the few soldiers who escaped back, the thundering attack of the Russian army made them, who were still in the upper hand in the morning, surrender in less than an afternoon. As for Solovyov's tricks, the Poles did not notice it. They just described how they hid in the bushes to avoid the Russian surge. What an Arminius, gentlemen. Fortunately, we did not lose the legion, but only the newly recruited Polish soldiers, but this also proves that the Russians are really dangerous. Your Majesty, I think at this time, we should re-evaluate the combat effectiveness of the Russians. As soon as Napoleon finished speaking, Berthier added that he had already thought of the words before being summoned. Although the problem was that after the Bavarian army repelled the Russian army at Poltsk, Massena did not send the French army to pursue, but let the Polish recruits pursue, which led to such a farce. But Massena, the old soldier, was always a non-stick pan. He had asked his staff to write down the order, and also took into account the possible ambush of the Russians. This was an open book test. The French army that went out for reconnaissance had already been defeated, and it was mentioned in the order. Napoleon couldn't even punish Massena. After Moreau was driven away, the commander who could command the corps-level operations was this old soldier. Although he was greedy for money, lustful, and could make trouble, he was always needed now. As for Berthier's question, he answered, "These Scythians are not like the Germans who can be divided and disintegrated, and sending assassins is not very useful. Who knows who the Russian Tsar will send to be the commander? A Frenchman is the commander-in-chief, and he is equipped with a young chief of staff who has not learned any skills from his teacher. He has won the victory under our noses." After hearing this, Berthier didn't know what to say. Is this a compliment or a disparagement? Napoleon also said that Suvorov has strategy but no wisdom. In short, he still has a lot of dirty talk. Solovyov is also a person who talks a lot. Although the blood relationship between the two is Paulina's second son, there is no necessary connection. Of course, Napoleon will not regret not using his second sister to keep this kid. It sounds unlikely, and he is not a prophet or a druid. On the Russian side, the stronger the opponent, the more excited he is. "Your Majesty, Prince Eugene is here." "Rustam, it's good that he came. I want to talk to Marshal Berthier about the situation on the front line, and I have an intuitive analysis of why Eugene can make this young general, who claims to be a relative of my wife." "Your Majesty, this is what you are talking about." Berthier, only capable opponents are worth studying. The young man who can defeat Moreau and my brother Lucien and win the heart of a beauty is not a prodigal son, but a difficult enemy. He can cause so much trouble to my marshals and generals. It sounds very interesting. Of course, Napoleon was still very confident. "I'm afraid that only he can defeat him." After being summoned by his stepfather, Eugene also entered the office in this palace. "Eugen, it seems that you did a good job in Poltsk. At least you blocked the Russian attack. This is a great progress. I have always told your mother that you are very disciplined. On the battlefield, you must first control your own army. This is very good. You will continue to improve in the future, and one day you may be able to stand on your own." "Your Majesty, but I have to say that we only achieved a small victory in defending the pontoon bridge." Marshal Massena did not send the main force to pursue because he was worried about the Russian ambush. Yes, who knows how many people the Russians will mobilize from the woods. What do you think of Solovyov? In the circles in Paris, and in our small circles in the army, there are rumors about the Queen's Russian relatives, or her cousin who has been scattered in Martinique for many years, and her family. This kind of thing may be just hearsay, but there is sufficient evidence. When Eugene said this, Napoleon knew it. He actually heard the rumor. "Eugen, if it were you, how would you lead the Russian army in the next stage?" "Your Majesty, then can I simulate the actions of the Russian Chief of Staff?" "That's great, but Berthier may not be able to imitate the thinking of young people, but Eugene knows something about Langevin." "Yes, I have met him at my father's place, but he was still a boastful person at that time, a little older than I'm now. And he always spoke in a sarcastic way, which may be a factor that caused him to run away. But Langevin is very familiar with us. To defeat the Russians, we must analyze the actions of their commander. In addition, Russian soldiers are very resilient. We cannot analyze them like we did with any coalition opponents in the past. The strength of our large army is growing, but the Russians are also improving, and some places are unexpected. For example, Your Majesty, they like fishing actions and use bait to attract our attention." Berthier's words also explained the key points. The victories of the Russian army since the Second Anti-French Alliance, except for the victory of the Russian army led by Suvorov in Italy, generally have one characteristic, that is, to lure the enemy deep into the battlefield, and finally deliver a fatal blow when they think it is appropriate. Then, Langevin is likely to take this measure, and we also need to be prepared. As for Napoleon's idea, it is not a question of whether to eat the bait or not, but to take advantage of the French army's stronger mobility and mobile operations to forcefully dismantle it. This is probably another situation of not biting the hook. At the same time, Solovyov, who was on his way back to the division, was not happy at all. Although the results of this ambush can be said to be a relatively brilliant victory in division level operations, it also exposed the consistent characteristics of the Russian army, that is, they like to fish with opponents and engage in extreme pulling. The soldiers were very happy. At least this time the routine was very successful. They used a month's salary and a pile of captured rags of trophies in exchange for the annihilation of the enemy, and also exploded the Polish silver coins. Unfortunately, the currency used in Poland is still mostly silver coins, so it is a small regret that we failed to obtain gold coins. I think the French may not be fooled by this level of dispatch in the future. Then what should we do? Since they are not fooled, we can only push this situation back to before Pharsalus. Solovyov has seen many battles related to Caesar, but Napoleon was considering how to win the Battle of the Teutoburg Forest, and the problem that Solovyov was worried about was not at all in front of him. When he said this, naturally some people who were not well educated might not understand. Seeing these generals, they looked like the kind who did not read much, so he had to put out the map. We are returning to East Prussia. Danzig has not been captured by the French yet. Therefore, we do not need to worry about the French changing their transportation lines in West Prussia. But if there is a change in May, our summer operations may be very disadvantageous. In winter, we can lure the enemy deep into our territory. On the one hand, we can take advantage of the gaps in the preparations of the French winter camp to make them restless. In addition, there is one point I have to mention. Solovyov pointed to the Our River, which was also the place where the three routes of the French pursuit in the previous winter passed. The method we adopted this time may not trap the enemy, but if we take the initiative to attack, then we will fall into the trap of the French like the Prussians did before. You are not fishing, you are hunting dangerous prey, such as hunting bears. Bears. Since he was interrupted, Solovyov could rethink. He was very dissatisfied with the concept of the entire battle before. Although he won, more and more problems were exposed. Although the Russian generals have many connections, they are very brave, which offsets the problem of backdoors to a certain extent. However, many of these people are only at the level of regimental commanders. If the army is not immediately upgraded to a division level organization, it will not be able to form combat effectiveness. The French have a first mover advantage in this regard. They sorted out the organizational structure of the army earlier, so they also have a certain advantage, coupled with the commander's superb command art and the high morale of the French officers and soldiers to defend the Republic. Yes, although France now has an emperor, before 1808, France was still a political system under the lifelong ruling system in the late First Republic. It was not an empire in the full sense, but just like the Romans, there was an additional first citizen. Moreover, the word was originally martial, and there was nothing wrong with describing Napoleon. Generally speaking, although the Russian army can mobilize more troops, the forces that can be used at the same time are still not enough. If it is a single battle with the French army in East Prussia, it is obviously not a good idea. Even Solovyov had always considered that the attack from Brest was only because of the mobilization of troops and the fact that there were many extremely difficult roads in the north-south direction in Russia. The Russian army had to act in this small circle because the Prussian king opposed giving up Königsberg, and in fact it had lost its spatial advantage. You know, entering such a bad place as Russia and Poland is more adaptable to locals. The situation is not good. When we return to the headquarters and prepare to launch another operation, we may be able to discuss something. However, when he arrived in Königsberg, Langdon told him the bad news with a sullen face. The British Royal Navy's boat tried to provide supplies to the besieged Prussian army, but it ran aground in the river and was captured by the French. Then, several steamships in the hands of the Russian army failed to succeed in their transportation missions because the French reorganized their firepower and blocked the estuary of the Vistula River. Moreover, a steamship was also taken in, but the structure was well known to the French, and there was no technical significance in being captured. In this way, the defenders of Danzig were completely cut off from the outside world, and Kamiensky the Younger's position on the coast was isolated and unable to communicate. Failure was only a matter of time. It seems that, in order to keep the city of Danzig in our hands, we may have to pay a higher price. You just eliminated these Poles. What are you going to do with them? Can the Poles send them to Siberia to cut wood? Or send them to America, so that they are out of sight and out of mind? You are becoming more and more interesting, Michelle. Now we have to consider a head-on confrontation with the French next month. If this allows the French to complete their transportation lines in Poland, as long as the French pull out the nails in Silesia and Danzig, they can come to us. At this time, it seems that we still have to attack passively. But you always want to fish, and the other side is also using bait to attract you. Langevin said this, and he still has a clear understanding of the current situation. Königsberg cannot be abandoned now. Instead, it is a burden. The King of Prussia might as well stay in his wife's arms. Have you met Queen Louise in the Jelgava Palace? Her Royal Highness is very charming. This indecisive king is really a happy man. If it were the Queen, she might cruelly destroy or transfer the supplies in Königsberg, so as to facilitate our mobile operations on a wider battlefield. If we can delay Poland and East Prussia for a longer time, the British will always be able to do something, right? Maybe they won't, but I know more about this. In order to deal with France, Solovyov also knew that Langevin, the French, had the greatest pleasure of discrediting the British. At the same time, he was also very clear-headed. It was unlikely that the British would land in Western Europe without a fulcrum at this time. That was not their style. But now there was not even a telegram, and the speed of money transfer would be affected. In addition, because Solovyov really caused too much trouble for the French, he was now famous and even appeared in The Sun in London. It was just on page 3 of The Sun. If the first generation of The Sun had not been a conservative political newspaper, rather than a famous tabloid after the 1960s, the shame would have been overwhelming. Even if you British people paid more attention to the statue of Venus with Paulina as the model on page 3, it would be better than turning this page into a political commentary page. Chapter 463. To be a general, you must be the leader of a regiment, and Solovyov is a father-in-law. Surprisingly, Solovyov did not receive a medal this time, and it was even more impossible for him to be promoted to a higher rank. After all, at his age, with his qualifications and his background, it was unlikely that he would be given an exception. However, according to the letter written by Little Katar, it seemed that Petersburg was still very satisfied with his victory this time, and even the nobles in the court were filled with optimism. The letter written by the little girl to her fiancé was more likely to be ignored, but this girl who had the attributes of both a sister and a fiancé was still in the court, and was very good at inquiring about news. She would definitely be a virtuous wife in the future, and she was so cute. As for her inquiring about news, it was also very convenient. Now she was Louis's maid of honor. After getting married in the future, if Solovyov himself was motivated enough, with the identity of little Katar Rurik's famous family and the granddaughter of a famous general in the Empress's era, she might be able to become a court lady of the state lady level at the age of 20. The future of the two of them was still limitless. The most important point is Arakchev. He has actually taken control of the Ministry of War. I learned this from Catherine. She is more concerned about the war in the front, because her cousin Miss Ha is leading the cavalry with your brother Miss Cab. Let's stop here, Michelle. You are so lucky, but the girl hasn't grown up yet. It's a good thing that she is tall and slim. Count, you French people can't talk about women for 3 sentences, right? He retorted, and Langevin immediately changed the subject to women. Well, it seems that you are very protective of your food and have a broad mind, but you must cherish this child. Besides, it may not be a good thing for us for Arakchev to be in power. An embarrassing character who had to retreat before he had the chance to show his fighting skills in Austerlitz. As you can imagine, what I'm worried about is that the Minister of War is above the General Staff headquarters. It is also a question whether General Sukhtarian can withstand this pressure. I remember that Volkonsky is the nephew and heir of your former superior and benefactor? Yes, so we have always had a good relationship when we were in the attendance room. Volkonsky and Olga Rukov are both famous families of Rurik. If you want to make progress, marrying a girl who is a descendant of the prestigious branches of these two families will still be of some help. Making friends with the men of these two families is generally beneficial. You should be very familiar with them, Count. Langevin was listening to him over there, also considering what to do next. Any other news? It's about me, but it's very strange. Her Royal Highness the Queen told Little Cat Eye, I may be appointed as the Commander-in-Chief General of an infantry regiment within this month. Then congratulations. When you become a general, you usually have to be the Commander-in-Chief of a regiment. Otherwise, you can only return to the Guards as the regiment commander. With my current identity, I probably won't go to the Guards. As for the end of the letter, it mentioned the Little Winter Palace, where some generals have been active recently. What a lovely girl, she is really outstanding and impeccable. But did she notice who they were? She really noticed it. You can take a look. Langevin read the last part of the letter. It did not involve the privacy issues of Solovyov and Little Cat Eye. The people who could be seen on the paper were all those who actively advocated war, not generals like Kutuzov who were more patient. This princess probably can't understand the positions of these people, but she just copied it down for you. There is a corner window in the maid's room. When the girls are resting, they can see the door of the Emperor's office. Although she doesn't understand the situation of these people, she also clearly revealed that we should take the initiative to take action. If we don't act, we may be transferred. Guess who it is? I can't think of it. Could it be Bennigsen? It may also be Apraksin or Tormasov. Anyway, they are all cavalry generals. After hearing these candidates, Langevin knew that he still needed to work honestly. There would always be people slandering his and Solovyov's performance, even though the latter had recently performed a classic ambush for both the French and the Allied forces. One is worse than the other, and worse than the regicide. Solovyov didn't poke Langevin's lungs, and said that those French people who voted to execute the king and queen were always troublesome. As for letting me be the regiment commander, it is a reward, and it may also be a warning to us. But Bonaparte will not be lured to the east of the border by you, and his supply line is not that long. It's good that he comes. Langevin did not know Solovyov's true inner thoughts, but his courage was indeed growing. Solovyov was probably highly confident in the strategy of clearing the countryside. As long as you dare to come to Arbut Street in Moscow, you will not have a good time. At the same time, if he is asked to be a regiment commander, if he does not fight well, he will probably be stationed in an insignificant place with the regiment. This still makes him look forward to it very much. After all, being a chief of staff may help promotion in the Russian military system, but it is not always useful. After all, the Russian army does not attach as much importance to staff work as Prussia and Austria, and the chief of staff always has a greater say. He can assist Langevin now. Is it because of the French? You have to pick a local chief of staff, and he is familiar with it, and he can show his business ability before. There shouldn't be many local generals willing to work as staff officers among these generals of the Russian army. So the local generals promoted from the staff positions, even if they are familiar with Russian history, can only find two marshals, Peter Volkonsky and Milutin. The others. The Minister of War is not good at screwing in, but likes to interfere with the frontline command. I'm afraid that Arakcheyev will first have a feud with Langevin, and then Solovyov. Although the Dolgorukov brothers helped him select new guns and took the general's way, considering that he has always been reactionary and often interferes with the front, this is not a good way to go. There is no way. The ministers of the Russian Ministry of War or the Ministry of the Army still have the ability to interfere with the army. In addition, personnel appointments and dismissals always come from them, which is indeed more difficult. If it is someone like Arakcheyev, it will be more difficult to deal with him. In the next few days, Solovyov's main task is to complete the combat plan and mobilize troops to attack when the weather is suitable. Although they are now tied up and can only fight on the current territory of Prussia, there is still some room for this battlefield. Solovyov's biggest hope is undoubtedly that Danzig can hold out longer. Even if the Russian army is defeated by the French army on the front, it will continue to hold on. The defense of Karlsburg organized by Gneisenau is probably the same effect. From the current situation, it can be known that the French army besieged there with part of the Italian Kingdom Army and the Polish Corps, and it has been successfully defended. If the war in Danzig is still going on, it will naturally be good. For this reason, Solovyov also notes that it is meaningless for Kamenskий's troops to be there, so he also wants to use ships to transport them back to East Prussia through several fishing ports. The French army has now given up the idea of destroying the Russian reinforcement, but is determined to besiege the city. The 6,000 people of the 14th Division there are only 1/3 of the Prussian garrison in Danzig, but the Russian and Prussian armies have to face more than 40,000 French troops, and they are constantly increasing their artillery. In this way, the situation is even worse. As for the last, the news that Solovyov didn't want, and the news that he became the regiment commander-in-chief, arrived at the Russian garrison on the same day. Should I cry or laugh? Count, according to this order, I have become the regiment commander-in-chief of the Selenge regiment. The regiment is currently in the army, and its garrison, after returning home, will probably be around Moscow or Smolensk. But the worst news is that Danzig is afraid that it will not be able to be saved. It is just right for us to withdraw the Kamenetsky division now. Is that so? What can we do? Osterman Tolstoy came to me and mentioned the combat readiness of the 2nd Division yesterday. If we want to attack, we probably have to see which French army is more isolated. From the reconnaissance situation, it is still Ney, but attacking him also has certain risks. That is, if you go too far forward, you will be easily pinched by the French army. Therefore, it is necessary to plan the marching route, consider attacking, and naturally have the plan to run back. As the Chief of Staff, Solovyov has already started to go over the map in his mind. Important bridges, roads, rivers and other elements have begun to emerge. It is indeed very convenient to look at the map with the content in memory. If we want to fight, we must also consider running back. Moreover, Napoleon will definitely want to cut off our transportation lines. In this way, we can see which side is stronger. I'm afraid that a battle will definitely break out. Mishap, aren't you afraid that someone will say that you are avoiding war? Bagration is back. Some time ago, he went back to St. Petersburg to deal with some personal affairs. For example, his wife spent too much money outside, so he had to sell a manor under his wife's name. Even Bagration's mother-in-law was shocked by the crazy bill, but she had spoiled her daughter since she was a child and brought up by the Empress, so she later ran to Vienna on her own. You're back just in time, Prince. I think Michael has some concerns about this battle. He always thinks about protecting his transportation lines. The important thing is not to be destroyed by the enemy. By the way, Peter Ivanovich, when you returned to St. Petersburg to do business, did you hear any rumors? My fiancé wrote to say that those pro-war generals were active in the Little Winter Palace. That's true. You wiped out more than 10,000 Poles in one fell swoop, which gave them unrealistic fantasies. That battle was indeed fought very well, and the enemy was wiped out with similar forces, but this also gave some people in St. Petersburg who advocated taking the initiative to find Bonaparte for a decisive battle a basis. Mishap, I'm afraid you're going to have a hard time. Am I okay? Langeron's words were somewhat a mockery of those people in the St. Petersburg court who did not need to go to the battlefield but advocated war. If I get the order to attack this time, if the battle situation is unfavorable, I may not be in trouble. But you, Count, I'm afraid you will have to go back to Odessa, where there are many French people, and it is safer for you. As for Mishap, after all, he and I are from the same school, and I can take care of him. Speaking of which, the disciple of the Grand Marshal is more or less a life-saving talisman. As for further new orders, Arakchev has already issued the guidance of the Minister of War, and is on the way. This kind of macro-manipulation behavior makes people in the frontline headquarters quite headache. As for asking them to fight, in fact, all the generals on the front line know that the winter battle has shown that the French army's combat effectiveness is very strong. Even if they can gain an advantage in several large and small battles, they still suffer some overall. Therefore, the Russian frontline generals who advocated fighting in Elor before, this time they want to hold a military meeting again, and everyone's opinions are relatively consistent. According to the strategy, first attack the relatively isolated Ney, so as to weaken the strength of the French army, but if Napoleon quickly mobilizes his main force, it seems that this will make the situation worse. So there are still some problems in making choices, not to mention that Napoleon has actually figured out Solovyov's current tricky tactics and is preparing to catch the Russian army. He used Ney as a bait to attract the Russian army to take the bait. Langdurin and Solovyov, who were full of guts, decided to hold a military meeting with all the generals, while waiting for the opinions of the Ministry of War and the General Staff. "Let's have a meeting. What do you think?" Bagration listened to Langdurin and nodded in agreement. After all, there were too many issues involved this time, and he really had to be cautious. Solovyov was thinking about several directions at this time. As for the location of the French winter camp and the troops, he was also worried now. If they fought like this, they would be chased to places like Elor or Friedland in the end, and they would have to give up Königsberg. The outcome would not be optimistic. No matter how you look at the traffic lines between Königsberg and the Russian army, they can only fight around one of them. In the final analysis, it was because the Prussian army had given too much. If Danzig surrendered, it could even support part of the French army's material supply if Königsberg fell into their hands again. Now Solovyov has the urge to blow up all 7 bridges in Königsberg. After all, the negative role played by the Prussian monarch is too outrageous, because the Prussian king does not want to give up the last relatively large city. If he hadn't wanted to find a wife for his student, and had taken a fancy to Princess Charlotte, from a personal point of view, he would not be interested in helping Prussia. Chapter 464 Napoleon's Kniebait and Grand Legion Fishhook. The Russian army's frontline forces are still seriously insufficient. Although the main force of the Guards has now joined the front battlefield, the 9 divisions on the front line have suffered heavy losses. The fall of Danzig is only a matter of time. The Russian army itself is poorly organized, and the soldiers it has added are far less than those on the French side. This is not surprising. After all, the Russian army often recruits serfs from landlords. Some masters will not be willing to spend money unless they are at their doorstep. Therefore, the quality of the new recruits sent is indeed worrying, and it is even better not to recruit them. Solovyov now has to take care of the soldiers of the Selenge regiment. After all, he has become the master of the regiment and actually has the management power of the regiment. If he is appointed by only one master, he is also the actual commander. If it is in an environment familiar to the German stick, it is the honorary commander of the Selenge regiment, and the collar badge can be hung with the logo of the regiment. How is it, Stasenko? Are these new recruits okay? Not really. The most important thing is, not only is there no one who can read, but the recruiters probably just grab people on the street. I'll just pretend I didn't say anything. But we have to train them hard. The emperor came here for an inspection 2 days ago. The brothers were very energetic, but energy and spirit are useless on the battlefield. Military training is still the most useful. We thought we would set out to fight the French in these 2 days. My great-grandfather was a veteran who participated in the siege of Danzig. Your great-grandfather? Yes, he also captured 2 French officers and stole their belongings. Stasenko is indeed something that someone with this surname can do, as long as there is no fortune teller named Siganova. So your family is a habitual offender, Stashenko. How much did you get during your tenure as the quartermaster? What do you mean? How could I dare to get much? I know that your family only knows this, and we dare not get more. Ah, don't be like some quartermasters who blatantly wrestle supplies. Especially the woolen fabrics for soldiers' uniforms. The market is tight recently. After hearing what he said, Stashenko also knew that the scale of conscription was increasing, and all soldiers needed uniforms, especially officers' uniforms. However, because he was a habitual petty thief and also ran the black market in the regiment, that was the case. Solovyov, the former commander and current general of the regiment, could only turn a blind eye. Even if you have the ability to change fate, you can't change everyone. At this time, you just have to go with the flow and take advantage of the situation. Speaking of donkeys, Solovyov's donkey skin business has always been good, which is the most unexpected. At least the ladies all want to supplement themselves. The rear was still so tight, and there were never any interruptions to balls, salons, and various social activities. As for some nobles who actively advocated fighting, if Solovyov knew that the Queen Mother was so active in confronting France, that many people agreed with her views, and that the Grand Duchess Catherine had jumped out to exert influence on her brother, he didn't know how to comment. The more unrelated people are to the military, the more warlike they seem to be, and it is inevitable that Alexander's attitude will change. It can actually be seen from the cheers of the army. But if the fight really breaks out, Solovyov is actually very worried. Because the French conscription system can establish supplements in Poland, far away from their homeland, and at the same time, increase a large number of vassal troops into the Grand Army. This army is now not only French, but also includes Germans, Dutch, Spanish, Italians, and even a small number of Mamluks. Those who have this problem are probably the family of Napoleon's next father-in-law, which also has many nationalities. After Napoleon knew that he could have children with his mistress, he was also planning the issue of having a son. Therefore, he would actively contact European countries, and after peace, Russia would be the first choice. He liked Alexander very much, but this statement sounded a little bit arrogant. If there was a marriage alliance, he would first consider Alexander's unmarried sisters Catherine and Anna. Austria was just a spare tire, and it took a lot of twists and turns. Catherine was the one with the best body among the sisters, and she could also ride on a horse and hunt with a carbine. Such a fierce girl was even more lawless, because of the pampering of Queen Mother Maria. The queen commented that it would be better if Maria was a boy, but she also asked Paul to arrange music and dance education for her, and finally tamed Maria. But Catherine, this wild girl, was spoiled by her grandmother, parents, 2 brothers and 3 sisters, since she was a child, so naturally she was raised differently. She even wrote a letter to her cousin-in-law, Prince Bagration, asking him to teach the French a lesson, especially the devil in Corsica. But the French are not so easy to deal with. There are relatively few people like Bagration who can take on the enemy head-on, or Langeron and Solovyov who can fight with some courage, or old foxes like Kutuzov. In addition, if the Tsar himself were to micromanage again, it would really make people want to cry without tears. Fortunately, Alexander is more self-aware now. Since there is no Tsar in the army, the staff work is relatively smooth. There is no need to follow the will of the superiors, but only to make decisions according to the final results of the headquarters. Therefore, Langeron also sought the opinion of Grand Duke Constantine, summoned all the generals in charge of the command, and held a meeting in a monastery. Solovyov did not need to say anything today. He had expressed his opinion before, either to avoid a major battle with Napoleon, or to find a way to mobilize the enemy. He was a little unsure about attacking the 6th Army's garrison, and going to attack the 6th Army. After all, Ney was very suitable to command an army, and from the marshal to the soldiers, the army was very resilient, as he had experienced in several previous battles. If he had to pick one to pinch, he would still prefer to attack the 1st Army. There was no other reason. The 3rd Army was too tough, the 4th Army had too many soldiers, and the 7th Army was not easy to grasp. Only the commander Bernadotte lowered the overall score of the 1st Army, but there was a huge problem with his idea. Although the 1st Army was on the flank and relatively isolated, it was not like the 6th Army, whose garrison was separated from the other armies. Moreover, the French army had to assemble and cross the river first. Moreover, to attack the 1st Army, the deployment of the entire corps had to be turned, which was easy to be noticed by the French. Therefore, he did not speak, but just watched Langeron and Bagration perform here, especially the vanguard troops of the attack. The final deployment must change its position. No matter which direction it went, corresponding actions must be taken. That's it. We can discuss it freely. This offensive campaign will still be inevitable in the summer. Some of our follow-up troops have not arrived yet, but if we don't take the initiative, the French will take the initiative to launch an attack. It is better to attack first at this time, and eliminate part of the French army with superior forces, so as not to be passive in the subsequent battles. Everyone saw the target of the attack, which was the 6th Army. This position was more prominent. If we had to attack it at that time, it would be the most appropriate. However, from the perspective of military strategy, Ney's role there was similar to Bagration here, but Solovyov knew that, although he was called a fox, his senior brother was a serious big liar who could fool Murat in Schengleben. Ney only played a greater role in desperate situations, and even escaped death several times. This kind of person is very resilient in leading troops. Solovyov, who likes to figure out the enemy's position, will not attack him. However, all the generals advocated attacking Ney, considering the terrain and the deployment of troops. Everyone can see the current situation. Ney is indeed the closest to us, and the terrain of this area is also very suitable for us to deploy our troops. If we deploy the main force from the north, Gorchakov can lead his troops to flank from the east coast, forming a two-pronged attack on the French army. However, Ney is placed in such an obvious position, and the French will quickly concentrate their movements from several directions. The enemy's troops on both wings, although far away. When Langeron said this, Osterman Tolstoy, who was sitting next to Solovyov, said to him, "Mishap, why do I feel that what Count Langeron said today is your usual set of words?" His original proposal was to wait for Napoleon to come, and we would avoid fighting all the time, which is the easiest plan. 1. My own idea is still not considered, because of the distance problem. You are not going to let our army fight Bernadotte, the farthest one, are you? I know your little thoughts. You always like to find the most unlikely point, and you are always thinking about the opponent's general's way. So, you have read my notebook? Yes, but this kind of spiritual approach is not appropriate now. We have to act according to the basic laws of war. But if you catch the French, I'm afraid Bonaparte will always find a chance to catch it back. It's good that you think so. After hearing what the Count said, and the subsequent opinions, I also think that this plan should be properly completed. At least, after hearing what Osterman Tolstoy said, Solovyov understood. Since the French army can quickly mobilize along the road, its mobility has always maintained a certain advantage, so on the battlefield, there may naturally be some problems, and the situation of rapid mobilization from several directions. Such a plan is not something that the Kroschenolden and the Austrian army can prepare. It requires a solid theoretical foundation, and it also requires hard work, and can't be a slacker. Therefore, he is also considering whether this tactic of lifting the table edge can succeed. Because the Prussian defenders in Danzig are only in a situation of imminent danger, and don't know when they will surrender, so the tactic of slipping on the edge is not necessarily unfeasible. It's just that the biggest disadvantage of East Prussia and Poland is probably that, like Belarus, there are too many swamps and lakes, which limit the mobility of the army, especially in June. However, this is not a big problem for Solovyov. After all, he has always had maps in his mind, and he often makes corrections based on published military maps. To plan the marching route, it is natural to consider problems in several directions. Napoleon has thought very clearly about this deployment. As for whether he can convince you, given his previous consecutive victories, even the most junior generals are still persuasive. If Archduke Karol knew that his pen pal was very persuasive to his colleagues, he would definitely shed tears of envy. You know, Austria's system problems are much more serious than Russia's. Although there are saboteurs inside, there are no power grabbers. Although everyone likes to flatter the Tsar, you have to have this ability. Just based on Solovyov's defeat of the Polish army in Ostrolenka this time, the number of military flags captured is outrageous. In particular, he searched the Poles and took out all the flags they had hidden. This was the most flags captured by the Russian army since the Italian expedition. Although the most powerful one on the battlefield was the St. Petersburg Dragoon Regiment, the victory of the 3rd Division also gave the Russian army more confidence. But if they followed Napoleon's trap, their plan would have problems sooner or later. It was just that in terms of intelligence, it was no longer like the winter when the Cossacks and Hussars were deployed, using forests and frozen swamps as cover, to attack the French army. The French had obviously strengthened their defenses, and there were patrols on the main transportation lines, and between the corps garrisons, and many Poles had organized themselves, which had made the situation quite unfavorable. Intelligence collection was not good, but the general deployment of the French army could still be figured out, because the two armies were facing each other. To attack Bernadotte, who was the farthest, only meant that his deployment was the farthest from the Russian army, but at the same time he was also the second most isolated among the French army. Taking some risks and attacking this enemy is actually still worth it. But at present, the generals are still arguing about launching an attack on Ney's army. After thinking about it, he decided to speak, but when he spoke, he could still hear his teacher more or less. Gentlemen, have you ever thought that this is a fisherman named Bonaparte who put a bait on the hook, called Grand Army to lure us into a trap? This bait is Ney's 6th army. He can be relatively isolated from other French troops, but this deployment is also convenient for the French army to move. Then what do you think we should do? My idea is to go the original route, but we can also mobilize and attract the enemy. It's still the old method in winter. We have to attack Bernadotte, but we don't necessarily have to destroy him. We always need to mobilize the French army. When playing chess, we always have to grab an opening. Your pawns should be placed in front, and the castle and the horse are also forces that need to be valued, and finally the queen. Then he turned his speech to chess again. Chapter 465. Since we are going to kill by crossing the tower, we must plan carefully. Look, another wonderful idea. However, Solovyov didn't care who said this kind of witty remark, he just stated his own opinion. But considering that these generals are not good at chess, it is really hard to imagine how Russia can become a chess power with their level. It may be that latecomers have surpassed them. You have to know that in the 18th century, Russia was also at a starting level in modern education, and it was not until the 19th century that there was a blowout development. As for this blowout, Solovyov believed that he could still see it, at least in terms of culture. But with the level of these generals, they are very hard working to be able to speak French, and they want to play chess. Speaking of which, Solovyov's chess skills are relatively high, at least when he played with the young ladies in the palace, he was at the level of beating the children. And the more complicated Go, although it is said that Go has actually been spread to a very small extent in Europe, it has never formed a climate, and this thing is so abstract that it is easier to promote it by finding some people who have a good life. After all, the Dutch trading house is still useful there. But Razanov, the head of the Russian-American company, messed up the negotiations with the shogunate, but he had a great success in bluffing a 15-year-old girl in the Spanish colony. As for the matter in East Asia, Solovyov's little theater in his mind has also been conceived for a while, and now he has to take out his own plan. From the situation of these roads, if our army attacks the left wing of the French army, although the French can move freely on the west side, it must be seen that there will be a certain amount of congestion on these roads, just like the carriages on Tverskaya Street. You are usually in St. Petersburg. Why did you give an example of Moscow? This is more vivid. In St. Petersburg, there may be a ship jam on the Neva River, or the appearance of those docks. However, if it is abstract, it can be transformed into reality. Indeed, these generals thought about the daily travel and transportation situation and understood it. Why don't you say it is? You can say that you are waiting for the ball to start at the gate of the Winter Palace. But Peter Palin, who interrupted, was given a cold look by a group of cavalry generals, and he stopped talking. That's right. So, we should also take advantage of this point. We are also fighting the farthest enemy. The actions of each unit must be carried out in order, and the actions must be fast. Those who know it actually understand that, although Solovyov is the last disciple taught by Suvorov personally, and is famous for his iron bucket formation in the battle, he is indeed able to achieve strategic maneuvers, and has learned the essence of Suvorov. As for the next step, when he came up with the plan, Bagration was the vanguard, the Grand Duke Constantine's guards were second, and the rest of the divisions were the rear guard. But this deployment did have some problems. Solovyov's plan was thorough, but this time the mobilization was easy to expose the flank, and the marching distance was longer in the middle, which was easy to be noticed by the French army. So he emphasized that the action must be fast, and the people present probably understood it. And as a division commander, there is a more important thing, which is to understand the intention. Even if Solovyov's meaning was not agreed by the commander-in-chief, Langeron, Bagration and Grand Duke Constantine must have known it, considering that he had always been in the guards before he became the head of the regiment, and Grand Duke Constantine had always trusted him. Langeron was not without ideas, but his situation was also very clear. That is, he always had to hold meetings. As a Frenchman, he always had to seek the opinions of others and finally adopt a suitable one. He could be the commander-in-chief because he was not a member of the two largest groups in the Russian army. It was more balanced to put him here, and his personal ability was also outstanding. Therefore, he finally replaced Wittgenstein and drove away the old Deng Buchholden, becoming the commander-in-chief with a stable position. but by the end of May 1807, the opinion in St. Petersburg had always been to advocate an attack. If he continued to squat here, the result would be that he would be replaced. If he took the initiative to attack and lost the battle, he would also be replaced. As for winning, Langevin did not have much confidence in this, because he knew the situation of the French army too well. In this case, since Solovyov pointed out that Ney might be a bait, he still had some speculative mentality to attack Bernadotte, who was more remote, but not convenient for both armies in terms of offensive and defensive operations. Now, his situation is very similar to Bennigsen, who is a gambler with a strong speculative mentality. In the current situation, we should indeed seize the initiative, but the military force has always been in a relatively tight state. Therefore, Langevin has always been very cautious about this plan, especially since the marching distance is almost at the limit of the Russian army's battle plan. It is a risky move, no matter how you look at it. Solovyov's statement is rather lengthy. In addition to showing the pros and cons of the two plans, he also has to fulfill his duties as the chief of staff and show the battle sequence, material dispatch, troop allocation, and a lot of other things he needs to talk about. In this way, everyone can understand his idea. If it is not clear in the words of this era, it means to kill by jumping over the tower and directly attack Bernadotte, who is far away from the battlefield. Gentlemen, I have finished my presentation now. I wonder if you have any opinions. It's a bit risky, but we can also feel from Ney's position that Bonaparte is going fishing. Sakin said this to make a joke. After all, the 3rd Division's attack this time also counted as his military merit. In addition, Solovyov has always had a good relationship with German officers. Although there are some rumors behind him, he is also very fair in dealing with things. After all, he is not like some Russian officers who put disdain and unpatriotic Germans on their faces. In this environment, he can better convince these people. At least Sakin and Essen have no objections. The cavalry commander Wittgenstein, who has not had much opportunity to speak, actually agreed. And this plan to deal with Ney obviously has many problems. Solovyov even got the official traffic map issued by Prussia. The main roads in these areas were surveyed in winter and the general situation has been mastered. According to his estimation, even if the French army uses the regulations of the Bourbon King's army, it can quickly gather several armies of the Grand Army. If this is the case, even if the center blooms and Ney is eliminated in his garrison, it will not help, and the main force of the Russian army is likely to be blocked between the two rivers. One view is that it may be worse than a replica of the Battle of Friedland, and there is a danger of being annihilated by the French army using the terrain advantage. Solovyov has been exaggerating this statement. He does not know that Napoleon really thinks so, and after the previous battle, where the Polish army's new recruits were annihilated, Poniatowski was left to lead the rest of the Polish army to defend the rear and mobilize the 5th Army from the rear. Even the deployment of each army has been slightly adjusted compared to the winter camp period. Obviously, Napoleon is also good at learning from others. Take Solovyov for example. His Legion of Honor and the pensions of his soldiers are all copied from Paul's Order of Malta and pension system. After all, he is by Paul's side all day watching him do these things. Now, it is the turn of the cheap uncle who has not recognized him to copy the routine of the cheap nephew, and Napoleon's appetite is indeed not small. Although he was bold in the past, he was always relatively stable and would leave some ways for himself. But now his strategic planning is obviously different from before. It can even be said that he has taken out a set of copied strategies and just fought a big annihilation war, which is not the characteristic of this era. In the past, only Hannibal had the achievement of killing 60,000 enemies in one day, and basically they were killed by the young. In this position, Napoleon does have the courage to fight such a battle. Solovyov saw this arrangement and judged others by himself. After all, he had been accustomed to this routine since he took over as Chief of Staff of the East Prussian Corps, which avoided himself from being involved in the attack on Ney. As a result of the meeting, Solovyov got the support of the Commander-in-Chief and Grand Duke Constantine, and the German officers had no objections. Napoleon showed weakness in Austerlitz in the past, and lured Alexander into being fooled. Among some officers who participated in that battle, the impression was still quite deep, especially a few days before the war. It is not impossible to reveal an obvious flaw in tactics. In addition, Solovyov, this guy, more or less used his translation and literary creation opportunities to introduce the three kingdoms to the Russians. Indeed, within the Russian army, some people also compared the generals. Solovyov himself pretended to be like Zhuge Liang all day long. His senior brother Miloradovich was never injured during the battle. He fought 7 times in the French army in the defeat of Austerlitz, and was made into the Russians' Aoziling. This kind of evaluation is still not quite agreed by the parties involved. It is true that Solovyov has always been a more cautious person, but he has always been more like a KO thief. As for his style of doing things, he is a Russian general who loves culture. The style is unique, and he is in good health, and does not need to sit in a 4-wheeled vehicle, except for being a teacher to Nicholas. I'm afraid there is nothing that can be close to Wu Hao. Moreover, he has a bad habit of writing letters to persuade people to do something, and he is always in a state of national peace and people's happiness. Isn't it beautiful? It may be more reliable to say that he is like Wang Situ. Okay, now we have made a strategic decision. However, in the process of action, I hope everyone will remember one thing, that is, speed is the essence of war. The reason why the French were able to defeat the coalition forces repeatedly, and Alexander Vasilievich was able to defeat the French in Italy and escape from Massina's pursuit, was that they acted resolutely and quickly, which is also the magic weapon for victory. He obviously has some similarities with his teacher in the science of winning. They are both the kind of people who act resolutely in strategy. Bagration looked at this junior brother and could indeed feel that the Grand Marshal's vision was still good, but his shortcomings had not been corrected. Yes, Solovyov's biggest problem is probably that he thinks too much. Although he has made up his mind, he is not firm enough. When Suvorov first met him, after a simple conversation, he had already noticed this problem. Now he has overcome a lot, and it can be said that the uncut jade is improving itself. In the future, when he becomes a commander, his true level may be tested. Now he still has the commander-in-chief, the deputy commander-in-chief and Grand Duke Constantine above him. The Russian army then began to mobilize secretly. At this time, Bagration thought of a brilliant idea. Mishap, I'm going to let a few French officers go back. What do you think? Exposing our goal of attacking Ni. That's it. Although they may think that this is a strategic deception of ours, we can still tell them. You can even do this, Peter Ivanovich. You can let them have dinner with you, and I can go there. I heard that you have been trying to make friends in France. Bagration said so, and Solovyov did not hide it. Seeing that he did not bring Davidov here today, he knew that this gossip would not be spread. I might be a relative of the French emperor. What? Bagration knew that Solovyov's stepmother might have relatives of high status in France, but he did not expect that such explosive news would come out of his mouth. But you are not shocked enough, which surprised me. I have a big-mouthed Davidov by my side. What can't he find out? Besides, he is your friend. However, Davidov only knew the more public secrets of Solovyov. If he also revealed that Lois's lover was him, he might not believe it. After all, when in Petersburg, Solovyov and Madame Rakamia's affair was known to his fiancé's family. But as a man, although Solovyov and Madame Rakamia had a close relationship, their significance in the literary salon was much more important than hugging each other at night. In addition, Madame Rakamia had never revealed the news of her pregnancy, so this matter was just like that. And with Solovyov's usual attitude, if he had a harmonious relationship with a noble lady or an unmarried lady, or even developed a lover relationship with her, he would be very sentimental, but more philanthropic. In comparison, the fact that he was related to the French emperor might not be a big deal. Well, that guy, I hope his yard won't be demolished by the French. How is that possible? His estate is in Borodino. I can't imagine that the French will go so deep into the heart of Russia. Borodino, that's the main battlefield. Solovyov sighed, thinking that he was also a talkative person, even a bit of a jinx, and even the kind of stream of consciousness. Why are you sighing, Miss Ha? Nothing. We can improve the plan, send a few French officers back, and also reveal the tip of the iceberg of a plan. As for whether the French will be fooled, it's hard to say. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel. Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 466, Solovyov and Bagration's Trick. You are really good at inviting a few French officers to dinner. Are we going to tell them the real plan or the fake one? That depends on the information leaked out, and it also needs to be reported to me. As for whether he believes it or not, no one can guarantee it. Bagration is said to be a fierce general, but when he uses his brain, his opponents are often hard to guard against. Although he faced opponents who were easier to fall into his trap several times before, the effect was still good. When he is not in a state of excitement, he is still quite cunning. Therefore, Solovyov is not optimistic about the strategy that his senior brother is going to use this time. But he is also a fun-loving person and is ready to observe it in person. Well, I'll go too. You're going to? I'm going to keep it real. After all the plans are with me. I'll tell them one thing, there was no winner any law before, so this time we should make a conclusion, and other vague words. You can do the rest yourself. In addition, I have to entrust them to be messengers. My cousin made me lose face in front of the floating bridge, so I have to praise him and pass a message to my aunt. You are really good. And your purpose is not just that simple, right? That's right. My sister-in-law ran away to Vienna, but the chef she hired for you from there is quite skilled. Come to eat for free. Why didn't you say that earlier? Bagration's wife not coming home is always a problem that he can't raise in front of him. But before the couple was arranged by Paul, he had a good relationship with both sides and helped to ease the awkward atmosphere in the middle. Solovyov also became one of the few people who could say a few words on this issue without stepping on landmines. Moreover, after they separated, they still kept in touch, and they had 3 daughters, so they still had some real feelings for each other. So even though the little fairy had a lover in Vienna, she just thought they were all gigolos, and the real man was still her husband. Therefore, even though she had been recuperating in Vienna and had not come back, and the sky-high bills made her mother unbearable, she still did not forget to send some cooks, servants, and housekeepers back for her husband on a daily basis, and also brought back some of the things she bought in Vienna for her husband. It seems that she has the same problem as Paulina. She likes men as soon as she sees them. Solovyov still remembers the scene when she was very young and tried to seduce him when they first met, but failed and turned her face away. Speaking of which, she is already 24 years old, and she is still as well maintained as a young girl who has just begun to fall in love. She does have some magic on her. Paulina is another kind of magic, always the same as when she just got married. I hope Metternich and Prince Borghese can bear it. These 2 young wives are just at the age of being energetic and vigorous. It would be best if the former can be infatuated with him, so that he will not dig holes for Petersburg in the future. As for the latter, considering that he still has a son to raise, this matter cannot be said. Bagration knew that he wanted to eat for free, and he also wanted to cooperate with him. In the past, when he fooled others, he always did it by himself, and he didn't even have a partner. This time, it became a partner fool, and maybe it will be a group fool in the future. He just focused on the guy with a big head and a thick neck. There are still some problems. However, Napoleon himself has gained some weight recently, and is also developing in this direction. As for preparing this meal, Bagration still specially prepared some ingredients, although these things are often difficult to get at the garrison. There is no way. There is no cold chain, not even electricity. Refrigeration requires ice making, so it is still a bit difficult. Otherwise, how can a country have a Western ice warehouse? Even in Russia, a place with ice and snow in the stereotype, it is not easy to store fresh ingredients. As for this table of feasts, it is still served according to the Russian way. The French prisoners who are about to be released are drooling. How is Russia, guys? You said so, Prince. We didn't even come to Russian soil, and you captured prisoners, and even detained us in Königsberg. If it was a Prussian prison cell, it might be quite clean. When I was young, I fought with the Chechens in the Caucasus Mountains, and was also captured. They treated me well, because they knew I was a member of the Georgian royal family. This is the earliest and least noticed one in Bagration's black history. except for Solovyov, his junior brother. Even a few bad friends on weekdays did not let them know. As for him bringing it up at this time, it was indeed unexpected, but it was also to get closer to the French. But in the mountains of the Caucasus, it's not like now, where you can still have a big meal. It happened that, when I was there, it was Ramadan, so it was inevitable that I would be hungry during the day with them. Speaking of this, we also went to Egypt with His Majesty the Emperor, and the Mamluks there also have this belief. Then, Solovyov began to interrupt. So, you are all veterans who have been to Egypt? Yes, Baron. We were promoted to officers there, but His Majesty the Emperor returned to Paris first, and we lived a hard life with General Menal for a while, and could only go home after the prisoner exchange. It was not the first time, and the French were often talkative, so it was easy to communicate this way. Egypt, that place is a bit mysterious. I have always been interested in it, but I also have something to ask of you. While Solovyov was chatting with the two French officers, Bagration and his two German adjutants were talking about something in French and German. After hearing something, the two French officers shifted their attention. After all, as a soldier, even if they are captured, they will inevitably be interested in the progress of military operations. What's more, Bagration did it on purpose today. He borrowed two officers from Mecklenburg to serve from Wittgenstein, and also invited Alina's brother-in-law, Major General Prince Christian August, who is the commander of the Moscow Grenadiers. The biggest advantage of this guy's speech is that he has a loud voice and his pronunciation is very clear, which is suitable for participating in leaks at this time. Point, Your Highness, this is still a matter of great importance. The Grenadiers must be used as an offensive force at the critical moment. You know, when we faced Ney before, he ran too fast. This time. In fact, Bagration himself did not observe the two Frenchmen, but Solovyov was watching. As long as the tone of the Mecklenburg man was raised a little, their attention would be attracted. Point, why do you have any bad memories of Egypt? The worst thing is that it's all sand, and it's really hard to march. I can understand this kind of environment. When I was in Italy, the weather was hot, and it was very hard to march at that time. Fortunately, I'm now a general, and I don't need to run errands for everything myself, so I admire my mentor, Marshal Suvorov, who was able to command the front line at that age. Well, it's amazing. Solovyov obviously noticed that the attention of these two guys was attracted by the conversation between Bagration and Prince Mecklenburg, and they mostly laughed about him, not like the chatty French at all. But just like this, they can pay more attention to this matter, and they can't even listen to it all. The script was indeed arranged in advance, about the attack plan against Ney. Come, you know, the best thing about Russia is the women. You French guys can't bear to leave Poland after you come from Paris, because Polish women are much simpler than the girls in Paris. But this didn't capture their hearts. I get along well with Madame Rakania. She likes the poems and essays I translated very much, and thinks they are all good. I heard that lady was very familiar with General Moreau before. Yes, she also had contacts with Lushin, the brother of your emperor, but I seem to be the unexpected winner. But I still have some relationship with His Majesty the Emperor. I heard about this from my brother, who was captured by the Austrians. General, did you have a conversation with Marshal Mortier and General Gazin? Yes, I'm the one who is related to the Emperor. My stepmother is the cousin of Queen Josephine, so I'm the Queen's nephew, and His Majesty the Emperor is my uncle. Is this true? When this war is over, it's almost time for them to recognize each other. I believe that we Russians will be the final victorious party. However, the two guys were obviously not convinced. Baron, you are really capable. You can actually cause us so much trouble. Some time ago, you even killed more than 10,000 Poles. Maybe you have learned Suvorov skills, but you are still far from the Emperor. Really? Solovyov's face was unbelievable, but he already knew in his heart that the two Frenchmen had fallen for it. Wait until the battlefield. You will see that on the battlefields of Poland and East Prussia, we will eat up the armies under your emperor's command one by one, so that he will also realize the power of the Russian army, and then sign a peace treaty. Although it was all bragging, Solovyov still had to play a young and vigorous young general who was complacent after winning a great victory. Although this was a true performance from his age, he was very mature in his bones. He had seen Madame Rakemia do this when he was alone with her. Although she was a little older, her girlish manners were indeed not easy for others to learn. This is a skill he learned from bed, but he just showed it in a more passionate way. After observing the French, he knew that the French had been tricked. As for the other side, Bagration was getting more and more excited, and even included some words of mobilization. The rivers he targeted were mainly the Pasig River, especially when he mentioned the two wings. He emphasized the east bank where Ni was. These key points were heard by the French, which was enough. Let's not talk about that. Let's eat. Bagration's alcohol tolerance was not bad, and he had a pleasant meal with the two Frenchmen. Solovyov and Prince Christian did not drink. After all, their bases were not here. One was in the headquarters and the other was in the camp of the regiment. How are you recently, Michael? Me. Fortunately, after this summer, I will get married. When I invite relatives, I may even have to include the representative of the French Emperor. At this point, Solovyov officially blew himself up at the table in order to make Bagration's deception successful. He was not worried about how Maria would view him after he returned, or how his colleagues would view him. You have to know that the Queen Mother and her doting Catherine hated the French. Louis's mother, Alexander's mother-in-law, the wife of the Crown Prince of Baden, was an ally of France, but she had never been friendly to France. In this circle, there were still some things that could not be said openly or made public too early. Even though he was deeply trusted by Langevin, considering that the other party was a royalist, the two had a good relationship and got along well, otherwise it would not be easy to pass. But there were people who knew in advance, and Bagration spoke at this time. You kid, when you were in Italy, you caught a French prisoner and asked where your aunt was. Now, even the French emperor wants to be related to you. Sir, I think the Baron is not lying, and he is very logical. Christian was also very familiar with Solovyov when he was on duty in the palace, and he knew that this guy, although he often talked nonsense seriously, rarely told lies. He was not fully aware of the two's double act, that is, he knew that he was going to deceive the French, so he just played it out. The two Frenchmen were fooled by the big and small fools on the table. They almost told Ni everything they could remember after being released from the area near Ni. With Ni's brain processing ability, he would probably be numb if so much information came up at once. Even if he was installed with an external brain named Jomini, the former stock trader should not have the tricks of these two. Solovyov also wrote a personal letter and entrusted the two to pass it to His Majesty the Emperor. It gave a strange sense of deja vu of Zhujiang coming down to issue a declaration of war, and even directly mentioned the problem. He was also quite puzzled. He and Motia had made their cards clear before, so why did the other side make little move? By the way, he also praised Eugene, saying that his defense organization in Pultusk was very successful, which made it difficult for him to start a war for a while, but he also wanted to thank the French commander for sending more than 10,000 Poles, which allowed him to become famous on the side of the Allied forces. Having said that, the meaning of provocation is still quite strong. Chapter 467, Napoleon's Anti-Fraud Prevention Center can't prevent this kind of trick. This trick would be easily discovered if it was just Bagration's first level routine. The problem is that Solovyov has to change the plan and replace the original set of combined punches to attack Ni with Bernadette's side, which has become a multi-story restaurant structure. In fact, when Ni saw these officers who were released, he always relied on the Cooper family's previous business experience to judge Bagration's first level meaning. The Russian army is going to launch an attack, and it seems to be heading in his direction. There is nothing wrong with his way of understanding. After all, Bagration invited these two unlucky French guys to lure him into the trap, but Ni's own understanding ability is enough to make this plan bankrupt. However, Solovyov's idea is more than that. It is true that Ni is the only one on the Pasig River, and it seems to be relatively isolated, but he has already considered the problem of road traffic and adjusting the troops to advance westward to confront Bernadette on the flank of the entire large army should be the least likely option. When Jomini was listening to the conversation between Ni and the two unfortunate guys who were released, he noticed something was wrong. Your Excellency Marshal, the Russians have always been very cunning. You have to be more careful about their traps. They are just two messengers. If the Russian army really wants to attack, we don't need to worry. We should be prepared here. According to your idea, Antoine, we have to reserve a retreat for ourselves and build suitable fortifications. If the Russians attack, we can also wait for reinforcement from various directions. This is indeed safer. Bagration has used similar methods before. But the matter of Schengraben has little to do with us. What we should pay attention to now is the river to our east. The Russians are more likely to come from here. Indeed, according to our reconnaissance in the past few days, the main force of the Russian army is deployed in the northeast, but if they want to attack from the north or the east, they are more ideal choices. Our deployment is indeed more isolated. It doesn't matter. I, Michel Ney, have always fought the toughest battles. We ran into the Russians before the winter camp. Didn't we get away safely? It was a surprise for both sides. According to the information seized by His Majesty the Emperor from Mark and the newer notations that have been printed, the Russians' previous actions were a tactic of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. If we look at the source, it was still the same strategy that Alexander the Great used to bluff in India and change the location of the river crossing. It's a pity that such an advanced military tactic seems to be mastered by only a few people among our enemies. So, I always think that someone will fish. Marshal, you should report this situation to His Majesty the Emperor. In addition, this Solovyov is looking for his relatives in Durenstein. And he has found his relatives in Durenstein. And he has found his relatives in Durenstein. My brother Janie was killed in the Battle of the Trebia River. Before that, he wrote to me and said that there was a strange Russian officer who was looking for his aunt in French with a southern accent. Jomini knew that Ney's enthusiasm for fighting the Russians was still related to this, but it was also related to his activeness on the battlefield. Marshal Mortier encountered the same problem when he went to the battlefield to find his aunt. When I delivered the letter to you, His Majesty had told Marshal Mortier about this strange thing. Give this letter to the Emperor, he should have an opinion. We are all soldiers and should not think about such problems. What should we say to the generals who are affected by such tricks? Ney has a sharp mind, but he is not good at tricks. We should focus all our attention on the military, sir. You can say that, if there were no war, I would be making barrels in my hometown, and you would be working as a manager at the stock exchange, right? I did work at the stock exchange before, but I heard that Solovyov comes from a family of profiteers, and he was also a Russian military attaché in Paris. Haha, the son of a profiteer and a stockbroker. You two should have something in common, right? They are both speculative businesses, and they will bet on where they can make a profit. But I can see from his command style that, although he is very young, every battle is well thought out, and he is very steady. The overall movements of the Russian army have rarely been flawless. No wonder the Emperor has a headache. This kind of erratic enemy is the most difficult to capture. As for Jomini personally delivering a letter to Napoleon's camp, it was also to report the current situation on the front line. When he passed the Passage River, he also specially surveyed the marching route. Whether the 6th Army was to retreat from here, or the reinforcement were to pass through here, it was obvious that the direction of the French army's movement was very favorable, whether it was to fight or to leave. But he also had a doubt. The routines of both sides seemed too obvious. It seemed that they were all fishing, but the 6th Army could not be completely unprepared. As for Napoleon himself, his rest time every day was very limited. In addition to the military field, he also needed to issue decrees all the time. Energetic people often have needs in all aspects, including intimate communication with Countess Valuska. However, as the ice and snow melted, it was almost summer, and his main focus was still on the battles in the summer of this year. In his deployment, Ney was the outpost of the entire Grand Army. Whether it was going forward as bait, or as the arrowhead in the future active attack, he had to play a role in this position. And every day, he would personally open and read the messenger's report, and after analysis, he would draft orders through Berthier, and send them to each army. But today, Berthier came in with a sullen face, and reported the latest intelligence sent by Ney to Jomini, which still attracted his attention. Berthier, what's wrong with you? Your Majesty, I think it must be some important intelligence. So a senior staff officer came, the Swiss who presented you a paper last year. Ah, it's Colonel Jomini. He is still very talented, but he always has some speculative behavior. It's no wonder, just like the Russian kid who claimed to be my wife's nephew, a cunning profiteer. Then, ask him to come in. In addition, Berthier, draft an order to pay attention to our logistics supply. Whether the Russians attack or we fight, the supply of the Legion is very important. At least in Poland, we can't fall into the same pit for the second time. Yes, Your Majesty. Then Berthier left Napoleon's office and called Jomini in again. Jomini could feel that Berthier, as a fellow, was not friendly to him. It was strange that a staff officer who was praised by Napoleon many times would always arouse the jealousy of the marshal. In contrast, the emperor's profiteer nephew in the opposite camp might be a good person. At least that's what the two guys who were released said. Your Majesty, I brought you some intelligence and 2 letters from Marshal Ney. Jomini, sit down. How do you feel about returning to the 6th Army? Very good, Your Majesty. We are there, after all, closer to the enemy, and we are always the first to know about any disturbance. So, what kind of intelligence is it that requires you to come here instead of sending an adjutant? I think the Russians should take large-scale actions, and the East Prussian Corps may take the lead in attacking. It's just that the purpose of attacking our camp is too obvious. But it is also the most direct means, because the distance is short, and it is more convenient to mobilize troops. This is what we want, to make the Russians take the bait, and then cross the Passage River and fight them, drive them away from the transportation line, and force the Tsar to sue for peace. This is our goal. After listening to this, Jomini also knew that Napoleon hoped that the Russians would fall into his trap, but based on the Russian army's movements detected by intelligence, he also had some plans in his mind. However, Your Majesty, I would like to state my personal opinion. When Suvorov was in Italy, he had changed his route of action many times and achieved the final victory in the Italian War of 1799. Could the direct attack on the 6th Army be a cover? The real goal should be in other directions. What is your basis? The Russian army once adopted this strategy in winter, using 2 to 3 divisions to form a column, disguised as their main force, to attract our attention, thus giving their real main force a certain amount of room for movement. From Pultusk all the way to Elor, and even twice in Ostrolenka, this is the way of action. There is some truth in that, but the rest of the armies are on the west bank of the Passage River, and it will still be very difficult for the Russian army to get over there. What's more, there are many swamps along the road to the north, and the road conditions are also very bad, very muddy. The enemy may appear in impossible places. Your Majesty, you probably think so too? Napoleon nodded in agreement, but at this time, he would not praise his opponent. Instead, he would often make impromptu comments on the battlefield. In the past, the French army was unable to stop the Russian army at the Ghost Gate Bridge. Jomini was Swiss, so he might not be unaware of this. These Russian soldiers, according to Frederick the Great's method, were not only not enough to shoot, but also had to push. In his eyes, the Russian Cossack cavalry was probably the most elusive, and could emerge from any forest terrain. Although they were only conducting reconnaissance and harassment, they also caused trouble for the French army. Now, he also had to consider this aspect. Antoine, what did our released officer say after they came back? The Russians have been cutting wood in the camp. Cutting wood? Are these Russians going to build a large camp like the Roman Legion? Or, are they going to build a road before the war? Napoleon asked the question himself, but then he quickly thought that putting some fillers on the edge of the swamp might be widening the road to facilitate the passage of the army. Your Majesty. Ah, Eureka, I thought of it. Napoleon suddenly turned into Archimedes, but he didn't come out of the bathtub. What did you think of? If the Russian army wants to disguise their actions, they need to widen the roads, no matter which direction they attack. Although it's just a little clever, in this way, they can improve the passability of some roads. The Russian army is indeed doing this, but Napoleon can't guess which direction they are going. Although the Russian army used a trick, Napoleon didn't buy it. What he wanted was to strengthen the vigilance, at least to make all the armies move in advance. However, at this time, the most pitfall is the camp, where the French army is located. Compared with the Russian camp, it is more scattered. They still need local supplies to relieve the logistical pressure, so they camp in towns or villages. It takes time to accurately convey the order. Although Bernadotte didn't encounter the Cossacks blocking the road and capturing all the messengers this time, it rained heavily and the conditions of some roads were too bad, which caused the information he received to be relatively delayed. After all, he was the farthest from both the Russian and French armies. By the time he received the news, the weather was very bad. If he built temporary mud fortifications, it would probably be a pile of shoddy projects. At this time, he only executed one of Napoleon's 2 orders, which was to assemble the First Army, but he did not make too many preparations for the fortifications. This was not entirely because he was away from the battlefield and was just fishing here. It was indeed a climate problem. The Russian army could not have a weather forecast. They just carried out the action according to the plan. The heavy rain at the First Army's garrison caused it not to reinforce the fortifications, but just assembled to prepare for action, which was unexpected. As for Jomini, he also returned to Ney's headquarters. Since the weather in Poland as a whole could not be summarized in one sentence, Ney took advantage of the weather conditions to reinforce the fortifications at the garrison and adjusted the deployment of his troops, accurate to every regiment. The Sixth Army's position has indeed become the wedge at the forefront of the entire Grand Army, and any action can be taken. However, it is still difficult for him to mobilize his troops to support friendly forces. Ney did not have time to learn about the situation of other troops, but he was clear about one thing, that is, to the east of his station, the Russian army had a large number of cavalry units moving. This was generally a signal for the launch of an attack, and there were indeed troops led by Gorchakov moving in this direction. At least on the French side, it was considered an army with 2 divisions under its command. It seemed that the Russian army wanted to attack Ney. Chapter 468, Bagration's Actions, Part 1. If a separate passage is made, by padding wood on the edge of the swamp, it will take several days for tens of thousands of Russian soldiers to work as lumberjacks. However, when thinking about military operations, Russian soldiers often do not take their lives too seriously, and often use their bodies as pads for the wheels of artillery vehicles. This is also the case in Eastern Europe, where the road conditions have always been relatively poor. However, in this operation, even the Russian guards were not idle. The road widened by tens of thousands of people on the edge of the swamp did make it more convenient for the army to move. Napoleon could also guess some situations from the 2 released officers, but based on the information compiled by Jomini, he believed that the Russian army was more likely to take action against Ney. Although Bernadotte's position is relatively isolated, it is always separated by the Pasig River, which seems to be relatively safe, and the pontoon bridge in front is also relatively safe. There are always troops on guard there. The camp of the First Army is also very close to the pontoon bridge, so even if the Russian army comes, it can provide timely support. However, there are always some surprises. Count Stroganov led the Mariupol Hussars nearby to scout the crossings along the Pasig River, which ones could be crossed by armed swimming, and which places had bridges built. After completing the task, he led the hussars of his headquarters and joined the Cossacks of Platov at the assembly point, waiting for the Russian vanguard to come. Although Bagration led a temporary column again, it was still very difficult to consider that his task was to charge in front and retreat in the back. Therefore, he always had the more elite sister regiments of the Grenadiers, the Pavlovsk Regiment and the Moscow Regiment. The former was formed by drawing soldiers from the latter, and the Moscow Regiment itself was one of the 2 oldest regiments in the Russian army. Even when the army was formed, there was no one hanging on the old crooked tree. With such seniority, it is naturally a very glorious unit. Brothers, if there is no food, it won't work. People and horses always have to be prepared. Wow. The old commander's adjutant is now a general. Mishap, you are really promising. It's us who run around more diligently than when the Grand Marshal was here. Yes, yes. What kind of orders do you give? We old soldiers are not afraid of death when fighting, but we are afraid of your orders to move back and forth. And you use a mirror to send signals, which makes us run all day long. But if we want to win the battle, we have to run faster than the French. Of course, the veterans of the Moscow Grenadiers didn't know that Solovyov had an uncle who was an emperor. If they knew, they would probably make fun of this boy. As for the point of complaint, it is also very obvious. The official position of your relative on the opposite side is too high. Yes, we have to run faster than the French. But after this war, you have to take good care of us old guys who have served for 20 years. Speaking of which, because of their 20 years of perfect service, they have the right to be exempted from corporal punishment among soldiers, and they also have a Soldier's St. George medal. When we fight, we still have to rely on you. But when we have to cross the swamp, it's okay to walk on the bridge, but if these boots get into the mud, it doesn't matter. When we march, we always use foot wraps to clear the way. Boots are so precious. If you want to change your boots, you have to get them after a while. When the boots are broken, the war will be almost over. You can change your boots if they are broken, but Miss Cap, you are a general now. When will you get married? You can't keep fooling around with French women. Those women are quite coquettish, but they didn't give you a child. Marry a wife and give you a child. This is the important thing. These old guys are all very knowledgeable. I'm getting married. Her Royal Highness asked the regent's nephew and Countess Stroganova to propose marriage for me, but it's all kept secret for now. Anyway, you have to go to Moscow to get married. Petersburg is too far from Ryazan. Yes, you have to go back to Moscow, but your base is in Kaluga. When the time comes, at worst you can ask for leave. Besides, our regiment leader, Her Royal Highness Alina's brother-in-law, is your buddy. At worst, we can go to support you with this loud German guy. That's great. The veterans of the Moscow regiment are the best at creating an atmosphere. When Solovyov was chatting with them, they were also resting in the middle, because the speed of passing through the swamp in front was not very fast, and the rest time was increased to half an hour. It was not until the guards arrived here that they followed the infantry of the Pavlovsk regiment in front and continued to advance through the swamp. Although it was a hard job for the engineers, the Russian army made rapid progress. They completed the marching goals according to the predetermined plan every day and even walked a few more miles than expected. Although these veteran grenadiers often complained, they were not vague when marching. After chatting with the veterans of the Moscow regiment, Solovyov rode back to find Bagration in front. This time, it can be said that it was Bagration who commanded the operation, but unfortunately, the Germans were not attacked. But the suddenness of the Russian battle was definitely beyond the expectations of the French. The old guys in the Moscow regiment are in good shape now. I think they will perform well in the next battle. That's how they are. Did they complain to you? Yes. They don't dare to see me. You are still too close to the soldiers. You should keep a little distance. Being an officer is different from being a general. And you can't learn from Alexander Vasilievich. He can treat all the soldiers as his children, but you can't do that with your age. Wait until you are my age. It should be about the same. I don't want to be like you. When I was 40, I wanted to leave the army. You think it's beautiful. I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to leave the army with your ability. Then there will be one less traveler and archaeologist, only one general, plus a profiteer. Speaking of which, it is indeed rare for someone like him to not be ashamed of his origin. Russian nobles have to embellish their origins when describing their origins. People like Bagration don't need to do that. He is a legitimate descendant of the Georgian royal family. Profiteer. But judging from the current marching speed, we can still speed it up. You are really cunning. You put the fastest Jager regiment in the front, so that the speed of the follow-up troops can be improved. Nothing. I just have this experience when running. If a group of people run, a few who run faster can bring the overall speed up. You know, our veterans are of good quality. Well, that makes sense. But what should we do when we reach the bank of the Pasig River? How about finding a few people who speak French well and use the password we got to take over the bridge? Solovyov was a little whimsical, but considering that he had French relatives, he would also have Lana's ability to fool the Austrian army. But this guy seemed to want to play a bigger game. How did you come up with this? My French accent. The French guys said it has a tone between Lyon and Marcel. Count Pavel grew up in the French court. If he disguised himself as a French general, I'm afraid the other side might not be able to detect it. Bagration laughed after hearing this, and his laugh was uglier than crying. You are really self-taught. This trick has been used by others in the past, and it may be used by others in the future. However, this is the first time I have seen someone as arrogant as you. There is no other way. We only have this one chance to change guards. Also, many of our soldiers are wearing Prussian leather boots used by the French. However, the soldiers who are going to seize the bridge have to take off their foot wraps, which will easily expose their targets. But you have to plan more carefully. We have to cross the passage river to attack the French, and we have to come back after crossing the bridge. Then we have to protect this bridge even more. However, I'm still very worried about the French's deployment at that time. If Napoleon returns quickly, we have to consider planning the marching route before his large group arrives, so as to jump out of the possible encirclement. And the transportation line for the Russian army. The problem of the transportation line does require them to consider more. Moreover, it is indeed more difficult to supply, and the road will be more difficult to travel if we go further. However, Russian soldiers can always walk to where there is no road. They have a say. After all, they have all crossed the Ghost Gate Bridge. Their battle records can be checked, and the Legion has an honorary flag. Officers and soldiers have medals. Even if someone comes to refute, it is really difficult to say what is going on. When camping that night, Count Stroganov came to Bagration's camp. "Pasha, there is something that may require your help." The Count has always been good-tempered, and he would agree to help and take practical actions for other people's requests. What's more, this is Prince Bagration's request, which must be related to the war situation. Of course, but I also want to listen to what it is to be done. If it is beyond my ability, there are some things that I can't do. Since he said so, Solovyov told the Count all his plans. Point, that's it. We send a team of soldiers, disguised as baton grenadiers, to seize the pontoon bridge over the Passenger River. It's just a form of changing of guards. Afterwards, a large group of troops will drive over the bridge, attack Bernadette, and eliminate as many enemies as possible. You are really brave. People who don't know you would think you are going to grow to be very big. Yes, although Solovyov's height was not that impressive, after he became an adult, he was not strong, and his body was indeed not a power type. If he encountered a tall and strong enemy, he would be at a disadvantage. But this way we can indeed attack the enemy by surprise. If I go, I can obviously imitate more closely, but the dispatch of the troops still requires the participation of me as the chief of staff. That's no problem. Isn't it just pretending to be French? You have to wait a moment. I have been in Petersburg for a long time. I don't know if my accent has changed. It shouldn't. In fact, it is more convenient for you to pretend to be a countryman. You should know that Parisians always look down on people from the provinces. The French should know what those Gascons did before. However, my routine should be a bit unethical. However, Solovyov's method seems to be the most powerful one on Bernadette. As for the Count, after receiving the order, he led a team of soldiers to start disguising. But the reason for disguising as baton grenadiers and hussars is that their uniforms are easier to get, and there is also a team of Polish lancers in the troops going together, which looks seamless. Although the detachment led by Count Stroganov was not large in number, it selected some officers who knew foreign languages and lancers with more exquisite horsemanship. Therefore, he also asked Turova from the Polish Lancers regiment. Although she had been disguised as a man, her figure was always somewhat exposed, although she also padded something to avoid exposure. The uniforms of this era were still very visible when worn. As for her coming along, the French did not doubt it. After all, there were indeed some legions in the French army that disguised themselves as men to join the army, and even served as sergeants. However, it was rare for someone like Turova to be a cavalry lieutenant. The action launched by the Count was very smooth. After obtaining the password, they even took control of the two pontoon bridges, allowing the Russian army to cross the river at night. But there was a problem that could not be avoided when operating at night. That is, with so many torches, Bernadette's scouts would be able to notice them when they left the barracks. What are the troops guarding the bridge for? Sir, there is a team of baton grenadiers who will replace the troops guarding the bridge according to our orders, and then the Russians will come from the other side. This is unreasonable, but it is not surprising. The Russians have rarely played by the rules so far. Bernadette did not have time to care about so much. He could only mobilize the troops of the First Army to prepare for the battle and send people to Napoleon for help. He was really not panicking. A French marshal of this level was able to stay in the position of commander of the First Army for so long. and he still had his own abilities. If it was someone else, even if he had nepotism, he would not have persisted for so long. Of course, the first punch of the battle would naturally be aimed at his head. Chapter 469, Bagration's Actions, Part 2. Ni was still in Gudstad's camp at this time. After he detected Gorchakov's actions, he was ready for battle. After all, the Russian army had shown signs of taking the initiative to attack, and the first blow might fall on him. No one could imagine how abstract the Russians' troop movements were. Bernadotte was actually far away from the battlefield, and he didn't seem to be the target of the first round of attention. Moreover, it was not easy to advance in his direction. So Napoleon, who was always extremely confident, hesitated at first after hearing this report. "What did you say?" Bernadotte was attacked, and it was the Russian army disguised as the Baden army that seized the pontoon bridge. "Yes, Your Majesty, that's what Marshal Bernadotte reported." "Savary, this is incredible. I have considered the Russians going directly to attack Davout's base, but Bernadotte. Does the Russian commander have any personal grudge against him? I haven't heard of any feud between Langerin and him. As for his cheap nephew, although he competed with Moreau for a woman, the two seemed to have a good relationship." According to Fauci's report, the military attaché of the Russian embassy had a private conversation with Moreau, but Moreau has always been loyal to the Republic, and he has not revealed any useful information to Solovyov. If you have a good relationship with Moreau, you won't get along too badly with Bernadotte. But this can't be measured by the grudges in the social circle. It's purely because Bernadotte's army was beaten, which is the most unexpected plan. As for Dokhtcherov, whom Soult met head-on, Gorchakov, who bluffed in front of Ney, and the Prussian army that appeared to the north of Ney, they were all diversionary attacks. To attack Bernadotte in Spandon, Polish, Spedy, literally translated as gathering, village directly, was always a bold move that was unexpected. After thinking for a while, Napoleon had a good idea. If we go directly to support Bernadotte, the Russians are probably very much hoping that we will take action here. Their mobility is not as good as ours, but they have carefully chosen the battlefield and want to attack Bernadotte all the way. Berthier asked Davout's Third Army to support Bernadotte after receiving the order. And what we have to deal with is still these Russian troops that are harassing Sultan Ney. Napoleon obviously noticed the Russian army's tricks. If Solovyov did not take action, his 1000-layer routine would not be guessed for a while. But if he had already taken action at a certain point, this intention would be easily discovered. Therefore, Napoleon only asked Davout to rescue, while he led a large group of troops to prepare to launch an operation from the front. He wanted to cut the front of the Russian army and cross the river directly to attack the vital point. Solovyov calculated that Napoleon would gather the main force because he would rescue the enemy when attacking, but he did not expect that Master Napoleon would directly cut the middle road. If Dokhtcherov had not been left to bluff in the front, I'm afraid that not only would his painted skin be exposed, but also his old bottom would be lost. However, the Russian army does not need to care about what Napoleon is going to do now. The troops brought out by Bagration include the reorganized Vanguard Division and the Guards of Grand Duke Constantine, in addition to the Osterman Tolstoy Division and the 2nd Division, and the Kamensky Division behind to cover the flank. Langerin also has his purpose for deploying troops like this. On the one hand, the main force taken away by Bagration will indeed deal a heavy blow to Bernadotte. On the other hand, the Russian divisions that suffered heavy losses in the winter can also be replenished while bluffing, creating the illusion that the Russian army will act from the front. And this action is indeed true. Dokhtcherov's containment of Sirte is to prevent the 4th Army, which has the largest number of troops in the army, from moving north easily, even if he keeps chasing Dokhtcherov to fight. On Ney's side, the actions of Lestok and Gorchakov can also form a support. Now, the focus of the entire battle has come to Bagration. It seems that the French are preparing very quickly. Miss Cap, if we don't take the initiative, I'm afraid that the French will take the initiative to attack us in a few days. Bagration said this, and everyone present nodded in agreement. Fortunately, we at least disrupted the French deployment. But what should we do next? Constantine was on the side. He only took care of the matter of using the guards to join the battle at the end. It was still Bagration and Solovyov who had to make plans. The bridge-taking operation last night was so successful that they could not believe it. Moreover, Stroganov not only fooled the French troops guarding the bridge and sent them back to the barracks, but also repelled the French cavalry who dared to approach the pontoon bridge and the stone bridge over the Passag River. When the Grenadiers regiment went up the bridge, the French army had no choice but to choose to form a camp near the main camp. Your Highness, you can lead the guards in the second formation. As for you, Sasha, I think you should launch the attack. Why me again? Because the 2nd Division has always performed very well when fighting the French. And if the left wing of the French army is destroyed by us, we can either drive them out of the battlefield or drive them back to the Passag River. If there is no river, we can use 2 wings to encircle them. Since one side is a river terrain, we will naturally drive them to the Passag River. Solovyov's addition was not clearly expressed. Even what he wanted to say might be the foundation of the future deep-depth operations. However, when humans began to skillfully use horses to join the battle, the foundation of military theory had already been laid. Well, we have fought the French many times, and this time is no exception. But when he saw Sakhan, Bagration did not let him command the 3rd Division directly, but instead assigned the Vanguard Division of the Central Army and the 3rd Division to his command, so that he would launch an attack from the front. Bernadotte saw this posture, and knew that the Russian army was not friendly. Moreover, in the first round of artillery, the 60 artillery pieces that were standard on the Russian front line bombarded him fiercely. Although this artillery organization was adjusted by Solovyov according to the changes in the battle situation, there is one thing to note. He did not think of killing the generals and guards after a few rounds of artillery fire. That kind of total war player approach is not advisable. The main target of the artillery is still the French infantry at the front, cooperating with the actions of the Russian infantry. But many of these shells hit the back of the infantry in the first round of shooting, and even the grenade exploded directly near Bernadotte. Although the shrapnel injured his adjutant first, the power was enough to injure him. This situation of being beaten at the beginning is very similar to when Jubal was killed in Novi. But Bernadotte's luck is not something that ordinary people can get. Although his face was covered with blood, his injuries were not serious, and he was even able to command the battle. But such a straightforward round of artillery fire is indeed scary enough. The Russian army did not know about this situation. Osterman Tolstoy acted very actively, and when allocating troops before the war, he assigned the cuirassiers and dragoons to his side, hoping to give full play to the advantages of cavalry. Then, he did live up to expectations. When the infantry confronted the French army, he did not rush to launch a bayonet attack, but patiently dealt with the French army at the beginning of the war. After fighting for a while, the dragoons were ordered to make a detour and attack the French flank. His combination of punches was aimed at the insufficient strength of the First Army and the hasty response to the battle, which was to penetrate or defeat the French army on one side. However, the French were still extremely tenacious when defending. Bagration looked at it and was worried about the 2nd Division. What he saw in the telescope was that both sides were shrouded in smoke from the gunpowder, and in this situation, experienced generals knew that there would be a stalemate for a while. However, on the right wing of the Russian army, it was only when the cavalry was deployed on the battlefield that it was decisive. Looking back at the center, Bagration put the guards on the second line, because the front line could not allow so many guards to deploy, and indeed left them as reserves. However, these reserves were elite guards. In addition to the Guards Cuirassiers regiment in the 2nd Division, there were too many people watching the show on the second line. Even Bagration wanted to complain that Mishap, like his cheap uncle, liked to hold the reserve troops in the back and launch a decisive attack at the end. If the guards had not come, I'm afraid that the reserve brigade that had caused the French army a lot of trouble before would have performed this task. But he agreed to this deployment, so he arranged it according to this pre-war deployment. After the Russian and French troops on the front line have consumed a period of time, the guards can be mobilized to launch an attack. The battle in the morning was more or less a test of the patience of both sides. The French reinforcement would not come so quickly, and Napoleon's operation was very clear. That is, he had to clear out all the Russian troops in the front first, and then advance to the Healdsburg line, or choose to cut off the Russian troops that were attacking the First Army's garrison. The main purpose is so clear, so it is indeed exciting for both sides. to show their cards at the beginning of June. Bernadotte could only bite the bullet and continue to deal with the Russian army. Davout, who was closer to him, needed a certain amount of time to join the battlefield, no matter how fast he advanced. Now he could only rely on himself. Even Bernadotte could notice that the scale of the Russian army was probably not just what he saw. How did these Russians pull such a large army out of the swamp and forest? Sir, Navirat is seeking reinforcement, and the Russian army is under great pressure to attack him head on. Dupont can't go up at this time. If the Russian army attacks from the front, how long will we last with their large reserve? Even Bernadotte wanted to complain that his luck had not been very good. Since Austerlitz was shot at by the Russian guards, he had encountered unexpected situations on the battlefield more than once. At the beginning of the year, his luggage was looted by the Russian cavalry, resulting in the loss of documents from his headquarters, as well as a lot of personal property and taxes from Prussia. In the winter camp, no one bothered him, but when the war resumed, the first punch of the Russian army actually fell on his place. The Russian army had been targeting his first army before, and they were still targeting him now. If this was pulling his hair, then soon his hairstyle would be the same as Davout's. But at this time, he really had to bear it. Although Virat was promoted from brigade commander to division commander after the Sauerkraut field battle, his dispatch was still very methodical. He sent someone to ask Bernadotte for the only reserve troops, because he wanted to prevent the Russian army from attacking from his flank. The Russian heavy cavalry was still hiding behind the infantry and Cossacks at this time, and had not been deployed on the battlefield. There had never been a cavalry unit that would rush straight to the enemy's front at the beginning, and the French phalanx had always been fast in formation. As a result, the battlefield was in a long standoff with bullets flying and guns roaring. Neither side pressed their troops forward, also considering that there were no obvious flaws in the opponent's formation. Even though the French army had fewer troops, the formation was tight, and the cavalry could only attack from the flanks. It was not so easy to attack from the front between these regiments. As for Bernadotte, he was holding Dupont, and did not dare to counterattack easily, and he was indeed considering the retreat. If the war is not going well now, the Dupont division can still play a life-saving role for the entire army at a critical moment. But if Dupont attacks together and dies, then there is no need to fight this battle, and the First Army will be pursued by the superior Russian army, just like the Battle of the Trebia River. After all, Bagration and Solovyov are both Suvorov's disciples. They were on the right wing in the Battle of the Trebia River, and this offensive posture is still very obvious. At the same time, it should also be taken into account that the place where the two sides fought today is like the battlefield in Italy, with a river in the middle. The terrain is relatively flat, which is suitable for both sides to set up their formations and fight. I think it's time. Don't worry, Miss Cap, you have to make the French less patient. And we should go to the front and ask Sakan to move forward. His side is a riverbank, which is always a safer direction. Okay, I'm just worried that he will move slowly. You know, although he is good at commanding the 3rd Division to defend, his offensive means are very poor. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, he is at this level. Sakan can even become an army marshal in the future. And Bagration also knew that the morning's test of the French was almost over, and he had to find a way to resolve the battle in the afternoon. Who knows how fast Davout, who is close to here, can run this time. Chapter 470. Don't be too greedy. After winning a battle, the river where the two sides fought was not wide, but the recent rainfall made the water surface wider. The disadvantage for the Russian army was probably that the riverbed was relatively soft, which would affect the speed of the army's advance. But it was not without advantages. When the shells hit such places, their lethality would be weakened, especially when they fell into the water. The French artillery was originally inferior to the Russian army. If their shells fell on the riverbed, they could only kill a few Russian soldiers. The kinetic energy had been offset. It was not like the Russian bombardment of the French army at this time, which often caused considerable casualties on the river beach. Because of this, it was no wonder that the French army on the front also sought support from Bernadotte. We need the Dupont division to participate in the battle on the left wing. I think the Russians will use it. If they want to win a complete victory, they will definitely attack here at this time. Bernadotte now felt the same as MacDonald during the Battle of the Trebia River. After a morning of fighting, although the French front was still there were already signs of wavering. The most terrible thing is that the terrain in this area is flat, and the forces of both sides are not hidden. He can clearly see that there are still a large number of troops behind the Russian army who have not joined the battle. If they continue to fight like this, there is really no way to fight. He even planned to retreat from Dabstein. It was already difficult to stay in this ghost place. The problem is that when fighting, the most difficult one is to retreat safely from the battlefield. Therefore, in this situation, Bernadotte gritted his teeth and persevered in order to avoid defeat. You must know that the Battle of the Trebia River, although including the outpost battle, was fought for 4 days, but the last day and a half was completely unilateral, and even the last day was a direct defeat. As for the fact that he could not withstand the firepower of the Russian army in 1 day, it was not entirely because the French army was not well prepared. They even made up for the new recruits prepared in 1808 in winter, and even had sufficient training and replenishment. The problem is that on the Russian side, the firepower density of infantry shooting is ridiculously high in a few places. Even this accuracy is a familiar experience for him. This is how it felt after crossing the Pratzen Heights at Austerlitz. The Pavlovsk grenadiers were equipped with breech-loading rifles, and they were at the outermost position, beating the French army back all the way. They had not even used their full strength, but were only asked to shoot from behind the trenches on the side of the road. This was different from the situation of the guards before. After all, they still had bishops' hats on their heads, so it would make people feel confused. They couldn't win in hand-to-hand combat or shooting, which meant that the Russian army was moving slowly, otherwise there would be no fight. The outcome should be decided. Let the cuirassiers join the battle. Bagration decided to go to the cavalry in person. The two brothers Palin were both heavy cavalrymen, and when they saw Bagration coming, they knew that a general attack was going to be launched. The French army could not resist now, and if they were rushed by such a group of people, the effect would indeed be very obvious. The First Army did not catch up with the Battle of Eylau, so they naturally did not see the attack of their own cuirassiers. Now that they were charged by the Russian heavy cavalry, it was like a hot knife cutting butter. The effect was beyond words. At this time, Bernadotte had to let the Dupont division turn around and come to resist these Russian cavalry. Since the heavy cavalry were all concentrated here, and most of the French heavy cavalry had always been in Murat's cavalry, it was difficult to stop the hussars and hunting cavalry to meet them. Even if they were shot at close range, they could not penetrate the breastplate from the front. There was no other way. The power of these muskets was really limited. We had to wait until technology advanced before we could have some confidence in penetrating them. As for dealing with these cavalry now, we had to either use cavalry to resist or use artillery bombardment. Because the French army also found it difficult to form a formation, Dupont only fought for a while, and the phalanx of his 2 regiments was broken. Well done, now we can pursue them. But he couldn't always get what he wanted. The Russian cavalry was chasing, and had just defeated 3 divisions of the First Army, and Davout's troops had arrived. However, seeing the scattered friendly forces, Friant once again played the role of emergency. While finding a position, he relied on a favorable formation to shoot at the Russian cavalry chasing him, and at the same time he was also collecting the fleeing soldiers. As for the Russian army in front, the guards had not yet joined the battle, which was equivalent to the opponent falling without any effort. It was not surprising, because even if the Russian army had already deployed troops on the front line, it was more than the French army at this time, which was not a rare thing. It was just that Bernadotte could not stop both sides. If this continued, Napoleon would definitely have to think about it in the future. Since the battle with the Prussian army, only the First Army has often suffered a setback, and this time it was even more outrageous that it was defeated by the Russian army within a day. Even if he is the brother-in-law of the emperor's eldest brother, he has to bear it. Davout has not caught up yet. Friant looked at this and could only shake his head. The Third Army has been strengthening training throughout the winter, especially his division. After all, every time there is a battle, the Third Army always runs the longest distance to fight, and the battle is often quite difficult. They were still able to resist the Russian attack, and the First Army, except for the Dupont division, was still occupying one corner of the battlefield against the Russian army, and was completely chased away. If you count it all, I'm afraid the defeat was as tragic as the Battle of the Trebia River. Many of these people had not experienced the humiliating defeat of Italy in 1799. Even Grouchy, who was captured in Novi, had never encountered such a thing, and he was on the side of the cavalry army. The Russian troops who were pursuing did not act rashly after encountering someone blocking them. Bagration, on the other hand, was still a little doubtful. This was different from his usual performance. If it were usual, he would have fought over it long ago. I didn't expect the French reinforcement to come so quickly. Let's stop while we're ahead. Sakan was also here, and he was a little lazy. This was no wonder, just like a thief who had to consider his retreat after running into a house. But in this case, we still have a chance to attack the Third Army. Solovyov was unwilling to give up. He wanted to expand the victory at this moment. After attacking the First Army, he would defeat the Third Army in succession. The entire left wing of the French army would be shattered. You are still young and energetic, Miss Ha. Our march is so long. If someone attacks the transportation line, won't we be intercepted here? Although your plan is good, and we have defeated the enemy, we should also consider retaining the main force. Grand Duke Constantine nodded and said, it is indeed dangerous. We can only cut off the French transportation line, but it is difficult for us to cut off the road in Silesia. Yes, your highness does have some truth in what you said. But it is a pity for us to retreat now. Mishap, I think we should retreat. Don't insist. Since these two said so, they should indeed retreat. But they also knew that this kid had a good appetite and actually wanted to attack the most difficult army in the French army. With the current strength of the Russian army, it is not impossible to defeat the opponent by concentrating these divisions, but the logistics of the entire army will be cut off. With such a piece of Polish land occupied by Prussia, even the Polish lancers will find it difficult to collect food locally. In fact, going to the west bank of the Vistula River, the Poles there may be more welcoming to the Russian army. In this case, they had no choice but to withdraw. As for Napoleon, after hearing about Bernadotte's defeat, he directly ordered that, since he was injured, he should go to the rear to recuperate. After all, this humiliating defeat was indeed embarrassing enough. He did not make other deployments because he was busy beating Dokhtcharov's division and exploring the transportation lines behind the Russian army. So many things were not his business. Bernadotte actually dared to fight like this. Your Majesty, should we return to support the Third Army and attack the main force of the Russian army? No need. We just need to find the Russian army's transportation line. No matter what, the transportation line is the lifeline of the Russian army. They ate up the First Army and we cut off their supplies. This should be called Corlane Court. What is catching a turtle in a jar? Your Majesty, it's catching a turtle in a jar. That's the truth. Corlane Court, you can read, but you are not very good at fighting. You are not as good as your brother. Yes, but your Majesty still needs diplomatic work and soldiers who understand diplomacy. That's right. I think we should be prepared to write a letter to the Tsar and let him accept a peace agreement. If others opened champagne at halftime, they might have to explain. But Napoleon seemed to be ineffective for which side to lose, opening champagne at halftime and winning 3-0 in advance. He was also very confident and prepared to issue a declaration of war to have a decisive battle with the Russians. He even judged that the road connecting Königsberg and the Russian transportation line were now the lifeblood of the Russian army. Even if the main force of the Russian army could turn the tide and disrupt the rear of the French army, they could only cut off the supply line on the northern line. Therefore, after winning, they would still break away from the contact with the French army and then turn back to the vicinity of Königsberg. Give Davout an order to assemble the Third Army and the Dupont Division and hold them back when the Russian army attacks. If the Russian army retreats to Königsberg or moves to other directions, stick to them and don't let them break away from contact easily. Since he gave such an order, it was obvious that he was going to do it. On the Russian side, they quickly returned to the east bank of the Pasig River, but Davout chasing behind them would indeed give people a headache. It seems that we have to destroy all these roads on the way of retreat. So, in order to avoid the pursuit and harassment of Davout, the bold guy, Bagration ordered the burning of the pontoon bridge and the destruction of the roads along the way, just to avoid this guy following all the way. It was not convenient to turn back and fight him, and it might even lead to Napoleon's path. No way, this bald guy's the most difficult to deal with. Didn't he always cause trouble in our several battles? This was indeed reasonable. Since the 3rd Anti-French Alliance, the output of Davout and the 3rd Army was ridiculously high. Moreover, with the troops he had taken in, although the French army was currently at a disadvantage in terms of manpower, under the special battlefield environment, the Russian army would still be chased by them. But these roads were not easy to walk on. The roads filled with wood like Solovyov, set on fire, and destroyed in some places would indeed give the French a headache. If it were on ordinary terrain, Davout might have caught up with the Russian army, or with the cooperation of reliable friendly forces, he could have stopped the enemy. But in the swamp, the road was narrow, and once it was destroyed, he had no place to go by detour. When the report came back to Napoleon, he was surprised. The Russians are getting more and more slippery. Previously, they were just some small tricks. This time, an officer with a Parisian accent disguised himself to seize the bridge and opened a road in the swamp. It really broadened our horizons. Your Majesty, I'm afraid Davout can't catch up with the Russians. Let them run away along that route. We can find a place to wait for them. We can't let them run away this time. While speaking, he looked at the map. The Russian army did gather the remaining troops near Hellsberg. But these troops were a little difficult to face Napoleon, because the main force was withdrawn, and only Langeron and Barclay commanded this part of the troops. Fortunately, Bagration's attack across the swamp this time defeated the 1st Army, and took away the 3rd Army, so the pressure on Hellsberg could be less. However, Lannes did not dare to attack easily. After all, in Pultuscan winter, the Russian army's firepower organization, although not as good as the French artillery, was still quite cunning in action, especially when approaching. The Russian artillerymen who were squatting in the pits were even more unethical than those infantrymen who kept bullets in their gun barrels, and they often launched sneak attacks. So he launched a tentative attack, and found that the Russian artillery fire was extremely fierce. Even when dozens of artillery pieces were concentrated in a small area, he did not let the 5th Army and the Reserve Army act rashly. Moreover, Boudinot, who had not been enough bullets, wanted to lead the grenadiers to launch a fierce attack. This guy was really brave as a grenadier. It was true that he was not afraid of death. It was also true that he was knocked down by others in almost every big battle. Lannes was reluctant to let him be seriously injured at this time without encountering the main force of the Russian army. At least he had to wait until the main force of the Russian army gathered before he could sacrifice him. But because of this fierce shooting, the Russian army was able to quickly move from Hellsberg at night. Afterwards, Lannes and Boudinot found that they had been fooled, because before the Russian army retreated, Yermolov specially concentrated the artillery of a division and fired fiercely at the French army, without caring whether these artillery pieces would be lost. But this was not a trick. After all, the Russian army retreated to the banks of the Ar River along the old winter route with a large amount of baggage and artillery carts, and the French were still able to catch up with them. Chapter 471 There is no Friedland. At Hellsberg, Langeron was just bluffing, and retreated safely from this position. Lannes had suffered in the winter, and the Russian artillery fire was indeed more than usual, so he did not pursue rashly. He did not know that the operating procedures of the Russian artillery had changed, but if he caught up, he would be bombarded with a barrage of shotguns. During the Battle of Austerlitz, several Russian artillery companies learned from the French and desperately used artillery fire to intercept the pursuing French army, knowing that they could not take away the artillery, and achieved good results. Solovyov also implemented similar regulations in the Guards during the Third Coalition War. Although he was the commander of the Guards Chasseurs at the time, the regulations could be changed, and the Guards artillery did cooperate with the infantry to achieve great results, causing heavy casualties to the French. However, Bernadotte was always the one who got beaten, and this program has never changed. When he was unlucky, he was indeed more targeted. Moreover, one thing that may have greatly changed his life trajectory was that he did not capture the Swedish prisoners. As for the commander of the First Army, given that the army was in a very bad state at the time, only the Dupont division was relatively intact. The Villette division suffered heavy losses, and the other division and cavalry suffered a devastating blow. Napoleon asked Victor to take over the First Army at this time, in fact, to reorganize the troops. According to the report of the First Army headquarters, our army lost 8,000 troops in Spandau and Abstein. The Russian army's losses are unknown, but it is estimated to be 4,000. Damn it, Berthier, we have guessed the Russians' tricks, but we didn't expect them to choose the farthest road at this time, but this is also in our favor. The main force of the Russians has now entered the swamp, and their exits are all on this traffic line. We can give them a head start. Your Majesty, if they join forces with the Russian army in Hellsberg, it will not be so easy to deal with them. If they concentrate in one place, we can hit them better. His Majesty the Emperor is indeed very confident, and he has predicted the prediction of the Russian army headquarters. Even when one army was defeated at the beginning of the war, the Russian army set fire to the road in the swamp, making it impossible for Davout to pursue from here, and he had to choose to return by the original route, to join the main force of the Grand Army. That's it, the French army still has the initiative. After being hit for a round, they now have a considerable advantage. Except for the main force of the Russian army led by Bagration, who had not yet emerged from the forest on the wooden plank road in the swamp. The other troops were relatively exhausted after several consecutive battles of varying sizes. Even Dokhtyarov lost more than 1,000 people in the battle with Surt. In fact, the Russian army's containment only allowed the main force of the French army to be contained for a short period of time. The purpose of containing the French army for a long time and mobilizing the French army was not achieved. It can be said that Solovyov's strategy was predicted by Napoleon in the fog. Even if the First Army in the north was defeated, he did not change his original plan. Even if the road was not destroyed and Davout could not pursue the Russian army entering the swamp, the French army would probably block the two sides and lock the main force of the Russian army in. In order to win, the Russian army has taken risks. Although it successfully jumped out, it also lost the initiative under Napoleon's Iron Fist. As long as the French Emperor is on the battlefield, he always symbolizes power. As long as he doesn't mess up, or the difference in power between the two sides is too great, he is always a terrible opponent, and even difficult to defeat for the opponent. You don't have twice as many troops as him to fight against the French army led by the Emperor, and there is always some uncertainty. Under this concern, Langeron mobilized well after the division of troops, but Napoleon was too fast. In order to ensure the attack on the left wing of the French army, he sent Bagration and Solovyov out, so his staff was faced with the situation that happened before. Fortunately, according to the tradition of the Russian army, the adjutant is responsible for actively exploring the battlefield situation. It is not impossible to do the work without a staff. Langeron has been in Russia for more than 10 years. Not only is he too lazy to complain about this system, he has adapted to it, so he can still maintain the operation of the Legion. Until the Russian army retreated to the vicinity of Elor, he finally joined Bagration. Count, it seems that only part of our plan has been completed. Most of the plan has been destroyed by this Bonaparte. Solovyov's Bonaparte popped up in the innermost part, which was considered to be forced into a corner. Why, you are not willing to accept it? No, we defeated the First Army. If it were not for the support of Friant's division, we would have been able to annihilate the enemy. At that time, Napoleon had to pay attention to the huge threat we posed to his flank, and it was unlikely that he would chase us to Elor with all his strength. Of course, we may not come back so quickly. Your idea is very good, but which direction should we go next? His Highness the Grand Duke sent people to survey the road. The staff of the guards believed that we should retreat to the direction of the Neman River. However, we still need to find a suitable ferry to go there, and on the way, the Our River is a problem that cannot be bypassed. Then what are you going to do? Mishap, this kid actually wants to lead us to Königsberg, which is completely contrary to his original idea. Bagration said this, which was a bit teasing for this junior brother. There is nothing we can do about it. If the French advance towards the Our River, they have two options. One is to go around from the east, which is more reasonable, but our flank will be exposed to us. If they advance from the west, this route is very short, but there are dense rivers in the middle. The important thing is that the enemy's direction of action is aimed at the actions we can take when we cross the Our River. If our army encounters the French army after crossing the river, the situation will not be so optimistic. In particular, our army is likely to be attacked by the enemy halfway across the river during the action. This is the situation, whether on the west bank or the east bank. Therefore, on the one hand, we do not act on the river line, and on the other hand, we have to take a detour and take a marginal route to retreat to Memel. You don't want to fight again. There is no other way, Count. The longer the war lasts, the more impatient those war advocates in St. Petersburg will be. If we can retreat to Memel, perhaps we can strive for favorable conditions. Favorable conditions? But these are all political issues. I think the emperor will inevitably make such a decision after seeing the situation on the battlefield. If we are defeated at the river, there will be nothing to bargain for. If our army can successfully retreat and confront the French army at the Neman River, we can still bargain with the French in the vegetable market. He first actively sought a war, and now he is escaping. This chameleon behavior can be seen frequently in Russia. Langevin also knew that this kid always swayed flexibly on various issues, but always chose a favorable direction. If he marched north, even if he was trapped in the city of Königsberg, with the current strength of the Russian army, he could still fight. In addition to the existing troops, the Russian army also has several divisions being transferred from inland areas to the border. If the troops are gathered together, it is still a considerable force and can fight. Moreover, if they follow the river downstream, they can still build several floating bridges near Königsberg for the main force of the Russian army to retreat from the Pragalaya river and then find a ferry to the Neman river. It's not easy to explain if we just run away. His Highness the Grand Duke also thinks that the war should not continue like this. Grand Duke Constantine said this as the first heir to the Russian throne with the title of Tsar and actually the deputy emperor. His words still have some weight. Since the beginning of the war, Russia has been fighting for Prussia and Austria, joining the anti-French alliance 3 times in a row, and once being dug into a big pit. There are still many voices in the army that think that they should not fight again. If they can't find a decent way to make peace, they can only decide the outcome with the enemy on the battlefield. For the current Russian army, it seems that it is not so easy to fight face to face. Therefore, the new plan is to cross the river continuously until they retreat to the north of the Neman River, burn all the bridges along the way, and the war will be almost over. Even for Langevin and others, they don't need to consider what the Prussians think. To be honest, the people who have the most weight in the headquarters don't like Prussia very much, or have nothing to do with them. The only one who has some relationship is that Solovyov wants to find a wife for his student Grand Duke Nicholas, and he has his eyes on the fragile but very cute Princess Charlotte. But this matter can be solved from other aspects. Before the peace talks were initiated, Prussia probably had no chance to let the royal family return to Berlin. Even according to Napoleon's idea, whether Prussia can exist is a question. If Prussia is destroyed, Russia may have more weight if it helps Prussia to restore its country in the future. To be honest, Solovyov's biggest shortcoming now is what Suvorov didn't find when he first contacted him. It's this guy. Although his fighting skills have improved a lot, he always seems like a bargaining profiteer. Sometimes, one's origin can really determine a person's personality traits. Even if this person is a reskinned person, he will inevitably be a little calculating and even haggard. But the Grand Marshal has been buried in the monastery, and he has no chance to fix Solovyov's shortcomings. If he realizes it himself, he may make a breakthrough. If Napoleon is a current T0, Archduke Karol and Wellesley are T1, the latter has not yet demonstrated his ability. Solovyov's ability should not exceed that of his senior brother Bagration, who is stuck between T1 and T2. In addition, he has no experience of leading an army independently, so he is still far behind in this aspect. He is a very strong T1 at the division level, and the corps is not up to the table T2.5. Therefore, he always considers problems in a one-sided way. Running away in this way can indeed preserve strength, but it is too inconsiderate to the feelings of the Prussian-friendly forces. In other words, Leicester and Scharnhorst both took the overall situation into consideration and knew that the Russian army's retreat would be a war or a peace, and the initiative had not been completely kicked to the French, so they did not come out to make trouble. If the current commander-in-chief of the Prussian army was Blücher, he would have sent an elephant to greet Solovyov. But the advantage of this kind of profiteer thinking is probably that he always makes the Russian army retreat to the vicinity of the Neman River in a relatively intact manner. June 14th is the 7th anniversary of the Battle of Marengo. Napoleon, who is a bit superstitious on anniversaries, still explored the movements of the Russian army all the way and wanted to pursue them to the crossing of the Ar River and then advance to the Neman River. He even ate a chicken for breakfast. His whole state was adjusted very well, and his soldiers were also in high spirits. This was going to do a big job. However, at the crossing of the Ar River, except for the pontoon bridge built there, no items related to the Russian army were seen, let alone personnel. Your Majesty, it looks like the Russian army has retreated. Berthier, they are wasting our feelings. We wanted to teach them a lesson on this day, but these Russian bears run faster than rabbits. Your Majesty, maybe it's because the man who always claims to be your nephew is a disciple of Suvorov. Suvorov once said that his command style is like a galloping hare, which is against the Prussians. If it were during the peace talks, I would like to meet this young man. I only met him in the Tuileries Palace, but I didn't expect that he had such a relationship with Josephine. Maybe he didn't know at the time, otherwise he would have contacted you long ago. Colleen Court, you know the Russians quite well. I think I can let you go to St. Petersburg frequently and deal with the Tsar. Your Majesty, that requires peace. If the Tsar loses his patience, we may be able to get peace. The soldiers have been away from home for too long, and they should rest for a while. We should have peace on the European continent, but the Russians have to ask for peace. Napoleon had a good idea, and the opportunity for a battle was lost. The Russian army either entered Königsberg and squatted in the city, or retreated to the north bank of the Neman River. Although the French were very enthusiastic about fighting Prussia, they were not ready to go deep into Russian territory, even if they had to fight a battle in Lithuania. Moreover, Napoleon predicted Alexander's movements. After learning that the Battle of Spandau had defeated a French army, St. Petersburg was initially cheering. The subsequent news was not so optimistic. The Russian army had been retreating. Many Russian nobles who had been actively advocating war before were now dumbfounded. According to the traditional Russian chameleon art, they now performed in front of the Tsar and said that they were pacifists. What is going on? Chapter 470 To the journey to the Winter Palace, St. Petersburg, was not very comfortable. Peace came so suddenly that Langeron sent a temporary armistice agreement to Napoleon, which gave the French emperor an illusion. After all, this day is June 18th, and you know that this day has never been very friendly to the French. Napoleon is not very religious, but like the Chinese superstition about numbers, he has a special superstition about dates. In 1799, the Russian-Austrian coalition defeated the French army led by MacDonald on this day, so the French army is more or less taboo about this day. In addition, the weather and location are not on the French side. The Russian army is on the north bank of the Neman River at this time. Not only did they burn the pontoon bridge, but they also blocked several ferry crossings, clearly wanting to confront the French army across the river. Considering the city of Königsberg behind, Leicest's Prussian army finally went there. Compared with the two sides, Napoleon also agreed to this temporary armistice agreement. If there is a peace talk later, there is naturally something to say. As for the war, Napoleon has now issued an order to build a supply line along the coastline directly to East Prussia, provided that the Prussian garrison in Danzig surrenders and guarantees not to be an enemy of the French army within a year. The Russian army's supply efficiency is low. Although the supply lines are all in their own country, the replenishment of troops and materials, even if they have made preparations in advance, is not as efficient as the French army. It seems that the outcome of the war has been determined. Therefore, after the ceasefire, both sides are resting. If they cannot talk, they will have to continue the war. Looking at the French army on the other side of the river, Langeron was not worried at all. Count, what's the matter with you? Whether there will be peace talks or not, I have to prepare to go to Odessa, and you, Michel, should prepare to go home and get married. I'm not that idle. The standard of peace is to have a peace treaty, and we must prepare for war before that. We should even learn from the experience of the French to improve our logistics system. We can't be like the British 60 years ago, whose movement speed on their homeland was slower than that of the Scots. You guy, sometimes you really act like a Frenchman, and you won't spare the British with your words. Yes, but I have to go to St. Petersburg to explain to the emperor what happened here, and I won't be in the barracks for a while. It doesn't matter. These staff officers of the general staff have experienced this war and are now trained. In Hellsberg, they were more or less panicked, but now they can give full play to their skills, and the entire corps is here. If Bonaparte chooses to cross the river, it would be a very unwise choice. Since he said that, Solovyov was relieved and took a carriage to Jelgava Palace first. This was the most troublesome thing. He was responsible for escorting Maria to St. Petersburg. This little girl had been flirting with him a lot when she was recovering from her injuries, and even wanted to go further. At this critical moment, he really didn't dare to have an overly intimate relationship with Maria. Of course, when he came to pick her up, he found that his worries were unnecessary. Mishap, my husband has been here with me this spring, but he went to Riga these few days, and he has to settle relatives from Sweden there, so I want you to accompany me back to St. Petersburg. Your Highness, this must be your own idea. I'm pregnant. I wouldn't have such an idea at this time. The more times like this, the harder it is to explain. Fortunately, he didn't dare to push Maria down, and when he met Maria, she was only 12 years old. At that time, she was still a little girl asking her older brother to help her memorize music scores and write poems. I don't think anyone in the outside world would doubt this. She even handed her son to the nanny and brought a maid to the carriage in front. Take a look at this carriage. What do you think? It's really beautiful. This is custom made for us sisters by my brother. It has cushions and shock absorption, but the patent seems to be yours. I have done so many things that I can't remember some of them clearly, but the shock absorption of the carriage is really not something I invented. Martha, you know I prefer to study ships and rail transportation. Yes, Solovyov is most concerned about steam locomotives and railways. He just invited engineers from the UK and has sufficient funds. Now it is just testing in the Lugansk factory. You know, according to the normal progress, these things should have a prototype now. The French were the first to come up with steam-powered vehicles, but they were not practical. The British were groping in this direction, but the inventors themselves were short of money and did not have sufficient financial support. When Paul was still there, he promised to take a part of the fund for royal expenses and daughters' dowries to support the research and development costs of steam locomotives and rail transportation. After Alexander came to power, he was more tolerant of this aspect, but his attitude towards research was not so enthusiastic. However, the funds were still provided, so the progress was relatively rapid. However, it was only used in the mines, which was far away from the small train in the imperial village. If there was a royal box, it would be much better than squeezing in the small carriage. Moreover, Maria sat face to face with him and stretched her feet over. I didn't notice it before, but Maria's feet were obviously larger than those of ordinary girls. Considering the family inheritance of Her Majesty the Queen Mother, although Maria would not grow to the height that Nicholas could expect in the future, she was indeed taller than the girls in the palace. These long legs, if not covered by a skirt, would be quite impressive according to her body proportions. It doesn't matter if there are some pockmarks and freckles on her face, her figure is still very attractive. It's just that she doesn't want to play those ambiguous little actions now, but putting her feet over, it is obvious that this posture can make her body stretch a little. We have to take a carriage at this time. No matter how comfortable the carriage is, it will always feel a little bumpy, and the groom obviously won't let the carriage run too fast. Ah, this is better, Miss Han. We can also enjoy the scenery along the way. And, do you have any new Ryerson folk songs? Oh no, this girl is still the same as before, using herself as a song request machine. Your Highness, my voice is a little hoarse, because I have issued too many orders recently. It's not very suitable for singing, and I have to report the situation on the front line to His Majesty. Then, we have to escort Maria home to visit her parents. It is obviously an urgent job, but it will take a few days on the road. Considering that she is pregnant, the 5-day journey may have to add a few days. If it is Alexander's personal groom, if the horse can be changed, the task can be completed in 2 days. Therefore, Solovyov does not have to worry about the handover. The problem is that the little girl must be served well. However, Mariah was easily sleepy at this time. If she slept on the maid's body, considering that there was a supporting structure inside the female skirt. Therefore, the swimmer maid who didn't speak a word of Russian got a big pillow and handed it to Solovyov. Das Kissen sei naho heat. This is your highness's pillow. And judging from the position she was put in, she still had to be a shelf. There was no way. Although Mariah no longer played ambiguous tricks, like she did in winter, she needed to be taken care of now, which was even more difficult to explain. Fortunately, there was only this maid here, and she behaved very well, so no one should spread any strange news. But Mariah was shivering in his arms, like a fish swinging. Martha, I think you are still. You can't play with me now, so just coax me to sleep. I, the general, look more like a nanny. You are a teacher to Nikolay. I remember you held my 3 younger brothers and sisters in the aquarium. Solovyov thought, I'm the special child rearing general of your LUO family, right? Fortunately, I'm not a blue fat man, and I don't have any props to change. Besides, the Russian cat-shaped robot Duranikov can turn into a werewolf using a 4-dimensional scarf. As for Leo Wang, who is resident in the Chinese medicine clinic, he uses sleeves. But this little girl restrains her own attributes so much that she can only obey her request. If she is spoiled like this, I'm afraid that there will be more trouble in the future. If there is peace, Mariah should be sent back to Weimar as soon as possible. But in her current situation, even if the Queen Mother prefers Catherine the most on weekdays, Mariah has been raised with her since she was a child, so she still has to stay in St. Petersburg for a long time. Solovyov was thinking that he should move to Moscow as soon as possible, which should be able to temporarily avoid the troubles and rumors in Petersburg. Of course, even if it was spread that Mariah had to pat her back and sing lullabies like a child when she was sleeping, this kind of fun might be even greater. Solovyov used the same method to coax Lawis's children to sleep before. What he was thinking now was that the more he did this, the more trouble he would have. Mariah had always lacked love, and he couldn't ignore her. In comparison, Elena was better. Apart from letting him dress up as a woman, she rarely made any excessive demands, and she helped him a lot inadvertently. However, women's clothing. Fortunately, Alexander kept this matter secret, otherwise it would be even more troublesome. Mariah fell asleep quickly, and she was snoring slightly, just like a Siberian forest cat. Except for Lawissa, he had never seen these little ladies who were born as princesses sleeping, especially such a grand duchess. Her sleeping posture was not very good, and her arms were always thinking about holding something. This is quite embarrassing. If she keeps sleeping, he has to take care of her all the time. If she sits for a long time, her work and performance will not be outstanding, and her lumbar disc will be herniated. But there is no way. It was not until he went to Alexo's manor to spend the night that he could separate from Mariah. It's great. I slept so well all the way. She slept well, but Solovyov's muscles were a little stiff. I don't know which genius came up with the idea of him escorting Mariah to St. Petersburg this time. He was just looking for fun and not afraid of trouble. Of course, he didn't expect Mariah's husband, Karl Friedrich, the Prince of Saxe-Weimar, to come up with this. It feels a bit like inviting a wolf into the house, and he feels very worried. If Solovyov hadn't been restrained by Mariah, and even a little afraid of her, things might have been more troublesome. In other words, Mariah has always been in a naturally black state, and she will unconsciously bring some trouble. Even stiff now, Solovyov had no mood to think all the way. He could only relax himself at night and evaluate the current situation. Fortunately, he could provide a decent countermeasure when Alexander questioned him face to face. It is impossible to continue the war, so it is better to maintain the current state. Of course, Mariah is quite disturbing. Her uncle Alexo's manor is not big and the sound insulation is not good. It is just a two-story building with bedrooms and bathrooms next to each other. Mariah has to take a bath at night, and she is still singing. She really has a good voice, and she has been interested in music and dance since she was a child. But singing like this makes Solovyov unable to concentrate on thinking. If Lawissa, Sylvia or Madame Rakemia sang in the bath, their voices were also beautiful, and his heart would be beating fast. But if it was Mariah, it would be a horror story, especially now that it is summer. If the window is opened, the servants were fine. Serving the master and the lady of any family was the same, not to mention Mariah's noble status. But for Solovyov, he should not think about having a good rest in the first half of the night. And Mariah was not very quiet, chatting with her maid for a long time at night. I must talk to Count Bobulinski and ask him to reinforce the walls of these manors. The sound insulation is so poor, which is a disaster for people who need to concentrate on work or those who like quiet. Moreover, since he will live in his own manor with little cat eye, when he gets married in the future, he naturally has to consider the environment. For this reason, he did not work tonight, but wrote a letter to Adela directly, mentioning the decoration problem. Belzoni was not at home, but this stepsister was the head of the family at home. She was indeed very smart, and could be useful in many things. As for what he looked like when he woke up the next day, Solovyov did not care. He probably had to go out with dark circles under his eyes. Even if he was held down by Paulina, he would not look like this. After all, Paulina still let people have a good rest. She was more considerate with her lovers, unlike Mariah who disturbed people. Of course, this young lady also made an unintentional mistake. After all, in the Weimar court, the sound insulation was very good and there were many rooms, so it would not disturb people like this. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 473 Negotiations must be dignified. When she woke up in the morning, Mariah could also see Solovyov's dark circles. She was surprised that she slept very late and was pregnant, but she was full of energy. She was really young and healthy. Mishap, what's wrong with you? It's just that I didn't rest well. When I was fighting with the French, I often stayed up late. After all, I was a chief of staff. When you were an adjutant, you were often busy. The emperor always arranged things for you to do, and even went abroad for a few years. Thinking of Mariah's words, Solovyov thought about how close she had always been to him, which made him sweat. In fact, the decision for Mariah to marry to Weimar was something that Paul had been planning when he was in power. But there was a small problem. Although Weimar was a place with a strong cultural atmosphere and cultural people like Goethe lived there, the biggest problem was poverty. As a small principality, the finances had always been very tight. Now there is a war again, and even Mariah and her husband came to Russia to save money. With the pitiful income in Weimar, for the large landowners who live a more luxurious life, sometimes they can't make ends meet. It's still the wealthy families who eat in-laws who can ease the shortage of money. As for Mariah, like her sister Ekaterina, sometimes she likes to fantasize. If you hadn't gone to Paris, maybe I wouldn't have to go to Weimar, although my life is not bad now. You should cherish your husband. At least he and you have some common language, and he is not a boring person. Oh, okay. In this case, when we return to St. Petersburg, let's see what happened there. This section of the road is not fast. There are still many Uncle Alexei's estates in this part of the Baltic Sea. Mariah stayed in these places along the way, and she has been a little too clean recently. She takes a shower almost every night. However, the conditions of the places she stayed in later are much better. At least there is no need to worry about sound insulation. Arriving in Petersburg, Solovyov had to send Mariah to the imperial village first. This year, Alexander did not choose to go to the summer palace for summer vacation, but returned to the imperial village with the royal family members. There were very few balls held in the summer of this year, which made the imperial village seem a little quieter. Mariah returned to her mother's palace in Pavlovsk and got together with her sisters here. Elena was also pregnant recently. The two of them were married in a close place, but their feelings deepened a lot because of correspondence. It's just that the two of them touched each other's belly like this, and they were not afraid to be seen by others. It's true that everyone here is an acquaintance. In addition to the Queen Mother's special doting on Catherine, the youngest of these daughters, Anna, is not very favored by her. On weekdays, if Nicholas and Mikhail don't go to the tutor's class, Anna can be with her two younger brothers and several nieces, and can act as a child leader. The structure of this family looks very strange. Why are you looking at us? Ekaterina also wanted to hug her sisters, but she was still unmarried and felt a little embarrassed. I'm fine. I don't know if the Queen Mother has arranged a marriage for you. Do you want to stay here or become a queen? Elena knew the problem of her fourth sister. She always wanted both, and this problem could not be changed for a while. She wanted to have an ambiguous relationship with Mikhail Dolgorukov and even promised herself to him. She also communicated with her cousin-in-law Bagration all day long, especially after her cousin ran away to Vienna. Her preference for soldiers actually came from her serious second brother, but she was intimate with the party emperor's eldest brother Alexander all day long. As for wanting to be a queen, the Queen Mother has been matchmaking for her recently. Emperor Franz is now widower, and Archduke Ferdinand and Archduke John of Habsburg are also options. Solovyov, you are a general now, you should be able to make your own judgment. Elena was talking about Catherine's marriage, and the Queen Mother grabbed Solovyov to ask. The Queen Mother had changed her impression of him several times, and now because he was the teacher of Nicholas and Mikhail, and also taught his youngest daughter Anna and granddaughters, her opinion changed again. Your Highness, what do you need me to evaluate? You seem to have a good relationship with Archduke Karol, and you have been to the Austrian court twice, so you should know something about it. What I want to know is the situation of these archdukes in the Vienna court. If you need me to evaluate their talents, that's easy to say. If it's other aspects, he didn't want to be chased by the Queen Mother and asked some strange questions, and the Austrian queen died of puerperal fever, which was 2 months ago. I think at this time, both of you are pregnant, and it is not appropriate to discuss issues related to Vienna. Seeing his attitude, Queen Mother Maria also roughly knew the situation of the Austrian quack doctor. She didn't want her daughter to go there, because she would die early after giving birth, but the position of the queen left by Franz II to remarry was indeed somewhat tempting. However, not answering the question, but also mentioning the key point was indeed quite decisive. So what are Archduke Ferdinand and Archduke John like? I have never met Archduke Ferdinand, but Archduke John is average in talent and quite stubborn. It can be said that he accurately grasped the key points. This Archduke has always been like this. The Queen Mother could actually get the news herself, but she just wanted to ask other people's opinions, so that she could have a reference. As for some other negative reviews of the Habsburgs, it was probably because the performance of this teammate during the period of alliance with Austria was really poor, and it was not a good choice for the female family members to go there. With Catherine's character who was spoiled at home, it was obviously not suitable to go there. If necessary, relatives from Oldenburg and other places could be recruited as sons-in-law, so that Catherine could consolidate relations with some small countries through marriage, and at the same time she could live at home without going out. Archduke Ferdinand did not agree to be a live-in son-in-law. Even if he was given a high position, he had never heard of any Austrian archduke going abroad to serve as a vase position other than the monarch. Archduke Joseph's experience of coming to St. Petersburg for a blind date was known to both Russia and Austria. In the end, he was not interested, so the engagement fell through. Alexandra finally married her cousin William of Württemberg. Your Highness, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. Don't worry, Alexander is here these days. If you have something to do, just go to the Catherine Palace. There are enough guest rooms in my palace in Gatchina. I also want to say something about Nicholas's studies during the few days you have been back. Nicholas has made some progress during this period, but he went out to play before the final exams and was a little negligent in his studies, so he failed almost every exam, and even some courses that he had learned well before have regressed. After hearing what the Queen Mother said, Solovyov didn't know what to say. Then Your Highness's summer vacation can be shortened accordingly, but it's just for tutoring. I can't stay with you in the palace all the time. Your Majesty has not yet decided whether there will be war or peace on the front line. Moreover, due to personal affairs, I will seldom be in St. Petersburg in the second half of the year. I knew it was like that, and Nicholas is almost old enough to participate in public affairs, and he always needs strict discipline. His interest in military affairs has not changed much. It is because you are his teacher that he has developed a great interest in other aspects of knowledge. That's good. But Your Highness, it will naturally be a long process to arrange education. Your Highness is only 11 years old, and for a child it is still an age to love playing. You can find him more companions. That's a good idea. When the children in the preparatory school in Tsarskoye officially enter the Tsarskoye Middle School in the future, Nicholas and Mikhail can be arranged to go there. It's just that the Queen Mother does not manage this school personally. The Smolny Girls' School, and the Women's Union are all within Louis's business scope. The relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is also very delicate. The Queen Mother has been complaining that Louisa gave birth to 6 children, all of which were girls. The miscarriage after returning from Sweden was a boy, which made the old lady complain for a long time. Louisa, on the other hand, was not bothered by it. Because the Queen Mother was the second in rank in the palace, she herself had no desire for power, so she was content with the status quo and lived like a hermit in the palace. However, in terms of education, although the Queen Mother was the biggest sponsor, she did not manage it personally much. Instead, the Women's Federation established recently was Louisa's idea. After all, those noble ladies and young ladies whose husbands and fiancés were on the front line should also be organized to help each other and take care of the families of officers. This is an institution for the nobility, and there are corresponding civilian institutions. The war is protracted and has no benefits for Russia. It will not inspire widespread patriotic enthusiasm because of the French invasion, so there are many more people in St. Petersburg calling for peace than before. Alexander suddenly stopped expressing his position in recent days, which also made people curious. He did not appear in the public eye, probably because Louisa and the Polish girl had to accompany him. On the one hand, he was still obsessed with having an heir, so he recently visited Louisa, and the Polish girl was also a girl. There were even some rumors that the queen and the emperor's mistress were too intimate. Solovyov didn't care about these things. He lived in the imperial village and finally met Alexander after 2 days of rest. The rumors might be more reliable. At least today, not only the Tsar himself appeared in the reception room, but also the queen and several mistresses of Alexander. It was also difficult for Louisa. Solovyov went to the front line. Speaking of it, the two were closer when they were crown princesses and when Louisa just became queen and they were alone in Sweden. If they were together like this now, I'm afraid they would feel a bit like an old married couple, and she could even mention it by complaining about Catherine's letter writing style. In addition, she did not have a long-term and stable lover, and her suitors were always rejected by her. The main problem is to get along well with Alexander's mistresses. Petersburg and Paris have always been in line with each other in this regard. Today's scene seems to have a rather chaotic network of relationships. But Alexander wants to talk about business in this environment, so he can't understand his train of thought. At least now he doesn't know that the kitten who came to his house to steal fish is the teacher of his younger brother, sister and daughter. It doesn't matter if he knows, he will choose to forgive. After all, Russian military uniforms are all green. Your Majesty, there is an armistice agreement at present. We and the French are facing each other across the Neman River. According to the current situation, the French do not seem to have any intention to go to war with us further, and the morale of the Prussian army on the front line is not high, and our soldiers are also very tired after continuous fighting. Are you just stating the facts and not expressing your own opinions? Facts are opinions, Your Majesty. I think we can take advantage of this time to prepare for negotiations with the French, and perhaps we should send a diplomatic envoy. Who is more suitable to send? Alexander turned around and asked Foreign Minister Badberg, who whispered a few words to Alexander. Then, the young Tsar looked at Solovyov like a lion looking at its prey, like a sphinx letting Passers-by guess a riddle. Solovyov knew in his heart that the Tsar intended for him to go. Whether he knew about his relatives or not was not mentioned. Such an envoy mission was more or less a sign of his importance. After all, the victories in 1807 were either commanded or planned by him. At this time, it was reasonable to send him as an envoy to extend an olive branch for negotiations. Then, it was probably a kind of face-to-face sarcasm. After all, the French did not completely defeat the Russian army in this anti-French alliance, but often suffered setbacks. Your Majesty, if you need to express goodwill to the French Emperor, I think Major General Solovyov is also a suitable candidate, at least as a deputy. When he was in Stockholm before, he had certain diplomatic talents. Seeing that Alexander did not say anything, Solovyov did not know whether he was pretending to be confused or did not understand, so Badberg repeated it. I think it's possible. Miss Cap, are you confident that you can complete this task? Of course, Your Majesty. After hearing this, Alexander raised the corners of his mouth and was somewhat proud. He said, Mikhail Solovyov will serve as the envoy of the armistice negotiations and extend the olive branch of peace on behalf of Russia. As for the content of the peace talks, I will go to the banks of the Neman River in person and negotiate with the Emperor of France. This will be more sincere. Europe should usher in peace at this time instead of continuing the war. The appointment came, and it seemed that he could meet his cheap uncle and his child's second uncle in advance. Chapter 474. The Winter Palace has so many stairs for people to walk down. Your Majesty, this mission is a huge responsibility. Do you want to? No, the State Council has already held a meeting to discuss and decided to send someone. I think you should not be modest. This Tsar, he is a little too violent. And it is really hard to refuse this matter. Think about it, he has been to Paris before, and he can be familiar with it. If the parties involved in both camps did not take the initiative to reveal this speculation, no one would know about this relationship, and it has not been confirmed. At this time, Solovyov needs to go home and ask his stepmother how to deal with these things. You know, after Josephine married Napoleon, everything from her name to her personality seemed to have been reshaped so that the Baroness could not figure out who the Queen was. In fact, there is no reconstructed chain of evidence for this issue, and Solovyov is not so sure. So, that's when you came back home and found my family in France. Speaking of my hometown in France, it was in the Normandy generation. If you go to the Church of the Debuck family, maybe you can find some results. I'm talking about business up. It should be said that Queen Josephine's real name, just as you told me at the beginning. And it's also from Martinique. This requires evidence, otherwise, you will be like those adventurers who pretended to be rich. Mikhail, it's just because you have a legitimate noble identity, they won't do anything to you. The facts are so absurd that you won't believe it, and I have to go to the French military camp as an envoy. As for what happened next, after comparing it with the known clues, Solovyov sorted out this network of relatives. It seemed that it had nothing to do with himself and his eldest sister Yulia. It was mainly his father, stepmother, and the children they gave birth to, and when his stepmother talked to him, she put a tray of candy on her belly. But his plus point is that he played a role in several field battles that defeated and tied the French army, and even once he completely annihilated the French army's vassal army. And Napoleon is a child's second uncle. It seems that only Yulia was ignored on this issue, but it doesn't seem to make any sense for the younger sister. She hasn't graduated from the girls' school yet, and some people have proposed marriage to her, and some families that seem to have good family backgrounds. Of course, when you see the surname Gagarin, it's especially easy to play, but Solovyov and the American reporter just have the opposite idea. But the Gagarin family also has many branches, and there may be 3 people in the countryside with this surname. And Baron Sergei rejected them all, and the reason was very sufficient. The little girl is not yet an adult, and has not reached the legal conditions for engagement. This is not like his daughter-in-law who has not yet married. The engagement of little Katar was granted by the Tsar and his wife. As long as the age is not too young to be allowed by custom, it is okay, and it also needs to wait until the marriage to count. In the future Yulia's path will probably be to marry a promising young and middle-aged officer, because her brother is so good at fighting. Before that, she should have the opportunity to be selected as a court maid, or even directly by the queen's side. But considering the relationship between Larissa and her brother, it is more subtle. In fact, Solovyov has many friends in the army, and it is more appropriate to marry at this time, especially since Yulia is very beautiful, but her brother's eyebrows and eyes are more feminine, and he looks very gentle. When Solovyov pretended to be a maid, he gave people a heroic feeling. If you really want to compare, maybe Dorova, who is currently serving in the army, should be able to experience it. Now, asking him to go to Napoleon's camp is indeed an unexpected arrangement. This kind of thing is probably the person squatting under a door or a castle. Every Taiga drama will be replaced by the protagonist. This time it's his turn. And a decent way of speaking is indeed to get along with Alexander's entourage before setting off. This time it was Novel Sitsev, Count Pavel Stroganov's cousin. Your Majesty needs to make sure that we want to bring peace, not ask for peace. I know that, but Napoleon sometimes uses force to threaten his opponents during peace talks. This is inevitable, so what you have to do is to observe his attitude. In addition, you must also consider the way you speak. In addition, don't let people notice the slightest changes in your eyes and expressions. Where did you learn this from? From the French Foreign Minister Talleyrand. My friend Karel von Nichelrode highly praised Metternich. Metternich once met with Talleyrand and had some conversations. His performance was written in letters. You are really very smart. If you were not in the army, you should be allowed to return to the embassy in Paris. I don't want to go there anymore. Diplomatic occasions are not suitable for me. This kind of red tape is too torturous. It's even better to go to the countryside. You guy, the job of a diplomat is something that others would be eager to get. That's just the way it is. So, he rested for 2 days in Petersburg, and before Alexander set off, he rode back to the military camp on the north bank of the Neman River and brought Alexander's order to Langeron and Bagration. The hostilities between the Russian and French armies were still suspended, and negotiations would be held for a period of time. Everyone in the headquarters knew this. It's just that the emperor will send you to the opposite military camp. This is the arrangement. Nothing. The talks at that time will probably be between monarchs, unlike the Austrians, who have to bargain between foreign ministers. He knew everything, so he revealed this to these old partners. It's just that this errand always sounds a little subtle. If someone writes about you in the memorial, it can only be said that the emperor has a good sense of humor. Maybe Solovyov also had a psychological expectation of Langeron's statement. There is no impenetrable wall. He also had to pack up now and go to the French side. As an envoy, both sides had steps to step down. The most important factor for Alexander to send him as an envoy was that he participated in defeating the French army several times in a row. This was enough for the Tsar to give himself a way out. The French army was not completely defeated, and we won. Although Napoleon was narrow-minded on some issues, he was also happy to give the Tsar a way out at this time and pretend that he was still very capable. As for the days when the two armies confronted each other on the Neman River, in fact, there had been a lot of exchanges between the generals of both sides. Even the talkative French invited the generals of the Russian army to meet in a neutral area. There would always be a small number of banquets and exchanges. Solovyov was busy with official duties during this period. Being with Maria, he had to abide by the rules and prevent her from turning around. The ambiguous behavior in recent times was not a new thing in the European royal family. After all, nothing further happened for the time being, and crossing the river to the other side to meet Napoleon did not cause him too much psychological pressure. After all, because of his ambition, Napoleon would always have a time to play too much. In terms of kinship, if he divorced Josephine and married another one, it seems that this is a lot wilder than the rumored line of Napoleon III's unofficial history, that his stepmother was the Turkish queen mother. Of course, he lived very well in Russia, and going to Napoleon was somewhat uncomfortable for him. As for him in Russia, he didn't make anyone uncomfortable. He lived a good life here. To the other side, the French also sent someone to get a small boat to receive him. The Neman River was not that narrow, but it was still necessary to take a boat to cross. Solovyov had seen the person who came to receive him. It was Marshal Mortier who he had captured. "Why are you here?" "I came here to pick up the Russian envoy across the river under the order of His Majesty. I originally planned to send a general. I heard that you came, so I made this arrangement." In addition, Mortier was 2 meters tall. Apart from the Württemberg strongman in the Queen Mother Maria's house, this height was indeed full of aura and a good target. "Then thank you, the Emperor of the French people. I came here on the orders of our Emperor." He refused to talk about peace. Anyway, he could only bring the letter after meeting Napoleon. Alexander was actually quite arrogant in his heart. It was like being pushed down, but he still had to. Everyone knows that you have to maintain a noble attitude. The Loek is said to be more pretentious. However, the French side is now in full formation, as if they are going to continue fighting. But if you look closely, even the French soldiers who have won many victories are actually unwilling to fight again. Although they look like elite soldiers, they are like Alexander the Great's army when it arrived in India. They can no longer go to the Ganges. He said this. Motier didn't read as many books as he did. If it weren't for the mention of the Great's expedition, I'm afraid he wouldn't understand the meaning of this passage. Many of the records of Alexander's expedition have been lost. It's not like Caesar's time. He wrote them himself, and they were very detailed. Even the outstanding centurions could leave their names. Solovyov said this so that Motier could understand. Otherwise, he would not be able to understand the story of how the Hellenistic kingdom of Bactria fought all the way to Pataliputra. As for the fatigue of the French army, it is also a common feature of military dictators. Not everyone can easily settle things like Caesar. When you meet His Majesty, you don't have to worry about so many etiquettes. France is different from Russia. It doesn't need to pay so much attention to etiquette, but efficiency. Or, this is the emperor of a republic, just like Caesar. The difference is that he was not elected by the Senate, but by the people. But I also want to say that there is no need to modify the voting results. The army has so many votes, but in fact, there is no need. The number of votes cast by veterans is almost more than the standing army of Britain. More than the standing army? Yes, the British have so few soldiers, and their navy lets gangsters arrest people on the shore all day long. How many standing troops can they have? With the number of those Poles, if I fight a few times, I will be almost defeated. Motier was a little surprised to hear him say this, and he was full of confidence. But it's no wonder. In the past, when the French and British armies met head-on, they also won and lost. It all depended on the on-the-spot command of the generals. If this kid meets these guys in the British army now, he might be able to eat them to death. Motier had suffered from him, and he really did some research. Solovyov participated in divisional and army level battles. As long as he was not a guy in India, he would not be able to stop him. The boy was not tall compared to Motier. If he was replaced by Archduke Karol, who was 150 plus, he would be a giant, but he had a lot of ideas, and his tactical thinking was flexible and changeable. He said that he was a relative of the emperor, and he was really much better than the emperor's mediocre brothers. Even if he was a brother-in-law and stepson, Eugene might have some potential in the future. However, among these brothers-in-law, the late Leclerc had some skills, and Murad was just a rough man on horseback. Should we really talk about infantry tactics? This Suvorov had led a disciple for a while, and infantry tactics were probably his specialty. But Motier thought too much. In fact, Solovyov, like Napoleon, was a latecomer in infantry tactics. He was better at logistics and construction. He was considered a logistics officer, and he did more work as an adjutant on a daily basis. Napoleon's infantry tactics were learned after the Battle of Toulon. He was originally just a professional artillery general. Solovyov didn't know what Motier was thinking. He couldn't read minds, or carry a mind-reading technology box with him. The two of them rode forward together, escorted by Napoleon's Guards grenadiers on both sides. This was a clever trick. It made Solovyov look short. Even if he found a tall and strong guy from the Guards, he would be outdone. As for going to the barracks, Solovyov also noticed that most of the French troops didn't have tents, so he could see the emperor's tent very clearly. In this way, he also thought of a way to defeat the enemy. After all, in winter, if this happened, they would freeze to death faster. The Battle of Eylau was actually an example. Barclay's trick might really work. As for the next lined up to greet them, there were also the guards lined up in front of the tent. It was clear that they wanted to establish their prestige here, not to show off. Even if the emperor knew about the relationship, he would not make such a scene. When they arrived in front of the big tent, Solovyov and Motier dismounted and had to meet a guy dressed as a mamluk. "You don't want to search me, do you?" "No, General. His Majesty the Emperor is waiting inside, so let us greet him here." His way of speaking was the old way of speaking in the third person, which was really retro. Chapter 475. Napoleon also liked to give medals to people. This was the second time Solovyov had met Napoleon, and both times he appeared as a diplomat, which was also very clever. As for his big tent, it didn't look very grand, just a place to rest and work. Your Majesty, the Russian envoy, Solovyov, has arrived. Rustam is here to ask your Majesty how to arrange it. Let him in. Rustam, go and arrange lunch. Yes, your Majesty. Rustam will prepare it right away. Then, he came out to look at Solovyov, and took a closer look. Is this a relative of the Emperor? This green eye doesn't look like it, but the Emperor had said before that he was indeed a relative. Even if it was from the Emperor's woman, it was unclear what the situation was. Yes, Rustam may have never had the concept of queen. He just recognized Napoleon as the master, and Josephine was the Emperor's woman. Instead, Eugene and Otis were called master and miss. He understood this strange relationship very well. Russian messenger, the Emperor wants you to come in. Solovyov handed all the weapons he carried with him to the old guard at the door, but the pistol on his waist was very conspicuous. After all, when the old guards were beaten by the Russian, reserved during the Chargeny law, some officers used this kind of rapid-fire pistol. However, because it was a personal item, they only took the pistol and the sword. The only thing that could be brought in was Alexander's letter. Baron Mikhail Solovyov, Major General of the Guards, the envoy of Alexander Pavlovich, the Emperor of all Russia and the little father of the Russian people, meets His Majesty the Emperor of the French people. The address doesn't have to be so long-winded. If it's according to the Russian custom, I should call you Mishap, right? Yes, your Majesty. But in Russia, this kind of address still depends on the degree of intimacy, and sometimes it depends on the occasion. If you were in Russia, how should I be called? I also know your father's name through the Duchess of Guastalla, so you should be called Napoleon Karlovich. That's probably it. Russian names are all about the father in the middle, but there is also a distinction between men and women. Isn't this very similar to ancient Rome and Greece? After meeting, Napoleon actually asked this first, which was a bit strange. Yes, your Majesty. Here is the handwritten letter of His Majesty the Emperor of our country. Please take a look at His Majesty the Emperor of France. He was still very careful with his words, and he made it very clear here. Napoleon opened the wax seal and read Alexander's handwriting. It was very clear, and suggested that both parties hold talks in a suitable place. What a clever choice of words. Mishap, your emperor wants to have an equal talk, but what is this? French words are so beautiful and clever, so they are often used as a guide for diplomatic documents and scientific measurements. If it is a paper, Latin should be used. How is your Latin level? My Latin and Greek literature are average, but I use French very well, even with poor letter. This is really strange. She has so many lovers, but she likes you very much. But if she knew you were Josephine's nephew, I don't know what she would think. Napoleon's favorite at home was the ridiculous second sister Paulina, but she called her old Josephine, and didn't give her wife face at all. But he found a lover outside, but he was such a good white face, and he was Josephine's nephew. Of course, Napoleon didn't know much about having children. Only Paulina knew the details. The identification mark was probably the green eyes. Napoleon was very satisfied with Solovyov's polite but prickly attitude, so he recognized this nephew, based on the known information, and was quite proactive. Moreover, he had some other ideas. If he said them in front of Alexander, it would bring the two countries closer. No wonder Napoleon III would later make up this aunt. This historical inventor tray of nonsense was really inherited from the Bonaparte family. Napoleon didn't think of the dark military strategy to the extent of this. He was just showing goodwill. So your Majesty already knows about it. You caught a French officer and are looking for an aunt for yourself. I'm afraid everyone in the Paris circle knows about it now. Okay, sit down. There should be peace between our two countries. This letter makes it very clear that the emperors of the two countries will find a place to hold talks. I'm writing you a reply, so please take the trouble to go back and pass it on to your emperor. Speaking of which, the Russian emperor that Solovyov agreed with more was Paul, who sat in the palace and cared about the suffering of the people. His loyalty to Alexander was inherited. If Nicholas came to power in the future, there would be a master-disciple relationship between them, but the future is uncertain. Napoleon called his secretary here. As for why he didn't write it himself, the reason was very clear. With his spelling level and sloppy handwriting, it would be a joke if it appeared in the letter of credence. In other words, this signature must have been practiced. It's enough to know about this, and there's no need to say more. While the secretary was drafting the letter, Napoleon had already invited Solovyov to sit down. Unlike the Bourbon kings, there was no need for so many etiquettes. Even when Louis XVIII was in trouble in the Jelgava palace, he was still very arrogant. As for you and Pauletta, she just likes men and falls in love with every man she sees. She must like a handsome man like you. It was rare for a secretary to hear gossip here. Of course, Napoleon's secretary also had some gossip behind his back. But I'm getting married too, Your Majesty. It's normal for men to like women. Did you translate some poems and leave them for Pauletta? This was the girl he liked the most. When chatting privately, he still talked about her name when he was in Corsica. There are indeed ancient Chinese poems. Solovyov now remembered that he had translated the sentence "a gentle lady is a good match for a gentleman" and even recited the whole article. You are really talented. No wonder she can't forget you. The French emperor is also a bit gossipy. Ah, that was when we were in Paris. But I'm getting married soon, and recently. No wonder. If the peace talks are successful this time, I will send someone to congratulate you. I wonder, from what family is my nephew's wife? She's from the Dolgorukov family. Dolgorukov, is she the sister of Peter Dolgorukov? No, the Dolgorukov family is a huge family in Russia, a famous family of Rurik's descendants. My fiancé is from Prince Krimsky's family. Catherine's grandfather is Prince Krimsky Vasily Dolgorukov, former commander-in-chief of the Moscow military district. Although she was not very familiar with the Russian generals, she could only continue what he said. It seems that, if you have some skills, you can still marry a good wife. After sitting down here, Solovyov was kept chatting about family matters. This was not Napoleon's usual characteristic, but he did so today. This was to fully release goodwill, and he also had to find out about Solovyov's situation. Moreover, they did not talk about military matters at all, but continued to talk about poetry. As for this, Your Majesty, I decided to translate the Chinese literature I got. The content I learned here always has some deviations. This is also a good thing, but you are also a soldier. You should not have so much time. If I don't become an emperor, I would rather be a mathematician. Become a member of the French Academy of Sciences? That's it, full-time, studying mathematics. Since you are an emperor, you naturally have to take on the responsibilities of an emperor, and you have to revise the code, especially the civil law. If you talk about legislation, it is indeed a great achievement. Compared with being able to form a model, conquering the world sounds so small, and hegemony is only temporary. Discovering scientific theories, writing books, and formulating codes are what can be passed down for a long time, and may even be remembered forever. Solovyov spoke in a very good way to Napoleon's temper, but he also knew that this emperor was not suitable for long-term relationships. Unlike Alexander, who was an actor, his emotions might be exposed at any time, and sometimes he would even perform the emperor's anger. Moreover, he really came to heavy. That's right, Miss Han. In addition to introducing other people's things, you also need to have some of your own things. I know that, so I have always advocated giving people a full education, even if they are farmers. Education is indeed a big responsibility. But how are you doing now? It's also very interesting. I teach His Highness Nicholas and His Highness Mikhail, so I arranged study plans and homework for them, and also made 2 sets of test papers. The standard test paper with the lower difficulty is the Ryazan test paper, and the more difficult one is the Imperial Village secret paper. When Napoleon talked about this, he was drinking coffee and almost spit it out. Well, this is a good idea. I plan to do the same in France. Speaking of it, Napoleon likes to plagiarize. The Legion of Honor and the military pension system. You say he plagiarized a little too much, but he must have borrowed a lot from Paul's Knights of Malta. Now, he also has to assign homework. I believe that French elementary school students will face the big devil in the future. Not to mention anything else. If some people who are more materialistic and only care about money come, then the test questions they use are probably the most difficult ones. As a basic education, it is indeed helpful, but it is not difficult to promote it. In this regard, Solovyov can be said to be an expert, and he is indeed more experienced. He told Napoleon some more. Berthier, Durac and Motier, who were outside, did not expect that they would chat for so long inside. It seems that the emperor has recognized this nephew and agreed to negotiate with the Russians. The Marquis of Caulaincourt should have a role to play by then. His Majesty also said that he wanted him to deal with the Russian emperor. They were waiting here, and Rustam had made arrangements and prepared lunch. Napoleon didn't have anything else here, but he ate chicken frequently. Come on, we should celebrate today. But Napoleon was eating chicken today. In addition to a roasted whole chicken, there was also chicken soup. This is the best chicken soup. Come and try it. Rustam's cooking skills are pretty good. It's just chicken soup. Solovyov thought about it. There were no double agents here, so he served some. It's a bit salty, but in the barracks, you need to eat more salt. It seems that you like delicious food. Yes, my father helped the nobles run a restaurant in St. Petersburg, and there are still some rules for eating. Our Russian way of serving food: if you enjoy a big meal in St. Petersburg, or the Russian ambassador returns to Paris, you should be able to see this way of serving food. I was in London and saw Count Vorontsov change the British way of serving food. That count, I remember that he made great efforts when Britain and Russia formed an alliance. In Russia, there are still more people who are close to Britain, and the Russians love the French way of life. But economically, they are more dependent on Britain, aren't they? That's true, but from a standpoint, I don't like those pro-British people, although I'm already a member of the Gentlemen's Club. Speaking of which, it was my future father-in-law, Vasily Vasilyevich, who recommended me to go. The normal order should be to join the club after getting married. Russia is indeed interesting. If I have the chance, I would like to visit it. If he visits, he will probably have to lead the 600,000 troops to come here, but he will return to Moscow in vain and lose many soldiers in the end. In this case, it is better not to come. If you want to visit, our emperor will also welcome you. Anyway, it is all polite words. This is also a good start. I hope there can be long-term peace. Direct, according to the rules of diplomatic etiquette, what should be awarded? Your Majesty, the Legion of Honor should be awarded as a commendation. Well, this is considered a relative relationship, and you can use a backdoor. As for the future, in front of Alexander, I'm afraid that they will have to be formally recognized, so it is more decent. And the awarding of the Legion of Honor will definitely involve the exchange of medals according to the level. In addition, Napoleon actually awarded noble titles to his relatives. For example, Solovyov's step-grandfather was awarded the title of hereditary knight. For someone like him who already has the title of baron in his family, according to normal reason, there should be an explanation. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.